I see dead people.
Hot shit.
Here's Johnny.
Stop.
We have such sights to show you.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Fuck you too.
Awesome. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so happy to be talking to you. This is such a vibe. The fact that I got so many interested people in being here. I have to introduce you. I can't just say all these things and then not let you talk. I'm here, of course, with Kitty, aka Torus Filth.
Darling Phil.
Is that how you say it in your head?
Sometimes people are like, oh no, I'm Torus Filth. But yes, I'm very glad to be talking with and recording with you again, Captain. I'm very excited for this whole project.
So many people have responded so positively to it, and you're definitely one of them, where I'm just like, I'm excited to see what we have. Like I've already been surprised. I've already I've gotten all my first episode people out of the way for the most part, and it's like I've just started and already my socks have been completely blown off.
Oh my gosh,
no longer
so cool.
on the feet. I got my toesies out.
Oh, that makes my butthole clench just a little bit worried about the level of my stories.
Yes, I am raising the expectations, but here's what I wanted to say to start it, because you had described your stories very briefly. Give me that rundown one more time. Okay,
so it's going to be all me. You don't need to do anything except just give me some fun tidbits and feedback.
I'm here, baby.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so I reckon I'm going to make it like a compliment sandwich, but not compliments, but like, you know, top and bottom are good times. So my first story will be a real thing that happened to me in my saucy little job that I used to work at.
Yes.
Where I was when I recorded my very first episode with you.
No longer
do you remember?
there. I do, of course. I can never forget.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And then the second story will be my more attempt at serious, I don't know if I'd call it horror, but serious psychological, a little bit of gore. It was an attempt at horror writing.
That's awesome.
And then a cute little funny thing at the end. You know, so
a little after credits.
Time, attempt at serious, and then good time at the end.
I love that. I love when people can kind of experiment with form, because what we're gonna see already is people doing that exact thing. It's been a really fun little ride so far, and it's only just begun. So I'm very excited to hear your kind of slice of life into your horror, into your little fun afterthought. So whenever you want to take it, whatever you want to go with, I am fucking here for it, dude.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna do a quick preface and say I have not read any Reddit stuff in a very long time.
That's okay.
And these just fully came from a place of, in hindsight now, like venting.
That's good, though.
I see it now as a venting thing, so yeah.
That's good. Get it out.
Okay, is your butthole ready, Captain Death?
Fucking A, it is.
Okay. My first story is called Happy Borthday.
I like that.
This is a story, one of many stories of my time at a brothel, and no, it is the furthest thing from sexy. Over the past 15 years, I have always helped out in the background for different businesses in Aotearoa's legal sex industry. I have only ever worked in the background of one main brothel, so for me and this story, it is the brothel. A couple of things to quickly preface about myself for the story in the brothel. I have always tried to practice helping people to the point of detrimental people-pleasing. I fixate and I become the cutest Igor. I practiced this everywhere I worked. That's how, for a short time, I believe, I was one of the best pimps in town.
Fuck yeah.
I did my best to make sure the workers, patrons, and higher-ups were happy. Lastly, for this tragic moment in my adult life, flashback to me at 6 years old. I fell off my bike, landed on my face, resulting in an abscess running from tooth to nose bridge, rupturing in my 20s, and forever changing the way I smell things, or rather lack of smelling things. Isn't that fun?
That is very fun for
Tying-
reasons I will not get into right now.
Tying it all together, it's worth mentioning that my meat sack brain fixates on getting the damn job done. Which is why when two very fresh to Aotearoa men called the phone on this fateful day, I was more than happy to help, language barrier and all. The caller was a friend of the potential client as his English was more understandable. It's his friend's birthday and they'd like to book a girl for an hour. What's our address? They'll come over now. The thing is, sir, we are a private apartment, so we cannot give the address at this moment. Have you looked at our website? No? Are you able to get access to Wi-Fi where you are? I only ask as we need to know which service and girl you're looking for, do you see? I had to repeat these requirements in furthering abstracted English as he was not understanding that you cannot just come over and have a look at all the workers available. No walk-ins. This is a booking-only agency. The call eventually ended once he finally got the idea to look at the website. 2 hours later, the friend called again and managed to make a booking. Fabulous. This is the price, the time Birthday Boy is booked in for, and I will text you the address so you can find it on Google Maps. Okay, honey? All right, see you then. As my day shift was coming to an end and the evening shift manager arrived to take over, both of these men arrived 30 minutes early. It took 5 minutes of reattempting to explain in the foyer that only the person booked in is to enter the residence. No, as I explained earlier on the phone, we do not have a waiting room as we are a by appointment only business. Once the friend who had made the booking explained to the birthday boy that only he could go through and that he knew the PIN for the FPOS card, he wished him well and exited the foyer. With the evening manager now in full swing of covering the desk, I took the birthday boy down to the room to organize payment. By this point, I had been using Google Translate into his language that, no sir, you cannot see the woman now. You must pay full price first, then I will send in the woman. He refused and used his own phone translator to communicate his thinking. Yet another round of back and forth was becoming 10 more minutes of him not being able to see the woman now and myself not getting the brothel money in a timely manner. Plus, the worker was waiting in the wings to get this over and done with. With my determination strong to get this finalized and get this man sorted, I absolutely 1000% failed to notice how drunk this birthday boy was. They were just two excited grown children doing their best to hire a sex worker and day drinking. The combination of trying to use limited English, staring at a phone screen to translate, this man stopped mid-sentence and sprang up to the bathroom door, bursting it open and throwing up in the toilet. I froze for a moment, as this is a shared bathroom with a room next door. Anyone on that side could walk in, or someone could have already been in there. I couldn't believe I made myself blind to this. I stayed on the ground by the couch and waited, just thankful he had the wherewithal to even make it to the toilet. He came back and apologized, still wiping the last of vomit and spit from his goatee. Still, in my toxic people-pleasing mode, I smiled and said it was okay. The need to still try and see if this was salvageable was strong. He was still frustrated he couldn't see the worker beforehand or communicate exactly what he wanted, and finally decided to leave. Exasperated, yet also highly relieved, I walked him to the lift in the foyer and said goodbye. I went back into the room and checked the bathroom was okay for the booking next door. The whole divine universe of everything that must be considered in helping run a brothel came crashing into my head, becoming an instant weight on my shoulders as I saw that birthday boy had thrown up everything he had eaten that day. The runny, chunky, viscous liquid was rainbowed all over the floor, running as a trail to the toilet, glorifying itself all over the seat, trailing off again to its final destination in the sink. if there was a smell, I am grateful my nose healed in a way to not acknowledge it. There was already a booking happening in the next room, and someone will be needing this bathroom soon. It's go time. I charged down the hallway, let the manager know what was happening in as few words as possible. Waste of time! He's left! He's vomited all over the shared bathroom! Pivoting and charging to the cleaning closet, I grabbed gloves, the mop, and bucket, getting to work to get the damn thing done. I recall workers and other staff scurrying down the hallway to see the alcoholic bile massacre I was dealing to and backing up in disgust. Someone handed me paper towels, or was it the dustpan? Whichever, I was pushing the mop into the collector hand and evacuating as much of the greater chunks into the toilet. I had my trusty precious spray bottle already filled with hospital-grade chemicals to support me in this cleanse of the day. One of the amazing staff on site had already quietly told the worker in the room next door to not be in a hurry to use the bathroom just yet. Thank fuck for that. Then the foyer doorbell went off. Oh, fucking no. Was the next booking ready? I thought I had checked I had enough time. I was told Birthday Boy had returned with his friend. The woman's scorned switch flipped inside me. The audacity! I had just wrung out the mop and stored my way to the foyer door, shoving it open. Somewhere deep inside me, I was able to allow them to speak, which was wanting to reinstate the booking and that it needs to happen now. I wish in these moments like these, I had the ability to rein in my adrenaline and anger to better recall what words came spewing at my mouth at this audacious man. Something along the lines of, "How dare you? I wasted my day to help you, and now I'm wiping up your vomit that is all over the toilet and floor. And you know what? You can pay me and help me clean up your own chunks." I blinked and realized I had raised my mop, which was punctuating my stream of words with vicious thrusts of the dripping vomit mop at him with some recoil on my own legs. I also realized I had been cornering them back into the lift, and the friend was completely backed into a corner of it, horror on his face, while Birthday Boy was still pleading with me, but already backed over the threshold into the lift as well. Get out! This booking is not happening. Happy fucking birthday. My memory became a haze of workers and staff talking at me or being in shock at me or congratulating me and seeing if I needed any more assistance as I got stuck back into cleaning the shared bathroom. You're damn right I got that shit in order and smelling correct right as the room next door needed to use it. Crisis chaotically managed and cleansed, the brothel could readjust back into the required rhythm. I thanked everyone for their help, wished them a better evening than mine. In hindsight, I now see this was a huge sign of the job wearing me down, plus my own toxic behavior, but also don't day drink and piss off your local brothel.
Fucking A. Fucking A. Oh man, I loved that. That was like you channeling the inside of an Unsettling Stories type of story because of the way that it kind of curved and wove itself around, you know, the punctuated gross out moment. But man, like the thing that stands out to me the most is your emphasis on how your nose is like fucked up and how you can't smell. Because literally the first story I wrote is all about the sense of smell. So it's really, it's really funny that the first thing you wrote was about how you can't smell something and how it kind of helped you. You're gonna find my first story really funny then.
Oh yay! Oh, exciting! I can still smell important things like my body odor and gasoline.
Important things, good. So it's a superpower. Yeah. You could turn it off when you want.
I guess so. Yeah.
Fucking perfect. Perfect. The seated anger. Like here's how fucking modest you are. First off. Here's how fucking modest you are, that you sneak in like a half-assed apology in the final paragraph about how your quote-unquote toxicity bled out at that moment. No. No, Kitty. I'm not accepting it. I'm not gonna fucking accept it. Cause listen, you had every fucking right to be upset about the situation you were in. You had every fucking right. And you are completely vindicated here for everyone to listen to. I think there's a point where a line gets crossed in the service industry. Right.
Yes,
and even
true.
something like, I've never experienced a brothel. You have way too much experience with a brothel. Let's meet in the middle and see where the line gets crossed. Is this the grossest thing that has ever happened to you while working there?
I guess so. Like, there's been moments where, in my early days of cleaning the brothel, I went to go pick up a missed used condom off the floor, not noticing I had rips in my gloves and I had jizz on my finger.
That is gross. That is gross for sure.
But you know, it was like by that point it was just like, okay,
Yeah,
and
you
just
go
quickly
wash
sorted
your
out,
hands.
Yeah, but this was like the most. I put so much energy into
Assisting.
getting the client happy.
Yeah.
And fucking translating over fucking Google Translate.
Yeah, that's
and
tough. You were doing your
so
job.
much accommodation.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I could have handled it a lot better.
I think you're all right.
Yeah, I think that's the second time in my life where I've had to clean up a stranger's something, bodily leavings.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I've talked about it on the show before. There was a lot of gross stuff I've had to clean up at my movie theater job. I've worked at 4 different movie theaters.
Oh my God, yes, I can imagine.
I've worked at 4 different movie theaters. Some of the stuff, there's the entry level, like, people tossing their drinks, and the drink has been sitting at the bottom of a trash bag and it gets mixed with all the food and all the refuse of the day. And then you add in the summer heat and the kind of musty, accents of a movie theater, and then you mix in like dumpster smell, garbage smell, like that always sucked. Going to like throw those into a dumpster and the bag pops like a balloon and just gets all over the place, and you just kind of sit there staring at it and you smell it all and you see it all and you still have to pick it all up and put it in the dumpster. Like that's gross. But there's a lot of there's some body stuff I've seen. Like 2 people were trying to fuck in a theater once.
Cool.
I wasn't the one who called them out, but I was definitely there that day. And I'm going to say something liberal, which probably isn't surprising to anyone, but I'm going to say something that I don't know if I've said on the show before.
Okay.
So I was working at this megaplex when Magic Mike came out.
Oh, okay, yep.
And let's just say that the audience was filled with older women.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Oh no.
The smell of that theater, like having to clean up those theaters after those movies, after that specific movie, I don't think I'll ever forget. Cause I feel like the audience was just an entire generation of women who've never orgasmed before.
Oh my gosh.
And this was like the closest thing that they had gotten to like attraction of like everyone was just sitting in their own sauce for 2 hours.
Oh no. Oh,
that's how it smelled. I'm not even making that up. Like that's how that theater smelled. Cause this is back when you didn't have like the recliners. This is back when like the seats were kind of plushy, velvety, like cottony. So like if someone like spilled a drink on a seat, you legit had to like get out a vacuum and try to suck it out of the fucking styrofoam, the fucking not styrofoam, the fucking cushion, the cushioning. Yeah, it's really funny, but no, like I've seen people die at the movie theater, like
what?
This. Oh yeah, I don't know if I've told these stories. So there was one.
God.
I punch myself for never remembering this, but an old man was leaving a movie with his wife, and they were older, you know, the couple was older, had to have been 70, 80 plus. I don't know what movie they were seeing, but he legit collapsed in the lobby and just did not get back up.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, there was an entire crowd around him. We were trying to get people to back up and give him space. The wife was going nuts. The security detail, because we had security with us every night, at least one guy, and he immediately called in for an ambulance. The ambulance was there within, I think, 10 minutes, but he was gone in 3, you know?
Damn,
you could just see the
dude.
color. You could just see the color leave him.
Holy crap.
And
oh
then,
my gosh.
And then one day on the way to work, sorry to derail your entire thing. It's just like, if we're talking about like the grossest shit that we've seen at work, this one's definitely up there. I saw a person get absolutely fucking obliterated by a semi truck on the way to work one day. Yeah. So I think it wasn't really paved very well, but I used to use it like a back road to get up to the movie theater. And one day I was using the back road and I just saw someone gunning down the main road. And I don't know what was happening. I don't know if he was doing it on purpose, but I just remember sitting there like as I'm driving up this back road and like you could see it. He's a half a mile off going way too fast down this like kind of main road that I was just perpendicular to. And you can see a semi that has a green light taking a left-hand turn in my direction, and he just went through it.
Oh,
he
Jesus.
went through like the boxcar half of this semi as it was turning. And
oh my God.
And like I legit just saw like body parts.
Oh, dude. Oh, wow.
Like I saw organs, I saw blood, I saw body parts, and I went to work.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this dude got obliterated. Other people had stopped. I went up to someone and I was like, I work over here. Do you want me to call someone? And they were like, no, I already dialed someone. You're good to go. Because there were too many onlookers. This really was like a main road. Like 30 people saw this happen. You know?
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, that was the craziest thing I think I had seen in a job before, was just someone get fucking like through the grinder.
Jeez. None of my experiences like match that. Holy crap.
No, but it's the unexpected, you know, like I cleaned bathrooms too. This just came up in a conversation I had with Alley Cat the other day. It was like, one of the funniest thing about working at that movie theater was I had to clean, like everyone had to take a bathroom cleaning, like once a week we had to switch. And I didn't mind it for the most part. Being a guy meant that I usually had to clean the guys' bathrooms more than the women's. But there was one day where one of the person on our staff couldn't get to the women's, and I had to like rope it off because I'm a dude going in there. So I had to make sure no one was in there. I had to rope it off, and then I had to go in there and clean it. I'm serious when I say this. The women's bathroom will always be messier than the men's. I don't know how.
No.
I don't know how. I don't know why.
Well,
I don't know how. I don't know why. But so many of them miss.
Oh my God.
I'm talking full out dookies on the floor. Like I cannot wrap my head around it. I've had to clean up some shitty toilets, some like shit filled toilets, like toilets that won't flush. Like I've had to plunge someone else's shit before.
Yeah, like shit lasagna.
But let me tell you, not once have I had to. Now that's a Lotsa pasta right there. I have never had to pick up dookie off the floor in a men's room, and I've had to do it way too many times in the women's room.
God damn it. Yep. I used to work for a shoe retail store, and there was brown stuff in the back stairs leading up to our meeting room. Mm-hmm. And we watched the security cameras, and it was some dude from the cafe next door. Obviously a tourist, didn't understand the bathroom was right next to the cafe, but came up our stairs to our meeting room with like liquid shit running out the bottom of his pants.
Had to go.
Going onto each step. And then I ended up cleaning that up.
See, now that's gross.
brave enough to do it. And then there was another time I was a cleaner for a huge major highway being built, and the company had ordered a fresh lot of Filipinos over.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was all fine being like, oh yeah, we could be cousins because I'm half Filipino and como esta and yeah, hello, all that kind of stuff. But because they're also fresh, they shit like Filipinos over here in New Zealand where we have plumbing. So they take a poo like on the floor on toilet paper and then roll it up into a bunch and put it in the
throw
corner.
it in the trash. Yeah. Not even.
And so I was like,
Took boom boom on a leaf.
Yeah, and so I was like swearing in Filipino at all of them, being like, what the f*** is this? You're in this country now. Shut the
Fucking animals.
Puta Maria sa nasa Diyos. Fuck. Outrageous.
That's fantastic.
But yeah, no, the vomit at the brothel was probably my ultimate, wow.
So what is when you mentioned venting, was that the motivation for that story, that writing that process?
Yeah, I kind of realized afterwards, like, why did I pick this and why did I write it out this? And I realized a lot of it was just like being so flabbergasted at the whole thing that, yeah, I guess I kind of realized it was just a piece to help me relieve the pressure of, just letting go of this job that I loved so much.
Yeah.
I love working in the sex industry, Captain. It's so much fun. Even just as a cleaner, you get to know everybody. Yes, you clean up condoms, and sometimes you walk into a room or it's all shit smell because he requested anal.
Yeah. Comes with the territory.
Probably a bit
Quite literally
too much information.
Yeah.
But I love the vibe. It was all, females figuring out how to survive in this fucked up world.
I get it, honestly. And I think there is and I don't even mean to say this in jest or lightly at all. I think a lot of people would probably agree with me in the United States. I think we have an epidemic of sexless men who take out their anger through other means. And I think if we had legalized the sex industry like a long time ago, we wouldn't be dealing with half the shit we're dealing with. I really do mean that. I think if people had an outlet that was clean and accessible, not to mention it would make a fuck ton of money. Like if we're talking about money on the table, like think about everyone who's doing OnlyFans right now who would actually be putting out. It would only be a fraction of them. Probably a quarter of the people who do OnlyFans would be willing to go the extra mile and actually do the harder work for it. But it would still help so many people. Because oh my gosh, yeah. I know incels. Like I know some, and it's like painful to see how angry they are. And it's just like, not only do you just need to fucking get laid, but like you need to chill the fuck out. Yeah, like absolutely. You have such an opinion of women. It is so far gone and so fucked in so many ways. Like think about the people who get married into loveless fucking marriages and then go on to like ruin their lives, their partners' lives, their kids' lives, when all that they needed to do was just get laid. I'm not advocating for having an affair. I'm just saying that if it solves the problem and makes the person like happy again and able to get out of that headspace that like they're ruining everything and might be able to fix some of it if they just fucking got a nut. Yeah. Yeah. I'm all for it, honestly.
It branches out into just companionship as well. Like at least, I don't know, Cuddles. 15% of bookings over a 6-month period will be people just wanting to get like, get a charcuterie board and just hang out. Like they'd make a specific playlist to see, you know, one particular girl that was like their favorite, or they had
I
their
love
pilot's
that.
license, and so they'd book them for 12 hours and get the girl up in the sky and get her to have a go flying a freaking plane. And it was just, you know, spending the amount of time that they would have on, like, say, a typical date.
That's such
and
an
maybe get
alien
ghosted.
thing to the people in my country. They would not be able to wrap their heads around it because we only have escorts and sugar babies, and they're both kind of frowned upon for those reasons, because most of the times people just think they're prostitutes. And like there is such an opinion about that you're only getting something out of it, you know, for surplus, for uncommon reasoning. You know, it's not accessible, it's not welcomed, it's dangerous, it's risky, like it's not maintained, it's not unionized, you know, there's no oversight is what I mean to say.
Yeah.
And it's such a fucking shame. It's such a fucking shame, because I think about all of these fucking losers who like went on to like murder people or gun people down or like shoot up a fucking school or something, and I'm like, holy shit, like, just if they had just gotten laid, maybe they wouldn't have spent all their money on fucking guns and bulletproof vests, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah, somewhere along the lines, pressure needs to be released in a healthy way, and a big step would be legalizing sex work, but
I don't
maybe
know
one
if we'll
day
ever see it in
fellas over
our
there.
lifetime, personally, but I appreciate the other countries that understand that, like, people just got to get a nut.
Yeah,
do
yeah.
it.
Like when I was over in the States, I would have loved to go to a brothel and, you know, just hang out with them and give them money for the hour, but not have any sex or anything.
Just
but
to give someone a
because
break.
it's illegal over there, if I got snapped, I probably, you know, would have a harder time if I ever came back.
Is that so?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the title of your next story. Do you want to explain? You want to explain the meaning of that?
It kind of is just what happens at the end. This one, I kind of just, the title was just, you know, a title to have a title without much thought, and then I focused way too much on the story without rethinking the title. But
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I do like the title.
Okay, cool. Okay, this one I'm a little bit nervous about, so hopefully I read it nicely, but yeah, okay. All right, are you ready for the second story, Captain?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, the second story, everybody, is called Latent Heat. Laurie Hunter was sitting in the middle of her lounge, her shoulders sagged in defeat. She stared at the smouldering old camping pot, now a useless mini pit of wasted herbs and intentions. It was the third time she tried the spell, and nothing happened. Many remnants of paper, scrapbooks, and scattered literature left open in various places surrounded her. She felt the weight of everything that had gone wrong in her life upon her again. She was sure she was so close to getting it right this time. Her determination to make everyone who had done her wrong really feel the karmic burn was making her bitter. Laurie Hunter was a female-presenting fucking weirdo. Shoulder-length hair with faded fake red tones complemented her various facial piercings. She had even pushed her pain threshold a couple weeks back by getting a small brand on her left shoulder at a tattoo and body mod convention. It was a rush to receive searing hot pain and connect with others. Laurie was someone who had blindly gone through life, pushing boundaries, trusting her gut, intuition, and flow of her environment. She learned enough magic to get by, adapted to being a weirdo loner child, and left the rest up to love and chaos. These ultimately led to her downfall as the usual dynamics of manipulators and greedy bosses gladly delighted in her enthusiasm. Now she was 32, spells and intentions backfiring on her, people fat from draining her, and she a walking meat sack of bitterness and unsteady anger. She needed to scrap everything and start from a different angle. She could wait for the right day to correlate with the right energy, the correct hour for the moon placement, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, nah, that's not how she worked. Sometimes she took deep breaths, shook out her legs, pivoted to the left 3 times, and tried again to better success. That's now tomorrow's problem. The best magic happens when you're not thinking about it. There are places the mind can go and travel to. Laurie had somewhat prided herself on delving into otherworldly shenanigans. As she gently itched the healing scar on her shoulder, she contemplated how, with more time and experience, there are other places you can discover. Thousands around the world already lucid dream or remote view hidden places, or read released files from 3-letter agencies about it, or partaken in shamanic experiences. The world of practice, routine, ritual, and regular meditation. Then there are those who live magically and have mostly harnessed a way to call upon those experiences, to seek the Gnostic knowledge on a whim, deep breath, and substance use. Laurie, used to flexing the latter, focused on those feelings as she pondered the universe and how she was to go about this. Maybe she should just shut up and do magic with the right phase of the moon and the hour of a particular planet, correlating intentions with the right blah blah energy. She stared at the crystals on the altar in her lounge, then to the floor where she had the multi-failed spell. Expelling a big exhausted breath, Laurie got up and headed outside to walk it off. Arriving in a small forest near her home, she reached her favorite clearing and sat on a felled pine trunk. She had started coming here when her anger at everyone would become too much. She rolled her shoulders back, making herself comfortable, closed her eyes and focused on her breathing. Falling into the familiar caves of her mind, she let what she considered an inner self stretch and consciousness spread out from her body, out the clearing, out over the trees and the houses of the neighborhood, out into the ether. This was always an elating thing to do, much like astral travel or remote viewing, but fueled by pure conscious will and imagination. Once she reached the sense of being up so high in the white clouds and thin air, Laurie summoned the feeling back down, down, down towards the earth, and settled inside a tree. She felt compressed and safe. Feeling a shell of anxiety slough away, Laurie let go and fell down, down into the earth, into the dark, and further still. She had never traveled too far down, as the idea of the depths bubbled the anxiety again. Get to the fucking core, figure your shit out, girl. A shadow image of a creature who looked like her appeared as she had traveled this path. A woman creature, naked, in the dark cave, long web lines above and behind her. Though this she creature looked like her, Laurie knew it was only reflecting her. Some level of old energy personified in this dimension. This she creature gave Laurie the feelings of primal living, the deep musk of earth, gnawed bones, and fire. Right then, she realized she had gotten so caught up in gut feelings, all the half-assed research and flowing with what felt right. Too much chaos and whimsy, not enough study or routine. Maybe this is what's needed to call in greater power and get shit done. She must invoke a fire god. Laurie always had some success with magic, which involved candles and fire in some respect. She had fiery signs in her birth chart. This made sense. Who is a viable candidate for this? Not one too chaotic, someone controlled enough to be bound and conversate with, according to the rules of the type of ritual Laurie desperately wanted to perform. The self, tucked in these dark depths, opened its eyes and rushed back to Laurie's body. She walked back home with energy in her steps. Back inside, she squatted down at the scattered pile of books in the living room and flipped through an encyclopedia of gods and goddesses. No, 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 Laurie muttered as she flicked through pages of European gods. These are the ones she's more familiar with from childhood, the ones she already had a go at praying to in those scary, lonely nights, all those years ago when her classmates had already decided she was the school weirdo. The words sacrificial fire jumped out from a paragraph as she skim-read. Her eyes darted to the bold header and saw it was for the Greek goddess Hestia. Yes, she said aloud. As the goddess of the sacrificial fire, Hestia receives the first offering at every domestic sacrifice. Here, with Hestia is routine, ritual, and fire. Hestia is the way.
I know of Hestia. Hestia is the goddess of home and hearth. I loved mythology in school. I took as many classes as I could. I am familiar with Hestia, and I like where you're going.
Yay. Cool. Okay. Over the following month, Laurie ruthlessly searched for the old ways and new ways to call upon some of the oldest known gods. She hunted down vintage bookstores, the occult section in libraries, posted in and read online magic groups, seeking as much lore, knowledge, and exact ways others have called upon entities. She practiced drawing small salt circles, lighting candles right on the hour of a planet, on the correct day of a god, and corresponding colors and herbs. She practiced small and bigger spells, noting the rates of success and reactions. She practiced projecting her astral self further down to the Earth's core, breaking through those boundaries of anxiety which held her back for so long. In doing so, she failed to see how obsessed, how hungry she was becoming. Even the shadowed she-creature followed and also traveled further down, feeding off the primal determination and quest for power. In the last week of preparation and the dedication to getting everything just right, she realized the body must be made at the correct frequency. The crystals, placed at the right points of the body, can accelerate and boost the energy needed to invoke the goddess. How could this become obtainable? She could design a dress with pockets? She could use copper wire to house them and adorn herself? Or harnesses to have them in the right spots? Or in the body? A grin slid into her face with this thought. She consulted her madwoman notes on the floor and the more important ones now hastily pinned to the walls around her. The primal, free-flowing ideas were becoming fixed. This determination set boundaries. It became logical. The drive welled up without warning into her chest, making her face widen into a manic grin, releasing a delighted yelp of laugh, and added copper wire to the final list. The remaining days became mere hours. "Get your shit together, girl," she muttered, amongst many more mutterings as she packed her things with one night to go for the right hour and timing to invoke the goddess. Early in the morning, Laurie packed up everything she needed and began the pilgrimage to the woods. She had driven out to the perfect one, which was closest to the right planetary alignment for this special night. She hiked for most of the day, knowing she would know the right place when she saw it. She had at the least given this ritual the chaotic freedom to be guided by the burning desire to demand what she deserved. The yearning has been holding her together, every single thread held by tension. When she did find and felt the perfect space, it was a long, untouched, small clearing. The loneliest part of the woods found her. Behind her were the trees, somewhat shrugged around, giving open sky to see the moon. In front of her, a cliff face with a small cavern, much like a natural hearth. She giggled at the prospect of the goddess being pleased with her choice of invocation and worship. Setting up makeshift bedding and shelter, she undressed and meditated. When it got colder, she gathered sticks and pine cones for the goddess bonfire. She fasted, prayed, set intentions into all of the crystals, and gathered more wood. The night arrived with the last of the setting sun slipping behind the surrounding hills. Laurie stared at the many crystal piles she had sought after. Small, tumbled smooth, jagged, shiny clusters and large, shapely chunks, all aesthetically pleasing, like a mini boutique crystal shop, and she, an eager consumer. Salt, spiced wine, strands of copper, a tree stump she had found earlier to be the altar, a watch to ensure the correct hour, a blade, the athame. She giggled in excitement as she drew the circle and placed everything around her as she stood in the center. Next, the copper she wrapped around her ankles, wrists, waist, and as a wreath around her head. Checking the time on a watch nearby, she took in a deep breath and settled her mind state like she had practiced for the last month. She focused her breath deep down, down, down through the earth, down to the core where the shadow she-creature dwelt, in the primal cave, in the dark, where the lines of web crossed through. The astral self of Laurie faced the shadowed she-creature and held out her hand. The she-creature offered her hand in return, and they connected. The surge of energy created by these two beings coursed through the core of the earth, corrupting the natural flow of the earth's soul. It curved back up through the layers, up to the surface, back to Laurie the beacon. It was guided to the energy points in her glands and flesh and bones, up through the spine to the crown, where the energy created a new flow back down again. It was no longer toroidal, and it was fixed, like an organic yet unnatural feedback loop. She felt elation and an all-over charge like buzzing static. In the light of the bonfire for the goddess, she was ready to physically boost her body, for as below, so above. Laurie grabbed a fistful of the smaller stones and shoved them into her mouth. She choked on some of the ones with points when she swallowed them down dry. She glared at the larger ones and gave a nod to what must be done to achieve becoming a physical beacon. She grabbed the spiced wine and downed the strong liquid to steel her for this moment, then poured the rest out to the fire. With the athame from the stump altar, she cut deep into the sole of her left foot, for starting on the left is activating the feminine side. Gritting her teeth as she urged it in deeper. With increasing labored breath, Laurie took an onyx rubbing stone and pushed it into the deep gash of her foot, because onyx is grounding. Tears filled her eyes, which she quickly blinked away, gasping to normalize her breath over the sharp pain now spreading up her leg. The onyx felt cool and hard as she instinctively tried to curl her toes. Finding a deeper breath and determination on the exhale, she stabbed the blade into her right sole and did the same, but with a large, tumbled, smoky quartz. Laurie continued moving up her body, stab, dig, bleed, push in another crystal, ensuring each stone correlated to the body part. With each push into a deep gash, she felt it become the familiar cold and energized sensation she was used to when she first activated crystals as a young girl. She felt it merge with the created body flow loop and felt it grow like an aura beyond her body. She was in a trance state by the time she reached her throat. She knew she still had to use her voice to invoke Hestia, so she only sliced deep enough to slide a large tumbled turquoise into the flesh pocket and not cut her vocal cords or esophagus. The same was for her third eye. A slice into her forehead and slid an amethyst into the dermal layer, As blood slowly seeped down her face, hands shaking, she grabbed a handful of hair at her crown to hold the skin taut and cut. This one was making her jaw tremble and shoulders tighten. It took some extra effort to reach for a large pointed quartz and fit its base into her hair, onto her skull. She could feel the cold line of energy from her feet up to this last piece, like it was holding her together. Sharpness spread from her crown down the nerves of her back and sacrum. Laurie hobbled and limped as she approached the bonfire, shakily breathing through the sharp stings of cut flesh and movement. She uttered choked gasps as the bulbous grounding stones in her feet were pushed up against what remaining tendons and nerves were holding her feet to her ankles. Hestia, I invoke you, first and last born of the Ancient Ones, keeper of the flame. I call upon you now. I am the hearth which needs your tending. I offer you my blood. I give you my fire. I have completed the hunt of flesh and knowledge. I have read all the stories and drawn the circle. I invoke you to come and hear me now. Her whole body was trembling now, which made her collapse, catching herself with her hands and down on one knee. She realized she was bowing. Trying to steady her breath, she saw the ground beneath her grow hazy and yet brighter than a moment ago. She looked up, and there she was, the goddess Hestia, standing in front of her. The glowing aura around her almost hurt Laurie's eyes as she squinted to get her bearings. The bonfire had grown in height, roaring and crackling in delight at the presence of Hestia. I am the keeper of primal perpetual fire, tamed and fed in my hearth of those worthy. I am Hestia. You have called me down, child, in arrogance and ignorance too loud to ignore. What is your want that you gouge and disfigure yourself so? Any sense of awe Laurie should have had was long gone. The relief this actually worked settled, and she swallowed bloodied saliva to clear her pulsating and pained throat. Hestia, I demand your help. As mother of the hearth, I need the energy of your fire. I need protection. I need the strength to repay those who have betrayed me. I have let many into my heart, my home, and they have all disrespected. Stop, Hestia interrupted. While this visceral display has indeed brought me to you with such strong and loud intentions, your free will here tonight is effective, child. But it is quickly unfolding the more you speak. You have lost sight of who I am, of what I represent. The stories, belief, and energy which sustains my archetype today rejects that which you present to me now. I am effect. Nothing stands against that but the ineffective, and you, child, are ineffective. You create unfolding. You are trembling on the edge of annihilation, tiny child, trying to stand against the polar unities of the mind. What you have created upon yourself to have a higher form bother to appear to you, you demand their power, and that is offensive behavior of filthy creatures. Abhorrent homunculus. Your journey to control this ritual and me is the end of you. I am the mother of the first light. Your pleas I reject. Laurie felt hot tears stream down her face as the heat increased with every word the goddess lashed out. She had no more energy to plead her case. She had no idea her ego and the boundaries set would fall apart like melted plastic when confronted with that which transcends all boundaries. Everything Laurie knew burned. The world went to blazing black and red as her hair curled and sizzled to the follicles. Her scalp split open and she became blinded by her own warm blood oozing down her face. She had done enough, so now she could do nothing. You wanted power to destroy your enemies, child? I give you power to burn in my name. You are your own enemy. You have lost sight of the greater cycle of life. You disrespect yourself and the magic you thought you were achieving. Burn, child, and be undone. Lori felt her flesh bubble and bleed as the bonfire for the goddess enveloped her. Any sense of her body was eradicated as the searing pain all merged into one big everything. Her eyes became too hot, and she could no longer see the wavering figure of Hestia. The smell of burnt hair and charred meat invaded her nostrils. The hot smoke filled her lungs. She stretched her mouth to scream, and no noise came. It belonged to Hestia now. What remained of Lori Hunter was found weeks later when her family and police had organized a larger search party. Scorched crystals glinted in the sun among the ashes of what remained of her body, still smoking in the latent heat. That end.
I have the biggest fucking smile on my face right now.
Yeah!
That was so good.
Really?
I fucking loved it.
Yeah! But what was buzzy, right? So as I pretty much finished and last night, I just checked. I Googled some I was like, is there something in ancient Greek whatever of trying to create synthetic stuff like alchemy? Turns out there fucking was. So basically what I wrote, just on a whim and intuition and repressed feelings or whatever, people back in ancient Greece were doing stuff like beating a calf to death and then putting the carcass on a bed of thyme and cinnamon sticks to see if it would reincarnate and become alive again on a organically synthetic matrix. And that's kind of what Lori Hunter was trying to do. But what I didn't really say in the story was she interrupted the natural toroidal flow of the earth and tried to parasite off it into something different, which pissed off Hestia.
Of course it did. She's not a goddess of vengeance. Why would you beat yourself up to a goddess that would not respect that? It's such a warped perspective. You think you're doing something your entire life for something. And I'm going to bridge this into the main thought I had. You think you're doing something your entire life to live up to a certain standard, to a certain quote unquote light. You have unequivocally no fucking idea what you're doing and how the thing you're worshiping would react to how you are quote unquote interpreting their ideas of worship. And I really do mean that with fire and brimstone Catholicism, with limp dick Christianity, the people, and I'm gonna get on my fucking podium for a second here and make it about the United States again, because that's all I could relate to.
Oh, good.
The amount of people who have Bible verses for bumper stickers, who voted for Trump, who are happy to see families separated and thrown into makeshift prisons before getting deported, are the same people who go to church every Sunday and claim to be Christian.
Right. Jesus would be in there flipping tables.
Fucking shame on you. I feel like, oh my God, the perspective from which you wrote Hestia just being what the fuck, bro? It is it is so relevant. It is so on point. It is, and even better than that, it is tasteful. I had the
So worried
biggest
about this
smile.
one.
I had the biggest fucking smile on my face the entire time you read that. And it's not just because it's you, because it is. It is you, and it's you know, it is unabashedly you. It is fantastic, and you have such a good voice for it. You read that so well, and I could hear how your process happened. And
Okay. Yeah.
and I'm just like, you went to some Clive Barker level places with that. You went to some Book of Blood like level of places with that, and holy shit, am I just like so happy.
Yeah.
So happy with how that came out.
Shit.
I loved that. The body horror was fantastic. The opinion, the search for greatness, the try, like, it really does remind me of, I think there's a fucked up side of it, like Hellraiser 2, when Julia takes the doctor down in front of the fucking endless, the giant fucking rhombus in the sky, and she quote unquote tricks him into being like indoctrinated under the thing's light to being turned into a Cenobite.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know how like the first words out of his mouth when he steps out transformed were, "And to think I hesitated." Like that's the fucking vibe, except disgust. Instead of the god looking down on him and being like, "Yo, bro, you fucked, you need to join the club," this chick looks down on Laurie and just goes, "Nah, you fucked. There is no but, there is no and. Like, you just straight up fucked, and you can die from it because you just straight up did not get it, did not do the homework, did not get the assignment."
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And holy shit.
Oh, yay.
The title is perfect. I don't know why I don't know why you had any doubts about the title. Because it's the last words in your story, but it also means so much to what's going on here. The idea of a latent heat is something that resides under the surface, something that bubbles slowly over time, something that is just unpredictable and cautious. And that's the entire perspective of the story, if not the ending result. It's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah,
fantastic. I loved that sincerely. And I'm not. There are probably, and I haven't read any yet that have disappointed me. There are probably going to be less good stories that I'm going to read with people, and I'm going to tell them to their face that they wrote a piece of shit, and that's going to be okay. I'm not just saying this to like butter you up. I am genuinely impressed with your writing style. I thought your vocabulary was fantastic. I thought the way that you did dialogue was great. I thought you had a lot of alliteration with speaking like down into the depths. Like you had repetitive alliteration, and that's just, it's music at the end of the day. When you're writing, when you have such a talent for writing and you're able to pick up on these little eccentricities in how you say something, you channel it. You find a way to channel it, and it's fantastic. I loved hearing it. I hope everyone else loved hearing it. I thought it was fantastic. I really do. And
awesome.
And
yeah, man, I just want to say real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to say real quick, just a couple of shout outs. I wouldn't say I think tormented, but she enjoyed it. My flatmate, I read parts of the story and the whole story out to her several times to make sure I wasn't going crazy writing the story, and she gave me a lot of constructive feedback. And then my other friend, Brendan Danger Power, he was the one that was like the repetitive down, up. And I was like, oh my God, that's genius, because that's also kind of like how you do spells. You repeat things to try and manifest them. And I held on to that. So thank you to my two friends
Clearly,
Susie Q
great
and
advice.
Brendan who helped me with that. But yes, just also thank you as well for like creating, like suggesting this whole project, and it was a huge help of helping me get out some more. I don't know. I feel like that was what would Toxic Kitty do? Toxic Kitty would cut herself and stick crystals in her body.
That's fantastic. I was literally just gonna ask, do you feel yourself in Lori?
At some points, yes, but at some other points, no, because I have the wherewithal to criticize myself and recheck myself before doing stuff. So yeah, I don't think I would ever go as far as Laurie did. The furthest I have gone, the universe showed me the outcome of it, and it jolted me. So now, if I get real pissed off, I just write names on toilet paper and poo on them.
That's awesome. First off, that's hilarious. No, I think so. I come from a generation of hidden trauma. My trauma was not outwardly. My trauma was not induced by others. My trauma was self-induced. Mentally, I've been to a lot of places. I definitely self-mutilated as an adolescent to get out my feelings, and
Yes, same.
I'm not proud of it, but I think it's something I had to go through to figure myself out. And I think that like when you're growing up and you are coming to terms with the existentialism of your own mortality and you're trying to figure out how to feel about certain things, you just flat out like you don't understand certain outlets for things. Like we were literally just talking about how sex can be an outlet for certain negative energies in your spirit, in your soul, in your body. I had went so long without like ever being hurt. Like I'm gonna knock on wood. I still haven't, I still haven't like broken any bones. I still haven't, been in an accident of great, epic proportions. I actually did knock on wood because I don't want to wish that upon myself.
Yeah, I'm knocking on wood now too.
I appreciate it. No, but the thing is, when you don't have those experiences in your life and you're coming to terms with your emotional like unwell-being, you find ways to make it happen. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to get into it. I don't want to make this about me. You find ways to make these things happen. And I know our generation understands that. I know there are other generations that don't. And I just think that when I see the lengths with which Lori delved, I could see the line. I could see the line of complete self-destruction. And I think, ironically, many people don't toe that, but it makes for a really fun fucking story to conceptualize that. To really, like, that had to have been a way for you to get that out of your system too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We're
that
talking about ventilation.
was
We're talking about relieving of pressure. Like, if this is how you get those feelings out, then holy shit, that's mind blowing. It was fantastic.
Yay. Yeah, it was nice to have a fun creative project to be able to channel that shit into, for sure.
I have other people who've thanked me for suggesting this, and I'm not going to take any credit. I think people are doing exactly what they have to in order to get what they want out of this. I'm leaving my expectations low on purpose because I love to be surprised by what people are capable of, but I'm also thinking that this is still very much the beginning of the process for me, so I'm also leaving room open to be disappointed as fuck. So that when or if something completely derails, I'm able to look in a mirror and say, well, I asked for this.
Yeah.
Because I've already been warned that two people might be writing softcore erotic fan fiction. I might even remove the softcore from that. It might be hardcore as hell. Who knows? Who knows if we'll get there?
Oh my gosh, this is going to be an interesting
I'd prefer to read more of your stuff, to be completely frank.
Oh my gosh.
Is there anything else about your process or anything else about this story that you want to talk about? Because I'm all here for it. Like, you have the space if you want to talk about it.
This Latent Heat story was, I barely did any research. I maybe looked up a few words in a thesaurus towards the end. I looked up the history of synthetic organic stuff, but it was just, I don't even know how to explain it. I don't write stories anymore. I used to as a kid. And this just kind of all fell out from my brain onto the screen. And, you know, sometimes I worked from the top down, sometimes I worked from the bottom down. And then once I did research, once I thought I was finished, it was like I validated myself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's given me a lot more confidence into just accepting the toxic shit that I think and transmuting it, transforming it into something better. So this story was like a more, even though it was slightly gory, slightly psychotic writing, it was a fantastic positive outlet for my brain.
No, it has to be, because I don't think there's nothing immature or edgy about what you just did. You know, it was very sincere. It was genuine. It wasn't coming from a place of trying to push boundaries for boundaries' sake. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. Okay. That's cool. Yeah.
You know what else I'm reminded of a little bit?
What? What's that?
A series I really liked reading with Django Phillips.
Well, which one?
Sin Eater.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, actually. Yeah, legit.
When I think about the literal manifestations of, you know, a quote unquote God, it's really cool. It's really cool that, like, I loved reading that series, and I loved hearing your story, and I just think it's like same coin, different side, you know?
Yeah. I feel that. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say, but just, yeah, it was a really great outlet to explore mutilation.
Well, this is what I'm...
And what that would feel like.
Exactly. And this is what I'll say even moving forward. Don't, and this is for everyone. This is for everyone on the show. This is anyone who's listening. This, like... Do not let this stop here just because I'm not asking for it anymore. Like, like, people who find reasons to write, like, be your own reason. Like, do your own thing. Like, go to those conclusions, jump to those places, because you clearly have a great voice for this. You clearly have a knack for writing. I thought that was a very well-crafted story. And just because I'm not asking for more stories from you doesn't mean that you can't sit down and write another one for me. And we read it on a different episode later down the line. Next time I have you on, you say, hey, I wrote something. I wanted to bring it to the table. How do you feel about going into something different? Anyone has the ability to send me something and say, read this, or come on the show and say, I want to read something. I am fucking here for it, especially if I vetted you already. If you've gone through these fucking flaming hoops for me and you still have the ability to stand up and, you know, wipe the dust off, wipe the scorches off, and pat the fire off of yourself and say I'm ready for round 2, fuck it. Honestly.
Yeah.
Because that was fantastic. Okay. And you can't like, a lot of people who I've been talking to about this process have said, well, I just haven't written in a long time.
Yeah.
You know, there's an element of self-consciousness about having something that they've crafted put back out there. Oh. And the apprehensive, you know, I'm not saying it doesn't deserve to be there, because I'm sure everyone is feeling that to some degree. But I like the things even I've written for myself for this show. I'm just like, yeah, this is good. I don't know why I don't write more. You know, I think we don't need to give ourselves more excuses to do these things. There are outlets. Like, there is no fucking reason that you couldn't post that story on like fucking No Sleep and see if people like it. You know, like it's clearly, you know, clearly I liked it. That means other people are going to like it.
Oh my gosh, yes, because if I did that, then I could be like, you can listen to this episode on Lotsa Pasta episode, blah, blah, blah.
Always giving us the shout out, always pushing the merch. Of course you are.
Cool.
What merch are you wearing right now?
Oh my gosh, I'm actually not today, because it's such a more... It's like randomly a nice sunny day for winter, so I'm in just like normal black velvet witchy summer gear. I'm saying
that facetiously, because you literally just sent me a picture of you wearing Where Am I's hoodie like 3 days ago.
Yeah,
it's hilarious. Oh man.
Yeah, usually I'm always wearing like thermals with a lots of pasta something on top. Yeah.
Always repping. Love you for that.
Yeah. Always.
You had said that there was a brief third thing that you wanted to do.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Because I'm seeing here that the document you sent over like is done. So you must have something else that you...
Yes. So this is just saved in like my email drafts. Mm-hmm. And I didn't send it through. I don't think it's necessary to send it through just because it's such a short thing. I can send it through to you now or after or whatever.
No,
but it's a cute little 1 minute spiel.
I would want to see a copy of it just to have my own credits of it. But if it's not something I'm going to use for the quote unquote compendium, that's okay. You feel free to read it and then send it to me after.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless you're already sending it to me.
I want to read you my last little...
Am I starting at Toxic Fan Sells Lots of Pasta?
Yes.
I'm ready.
All right, everybody, hold on to your buttholes. This is my cute little Toxic Fan Sells Lots of Pasta blurb. Spooky, scary skeletons and send shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight. I only eat my pastas if they're Lotsas, or if you're vegetarian, the devil's lettuce. Have you ever liked something enough that you would tattoo about it? Of course you have. About a podcast. How are your levels of fan behavior? Are you a toxic people pleaser? Have a brain riddled with loud that audio stories help you think or dissociate? Smoke weed? Partake in the reefer? Or if you're vegetarian, the devil's lettuce? Well, have I the podcast for you, 666. This is the podcast where they soberly, very soberly, tell creepy pasta stories they find on the internet. It is also better to listen to if not sober. There in America, they're recording it on a MacBook, an Apple, Big Apple, America, Apple, Johnny Appleseed, seed of doubt, 666 Illuminati confirmed. Mashed potato pasta. Well, welcome. I'm glad you are here, because we have stepped into the pasta zone. Or if you're vegetarian, the beet pasta soon. Boot chicka boot chicka boot. I don't know if this podcast is going to survive to next Christmas, you know? So, like, we're going to live it up. I think we're probably going to stop after 100. That was
I
said
said
in
that
episode
episode 6 of 2 minutes 22 seconds into the episode. Oh my god. I don't know if this podcast is gonna survive to next Christmas, you know, so like we're gonna live it up. I think I'm probably gonna stop after like 100. Holy shit, we're on 300.
Let's be honest. What kind of person are you going to be in 2017? That isn't going to be for. That isn't going to be 420
plays it.
He just had an epiphany, everyone. In 3 years, on April 20th, something really crazy is going to happen. What? You lose your marbles? Oh, what? You lose your marbles, you gain in sight. As soon as I opened the door, I was shocked by what I saw, or more accurately, could see penis, a fat Christmas cock. It was the Grinch, and he had his cock out, and I sucked it, and I sucked all the green glowing slime out, and that's how you get green eggs and ham. 1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. 2 could be as bad as 1, but 3 is really good for me. But 3 is company too. I really think that in any situation, do the drugs. Do not jump off of things to feel thrills. When you've been contemplating, just smoking a joint. I'm not going to preach it, but hallelujah. If that doesn't make your panties grow tight in a twist and needing more, you can get out. Uninstall, kill yourself. Subscribe to Lotsa Pasta now. Redbubble.com/El Capitan Murte. Get your Lotsa Pasta merch now. Now.
Oh my fucking god.
And that was from the first 5 episodes of Lotsa Pasta, everybody.
Oh my god. I'm crying. We actually said some of these things.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I am such a fan as well that I was so stoned, unfortunately, at the time, but I vaguely remember the lost, deleted episode. And I remember how horrible and things were said. That I was like, I had to pause the podcast and be like, oh my god, I can't believe Tenron just said that. I think it was Tenron.
It was, yeah.
So, so cheers to the first 10 episodes. Cheers to the 300th episode. Well done, Karpai, Captain Death. Thank you so much for everything.
You're the fucking best. Thank you so much. This was the highlight. I think this is going to be the funniest thing that someone reads. And it's stuff we've said. It's stuff we said like 8 years ago. Maybe more. Maybe more shit. Oh my god. I started the show in November of 16. So that means we'll be at 9 years this November. Oh
Holy
my
shit.
god.
It's out of it.
I'm not trying to depress you because I have been thinking about, you know, getting to 10 years and being like, okay, that's enough of my time.
No, that's totally fair enough, dude. Honestly. You put in so much work and so many episodes that are, you know, anybody is able to re-listen to over and over. You know, you can stop whenever the fuck you want.
But here's the thing. I like doing it. I like doing it, and there's still so much stuff I want to read, and I keep finding excuses to come back and do more. And like, thank you so much, anyone who's ever subscribed, anyone who has ever sent anything, anyone who has ever bought merch. Thank you so much. That is literally a percentage that ends up in my pocket, and I could not be any more grateful for the fans that I have. Like, seriously, like, I'm talking to Hal, you are the newest subscriber on our Patreon. Even the $5 is like, it means so much. It means so fucking much. And like, it's like the equivalent of a sandwich, you know, like it's the equivalent of like a $1 menu McDonald's item. And still I am just like, I'm flabbergasted that someone is like, here, like Isaiah Isaiah has been following us for fucking years, and he just out of the blue just signed up for the Patreon. And I was like, you don't, I literally emailed him. I was like, you don't have to do this. Like, you've been commenting on stuff on SoundCloud. You've been following for so long. You're replaying stuff. You don't need to do that. And he was like, fuck you, like, deal with it. And like,
Good.
and so was fucking Barbara Manatee. She was like, no. I signed up for the Patreon first before her episode even came. Shout out to $2.99. Before her episode even came out, with the little interview that we didn't even read anything. I just wanted to talk to her. You know, it's like she had already subscribed to the Patreon and she had already bought merch. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, you don't have to do all of that. You're already giving me money somewhere else. You don't have to. And like, here's another thing. If I know you, tell me that you're going to buy merch, because I could go into my account and I could turn a button off that takes my commission out of it and makes it cheaper for you. Just let me know that you're going to do that.
No. The next time I'm going to buy merch, I'm just not even going to tell you, because that's bullshit, Captain.
That's what everyone says, though. And I'm always like, shut up. Like, you don't need to spend $60 on fucking coasters. Like, you don't. If I can make it, like 45, you know, I will, you know. But this is just a thank you. This is a thank you to you. First off, Kitty, you are and have been our #1 fan forever, and you always will be. And I'm so happy to have you here. And like, you don't need to buy any more merch. You don't need to buy any more stickers. You really don't.
I need all of it. I want to wear it. Torus
Oh my god.
Oh my god. No, when I first discovered Lotsa pasta, it helped me get out of a really dark place at the time. So, you know, it's the very least I could do. I'm even sorting out all my music to a different music platform so that I can stop paying them and then have more money to put on the Patreon and buy merch.
Please don't. You've given too much already.
No, all of it.
Oh my god. I'm smiling because it's like there are too many people around me who don't know that I'm doing this, and there are too many people around me who are always surprised when I tell them that I have a podcast, and they say like, well, how long have you been doing that? And I'm like, almost like 8. I said 8 years, and they're just like, what? How have I never like heard this? And I'm like, well, it's not for everyone. You know, like it's like I kind of, you know, you have to be a certain kind of person. And like, I'm always surprised at the amount of people who are just like, no. I want to hear you, share it with me. And it's just like, obviously you don't need to know me to enjoy this, but it's like the amount of people I don't know who enjoy this, who end up reaching out to me to tell me, like, I am not asking for your money. The Patreon is there because it's just a means to an end, and it's another way to put the shit out there, because everyone fucking has one at this point. So it all, it all goes back to the same feedback loop. And it's just like, I feel like I'm sitting here with my fucking like cup out asking for change, and like it could not be further from the truth.
No, don't be ridiculous. With how increasingly fucked everything around the world, including my own country, has gotten, the least, people could do is channel their money towards independent artists and stuff that helps them get through the fucking horrors of reality, and lots of pasta is that.
No, I subscribe to a couple Patreons myself. There are people that I give money to every month just because I love their shit. And it's just like, I get it. I think I'm just kind of in awe that someone thinks that I'm worthy of that.
Fucking A, dude.
I'll take it. I'll take what I can get.
You put the words, you read the words, you put hours and hours of amazing content online, you know, the least you can do is get some money back for your hard work. So fucking A.
Thank you so much, Kitty.
Just take it and feel it. Oh yeah, it feels good.
Every inch.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yay, fabulous.
We're now going to read the next story, and I am here with a new guest to read my next story with. Of course, I am here with Deputy Dewey.
Oh man, Deputy Dewey, let's pause it and then we'll come back on when other people are on.
We'll see. I'm gonna skip this story now.
Nah, it's gonna be fun. Let's do it.
So, the story I wrote for us to read is called The Promotion, and I had this idea after a particularly hard day at work. In my industry, there isn't really an ascendance. There isn't really a management career ladder of any kind. We have a manager, we have a supervisor, we have a president, but at any time, any of those people can leave and the office will still stand. Like, it is what it is. I think the titles are superfluous, at best. They're superficial. So, like, in my head, I don't see the quote-unquote means to an end. And it's like, where am I going to be? Where am I going to end up? And I thought back to a story I read on the show. I feel bad because I don't remember who I read it with. Maybe Midnight Bride, about a person who goes to a Christmas party with their job. And the idea is that if you take a present, it's with the risk that one of the presents has something bad in them.
Gotcha.
So there's like 500 presents on a table. And if you're choosing to take one, it's coming with the risks of one of them might be your undoing.
Here's $1 million. Here's your death.
Correct.
Oh,
So like one person opens up and gets keys to a new vehicle, and their boss is like, "Oh yeah, like look at you got a new car. That's a good one." And then like the main character sees a person pick up another one, and inside of it is like a little black stone, and she starts to scream and cry, and she's like, "You can't do this!" And they literally just fucking killed her like right then on the spot.
Here's the lottery, baby.
And the boss is just like, "Anyway, let's have a good party." Like, like they just move on. And
Pigs
so
in a blanket. Fuck yeah, Barry.
yeah, fuck bacon wrapped scallops. So yeah, I don't hate my job. I don't love my job. I think if anyone were to tell me that I'm good at my job, I would just kind of say like, yeah, you do anything long enough, you'll understand it enough, and like you make do. And I think a lot of what I'm about to read comes from a place of frustration about how it feels to be in an industry that could die at like any fucking moment. And to inform this a little bit, I used to work for CVS Caremark. I used to work as a ladder in one of the biggest ladder industries of management you could possibly fucking find. They have an entire structure on how to get into corporate from warehouse, like it's informed.
Yeah,
so it's like, but it's such a terrible industry, which I'll get into with my opinion here. But it's like, I worked there as a machine operator. I started in warehouse just doing boxes and loads and but then I got into machine operating, which is just under pill filling, and it's just like, I saw the ins and outs of this, and I really do, like, some of the stuff I wrote here is from me, like, working there and seeing how bad things can get. And at the very same time, I was like, we worked overtime. We worked overtime anytime it was offered. Why? Because the pay was good. What would people be willing to do to make a quick buck? And that's where the promotion came from.
Okay.
So I'm going to read the third story I wrote, which is called The Promotion. When I started my new job at Park Avenue Pharmaceuticals as an administrative consultant, I knew that I ironically had my work cut out for me because they were bringing me in to help downsize their staff. The irony being that my work is deciding who is to be cut out. I'm not saying I like my job, and I'm saying even less about it being quote-unquote easy, but if we're all on a figurative boat that's capsizing and I'm more or less hired to help decide who stays and who gets thrown overboard, I have no problem being analytical about it and making the hard call. To me, it all comes down to numbers. It's just as easy for me to say that life itself comes down to numbers. So what you do for work is no different no matter what you do. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not juxtaposing capitalist rhetoric here either. You're not going to hear me saying we're all a part of a system and time equals money equals power, blah, blah, blah. No. I'm saying that someone in my position looks through all of that bullshit and measures you and your worth based on your numbers. I am the one who sees through it all and decides whether those numbers raise you up, define you, or hang over your head in shame. In my line of work, those types of categorical breakdowns come to pass or fail sort of grade, but that's why I'm good at what I do. I'm good at crunching those morsels up and sifting through them with dexterous verve. It's tougher to say that your job is about numbers if you're an author, sure, but when you're looking at a burgeoning page count in your top right-hand corner, you grit your teeth and you damn the amount of words that fill the page. It's tougher to say your job is about numbers if you're a teacher, right? Because kids are our future and no one is looking them at as numbers. Not yet.
I do.
But your tests are numbers. Your grades are numbers. Whether you get to continue or not is numbers. Firefighter, location, depth, time, all numbers. Therapists, how many hours, how many issues, how much baggage, etc. I'd like to think almost any profession can be broken down to numbers in some way, shape, or form. I understand that I'm being obtuse and oversimplifying things, but it's all just to reinforce the fact that most of the things we do and concern ourselves with break down appropriately. Where the meaning of those numbers lie may differ, but most wouldn't be surprised to hear that the throughput of a profession associated with medication is very definitely going to come down to numbers. How many hospitals? How many doctors, how many patients, how many pills in however many bottles is a start. But at my level, it's more so every pharmacist, technician, manager, representative, clerk, worker. They're all on the chopping block, and I might as well be old MacDonald on the animal farm. With a cluck-cluck here and an oink-oink there, I'm going to define whether you go to market. How knowledgeable are you? How fast are you? How often do you fuck something up? All numbers. Janet Alder, Senior Inventory Operations Clerk who has been with Park Avenue Pharmaceuticals core company for 13 years, misses a single pill out of a place in her Parata Max 2 high-speed vial filling machine as it sorts, counts, dispenses, labels, and caps roughly 2 bottles per minute for 120 bottles per hour, 2,880 per day. That bottle that had a different pill slip past the sensors contained a very specific beta blocker type heart medication for an elderly man by the name of Thomas Twyford of Paterson, New Jersey, who ends up not only missing his intended dose but taking the wrong medication entirely, an antidepressant that looks extraordinarily similar and causes his blood pressure to spike, introducing such an acute and unusual amount of stress on his heart, so much so that rapidly develops a blood clot, depriving his heart of oxygen it needs, leading to cardiac arrest, leading to death. This death, Thomas Twyford's life being lost, is on Janet Alder, make no mistake, but this happened 3 years ago in 2022, and she's still working at Park Avenue Pharmaceuticals. Why? Because her value to this company has a mystifying way of outweighing such a cataclysmic event. The mortician's toxicology report will show the antidepressant that old Tom mistook for his medication, and his family will be furious to find out that the machine did see the pill that Janet did not, but raised no alarms for some reason, and it got past the sensors this time, costing Thomas his life. But they won't know that. We'll make sure of it. We'll find a nice way to settle it and keep it out of court, keeping Janet in her job, just like we'll find a nice way of saying pharmaceutical errors like shit happens. No one is perfect. We all make mistakes. And some mistakes we make end up killing people. It's fine. It's okay. We'll blame the machine and we'll move the fuck on. We have a job to do. We have a quota to meet. And we'll be damned if someone is laid out on the tracks while this train keeps chugging along. We'll apologize when we run him the fuck over, claiming negligence only sometimes when we really, really have to. But we'll wipe him off the hood and keep plowing through. This isn't my sentiment, mind you. This is the company's sentiment. Park Avenue Pharmaceuticals, let's just start calling it PAP for short, because I'm already tired of saying the entire thing repeatedly, is the train that will not stop for anyone or anything, and it's run by a cool and calculated son of a bitch named Lawrence Halden. This masterclass engineer is responsible for quote-unquote safe movement of this train, but shit, if Larry doesn't mind busting a few eggs on the way to making his omelet. I guess I was just surprised by the pragmatism of how and why he does it. Personally, I don't think the omelet is worth it after you're seeing how it's made, but that's what the story is about, and that's why I'm here, and that's why Larry gets to keep his hands clean even when the room fills with blood. I first met Lawrence Halden at a conference in New York in April of 2024. Interfex is the leading global pharmaceutical and biotechnology conference in the world, and they get everyone in an industry together to talk about innovation. It's honestly pretty inspiring from a technical perspective. It is the premier event with experts leading the charge, doing panels and networking and promoting up-and-coming concepts. It's a business suit and high fashion, elegant attire type of affair for those who can afford it. But for people like me, it's just another day at the slaughterhouse. Dressed in my CVS Caremark polo with 8 years of management and team lead experience under my belt, I somehow found myself on the receiving end of a technical problem in regards to encrypted files on a flash drive my boss needed for the conference. When he stood up there in front of a panel of owners at his similar professional level and said, "Zach, I need your help," it was a beautiful call to action unlike I've ever witnessed. I was able to crack through his concerns before he could properly voice them out loud, breaking down who was responsible for what aspects of our presentation on drug device combination products in tandem with continuous manufacturing automation in fill finish lines. A lot of this probably just sounds like mumbo jumbo to you, but let's just say I caught someone's eye even within all the malarkey. In the back of the room, watching me with a glass of water in his manicured hand, was Lawrence Halden. Ever the gentleman, he waited until the presentation was over and my boss was out of the room before he approached me. I was also responsible for packing up our things with my team at the end of the day, so color me surprised when I saw him lingering around our staff, patiently observing me from a distance. Bent over, packing supplies into a hard case, sweat starting to pool through my polycotton blend, I heard someone approach me from behind. "Care for a drink, Zach?" the low voice said. As I turned to meet this figure of opulence and authority, the first thing I noticed were his shoes, classic white Adidas with the signature 3 black stripes matching his dark trimmed suit. No name tag, no tie. Probably trying to look younger than he is, with his hair coiffed in a silvered undercut fade. Larry struck me as one of the more casually dressed owners at the conference. In fact, I didn't even think he was an owner based on his appearance, and I could see that he could see that I had no idea who he was. This middle-aged man stood before me, glass in hand, no ice, but the condensation spoke to a coldness that matched his cool delivery. "No, sorry, I'm all right," I said, trying not to make eye contact too long like someone staring into the sun, because prolonged amount of exposure might damage the retina. "Just trying to finish this up so I can..." "This is natural spring water from the north coast of Tasmania," he said, forcing the glass into my hand. "And from the minute I tried it, I thought it was the most refreshing water I've ever tasted in my entire life. In fact, I loved it so much, I bought the entire company and I take a bottle with me wherever I go. I would even go so far to wager that a case of this water is probably worth more than your monthly rent. Consider this a token from my own personal supply." He finished with a wry, if not forcible, smile. I paused. holding the cup from my crouched position, doing a comedic double take on the glass and its contents before finally straining myself to stand and meet his gaze. An equally cold bead of sweat cascaded down my lower back as I stood and stared at the glass for a beat. "You're working up a sweat," he smiled through his perfect white teeth with an unsettling lack of color. "You deserve to take a break." "I'm sorry, do I?" "No, I'm sorry. I usually don't do this, and I usually hate conferences like this, but something about your work today struck a sort of predatory nerve within me. Animalistic, purely." He laughed. "The way you swooped in and did your boss's job for him in front of everyone in this room earlier was some seriously admirable stuff. And by the looks of it, you're not seeing half of what you're worth, and if you're the one who's still cleaning up after everyone else is gone." How do I even respond to that? I thought to myself as I brought the glass to my lips for the first time and tasted his expensive-ass water. It was good. It was cool. It was the perfect temperature, you know? Just above room temp, but not too cold to hurt your teeth. It tasted clean. It tasted fresh. It was probably the best water I've ever tasted, but it was also just water. While I'm not someone to look gift water in the mouth, I'm sure even the poorest person in the hottest part of the world would drink out of a puddle in the dirt if they had to. Look, I appreciate the drink, but I'm Lawrence Halden, owner and CEO of Park Avenue Pharmaceuticals, but you can call me Larry. I'm being sponsored here, and I'm probably late for my panel already, but I just had to give you my card. Pulling it from his inside jacket pocket, passing it from his hand to mine. "You shouldn't be working conferences with a team of haulers and carriers. When I look at you, I see your drive. I see your fire. I see your ability to make decisions quick and collected, and I'll be damned if I don't see in you something I saw in myself 20-some-odd years ago. I'm good at stuff like this. Reading between the lines, and getting down to the really dirty shit to weed out what makes a person really work. I know your boss, I know you're local, and I know that I could pay you more. We have a new build coming to Cliffside Park, and I'm going to need some fresh blood to liven the place. Think about it." Like some kind of gratifying pixie spirit, he floated through the door back onto the conference floor, a team of people waiting for him just outside the room, waiting on his beck and call. A whirlwind of emotions swept through me that moment the door closed behind them. It's not like every day that a billionaire notices you, or that you even get a chance at an elevator pitch in front of one. Hell, I didn't even need to talk. There was no pitch. I acted when action was necessary. I did my job. And the more I look back on this moment with scrutiny, I start to judge it for different reasons. Maybe he just really liked the cut of my jib, or maybe he was looking for more meat to throw into the grinder. I know now that it was a little bit of both, but the hindsight is still earth-shattering to me. I never played sports, but I know a recruiter when I see one. I was sold. Within the year, I was working directly under Lawrence Halden as his administrative consultant at the exact location he mentioned to me that day, Cliffside Park, New Jersey. Just outside of Manhattan, at about a prime real estate as prime real estate can get, with all the wealth coming over from the bridge, and none of the New York taxes, the way I'm sure God and Larry liked it. I've spent every morning over the last 2 years on a Zoom call with Larry, who is always broadcasting from his fleet of private cars, or fleet of private jets, or any of his labyrinthine mansions across the globe. On these calls are always a few key staff worth mentioning, so I'll sum them up here quickly. Tim Brockhart, Chief Pharmacy Technician with eyes and ears on all machines and ops positions. Lead Supervising Technician Gail Ristoff, under Tim in just about everything he does. Warehouse Manager Charles Stosh, and his second Assistant Warehouse Manager George Half, who make sure all import and export positions remain on the up and up. Then there's the associate and office side of things, where I land as Zachary Tillman, administrative consultant, and with me, Bradley Airing, Chief Technology Officer, and Chief Customer Officer Megan Wallen, to help command our managers in everything we do. We mostly keep to our own departments, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a big fan of my personal team, as Brad and Megan are genuinely good people and I'm happy to work alongside them. Brad constantly has to prove himself every day, as it's his personal job to oversee the development and implementation of technology within PAC. And Megan, I pity, as she's on the front line of ensuring customer needs and overall customer satisfaction from a corporate perspective, while still keeping a central focus on our internal operations. So, that situation with Janet Alder and Thomas Twyford I previously mentioned, that came down to Megan. Listen, before I go any further, I want to make a point to say that we all like our jobs, but I wouldn't say we love them due to the moral quandary we often find ourselves in a job like this, healthcare related. Someone in Larry's position benefits off of the literal blood, sweat, and tears of millions of people, not just his workers, but ordinary citizens forced to buy inflated products just to stay alive, and he's the one who reaps all the rewards. The rest barely divides and trickles down. By the time it gets to people like me, Brad, and Megan, it's a modest sum, enough to make us comfortable, but we're not living like Larry either. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to sit here and juxtapose capitalist rhetoric, but it's worth mentioning that I think everyone working with me at Cliffside Park's branch could use more money. Pharmaceutical companies in the United States of America are often regarded as one of the most universally loathed sectors of healthcare, with negative public perception doing us almost no favors at all. We're all seeing the high drug prices. We're all seeing the opioid crisis. We're all seeing the industry's lobbying descent. I'm not trying to make anyone think otherwise. What I'm trying to say, however, is we are all just regular people underneath Lawrence Halden. I live alone. I have a cat and a modest one-bedroom apartment in Jersey City, but I know Brad has a family that even he is struggling to put away money into college funds for. And Megan, bless her soul, she's new to all of this, and I know she's freshly divorced, a single parent from a completely different state, and it's a lot to drop everything and take on a leading customer service job at a company like this. It is incredibly important for me to convey that we are all just simple people trying to get through our days here, and today is different. No amount of warning could have prepared me for what I was about to walk into. As D shift came in to take over for last night's C shift, everyone was still huddled around the proverbial water cooler. Even the warehouse staff had stopped what they were doing to take a gander at their emails. It was like time had stopped, where a national tragedy just occurred, and everyone was witnessing something monumental all at the same time. It wasn't until I got upstairs to Brad's office that I noticed even he was sitting slack-jawed in his office chair, agape at his screen. Rounding his desk to get eyes on it myself, I began to read. An interdepartmental memo went out to all shifts this morning at 9 a.m. sharp, addressed by Lawrence Halden himself. A promotion was in question, as the tagline to the subject head of the memo stated it, but the way he phrased it, it might as well been called quote-unquote Stairway to Heaven, and we all would have bought it. 2. All staff, warehouse, customer service, IT, and supporting associates. Date, June 9th, 2025. Subject, internal promotion opportunity. Dear Park Avenue staff, I'm excited to share an important update regarding an internal growth opportunity within Park Avenue Pharmaceuticals' new Cliffside Park location. As part of our ongoing commitment to recognizing talent and investing in ourselves, I am pleased to announce that a new job title, accompanied with a hefty increase in salary pay raise, is now available to qualified employees across all departments. The opportunity includes a new role with express optimization for supervisory and coordination directly under me as head of staff, logistics, and development. Internal training and support will be provided upon succession of the new role by yours truly, but I want to make it clear that I believe this great talent already resides here. I am proudly to offer this path for career advancement, nurtured from within our already glowing team of qualified individuals. If you're ready to take the next step in your career, I encourage you to apply. Do not submit your resume, as it will not be needed. Instead, report to the conference and event room on floor 8 this Friday, June 13th, 2025 at 5 p.m. for a 1-hour meeting. I look forward to seeing all of you soon, and what wonderful things we'll do together. Signed, Lawrence Halden, owner and CEO.
Let's go.
It was weird, to say the least. There was no barrier to the opportunity placed, implying that anyone here, even the custodial staff, is able to apply for a direct leadership position underneath Larry himself. There was no description of the job requirements outside of generalized flavor text meant to check boxes and strike up intrigue, and if that was the intention, then he nailed it. Almost everyone I came into contact with for the rest of the day was spouting off how the email sounded like an opportunity of a lifetime, and I bet you couldn't find a single person there to say it sounded too good to be true, outside of Brad.
I just don't get it.
Brad started.
If he wanted to hire someone specific, he could have had his pick of the litter.
He shrugged.
I mean, look at us. Most of us have been with him for 2 or 3 years at this point. Some even longer from other facilities. He knows what each of us are capable of. Some of us, like Megan, have even moved here from across the country to come and work for him. Or you, leaving a cushy job at a competing company. I simply don't get it. Promotions of this scale just don't work this way.
Meg shrugged back, sitting in a chair across from Brad's desk. I think he's trying to tell us not to overthink it like that, looking back at me in Brad's doorway for my opinion. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that he'd just reach out to you if he wanted something from you, right? He's had no problem doing that for literally anything else ever, I answered. Exactly. This is something else. This is the fucking chocolate factory, Meg pointed to Brad now, a smile beginning to crease her lips. Meeting her with a blank stare, refusing to take the bait, Brad rolled his eyes.
There's no such thing as a golden ticket, Megan. And as a reminder, you work at a pharmaceutical company. It's like the fucking direct opposite of chocolate.
Chocolate has saved my life many times, I said with a smirk that Meg reciprocated. Besides, if this is some psyop to boost company morale, it's working. Look at this place. It's abuzz with potential. You could feel it in the air. Even the guys running the machines in the warehouses are talking about going out for it. It feels like America's Got Talent in here. It's kind of ridiculous, but it's also kind of cool. As I imagine being handed a comically large blank check and use it to buy a brand new car that's way out of my budget.
Go in there, show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
I hear you as loud as I hear the dollar signs everyone else is seeing.
Brad said.
I know I owe it to my family to try and hear the proposition out. But I honestly can't bear the weight of any more added responsibility here. I already do so much that I feel my hair falling out.
Even if it added a couple more zeros to the end of your salary? Meg inquired. Yeah, I mean, I think hair plugs are super affordable for people with disposable income, I echoed.
I'm trying not to get swept up in it, guys. It sounds nice on paper. I give you that. But something about it smells off.
Brad said, his eyes going back to his computer to focus on his work. Well, you should still come and hear him out. Meg answered Brad, but turned to look at me. You're going to the meeting on Friday, right? Yeah, I mean, what else am I gonna do on a Friday night? Go see a movie? I smiled. Got nothing better to do. So it's a date then, she says with a wink that makes me blush and look at my feet.
I'll talk to Linda and see what she thinks about it. But I'm not holding my breath.
Brad finished. And just like that, the whole company was talking. Surely a succession of this size was alluding to something instrumental in Larry's life. What was it that was going on that made him think that now is the time to bring someone under him as a mentor? Why share the wealth? Why now? Conspiracy theories started to pop up around the office as the day went on. People were saying that old Lawrence Halden never married, never had kids of his own, was only going to get older. He's looking inward for his legacy plans in the event of his sudden demise, and that was the first step in as many as a way to leave one of his companies in capable hands. Others were saying it was nothing but a strategic point of business-savvy options that would go on to free up Larry to procure other businesses and take lateral financial steps into other industries, something he's already done and talks about often. Others were spreading rumors that Larry had found himself in hot water with the federal government via insider trading, and that this was going to be a play to leave it all on someone else as a scapegoat to save his own ass. I think my favorite theory I personally heard was just that good old Larry was bored, and this is what he did for fun.
Linda didn't like the sound of that either.
Brad bit into his sandwich on his lunch break the next day.
Sounding to her like I add some more stress to me, and that more stress is the last thing I need. Even if it was to relieve some financial strain in the long term.
I get that, I responded through a bag of chips. I'll let you know what it's all about after, because Meg and I are still planning to check it out. I've heard from other departments too. Tim wants nothing to do with it either, so you're not the only one. Gail is going to be there, but she's talking to some of the pharmacists about it, and they mostly feel out of their depth. Chuck and George are in, but they do everything together, as do most of their warehouse staff. Some of the accounting people are up in arms about it because Seth is making them all show up. Maybe to make them seem bigger than they are, I don't know.
I hate that guy.
Brad winces through his pastrami on rye.
He doesn't even know when to shut up.
Yeah, there's definitely something off about him, but he's good with numbers.
Yeah, numbers. We all know about the numbers.
Brad stops chewing for a minute.
Why weren't you just given to the accountants if you were always going to go on about the numbers? Why did Larry even know what he was doing when he made you a consultant?
I think he knew more than I did. I helped with accounting in my last job too, I replied.
What didn't you do there?
Run fast enough? I laughed. I guess I just try to help anywhere I can, despite Seth's best efforts within his own department, I replied. I mean, I know I'm good at seeing past the figures and helping someone grow despite them, or knowing when something isn't working and no amount of math is going to change it. Something about making the hard decisions with accountants don't have to make is probably why I do what I do. Analytical, sure. Workload, similar. I think the problem solving is different though. My job ultimately comes down to people, no matter how much I wax on about their numbers, and problem solving people is always going to be harder than problem solving numbers.
It's like they say, accounting is easy when you don't know what you're doing, and difficult when you do.
Brad laughed with his mouth full, crumbs spilling out. As Seth glares at us from his office, probably hearing Brad's joke from across the sea of desks between us, I notice several suited men escorting construction workers in hard hats enter our floor from the elevator lobby. The suited men I don't recognize, but they stop and point at several sections of the ceiling and specific people's offices, speaking in hushed whispers before continuing their tour toward the stairwell and proceeding upstairs to the topmost floor of our building, the 8th floor, only accessible from an interior stairwell on our floor. Heavy footsteps are heard traversing the entire hallway above us, and doors are swung, shut, slammed, before screaming and yelling is heard echoing down at us. Silence falls over the associate floor, and most of the people still on the phone either hang up or hold a hand in front of their mouthpiece receiver, standing up and looking around to see if anyone has anything to say about what they just heard. Brad just about chokes on his food before looking at me, but I'm already outside his office on my way to the stairwell when the same crew of suits and hats comes back down to the stairs and re-enter our floor laughing. "Sorry about that, folks." A bespectacled man amongst the suits starts with a smile, leading the pack. "It's always awkward to try and test volume in a setting like this. You never know how far or how loud it's going to sound is going to travel, and based on your surprised expressions, I take it the soundproofing on level 8 isn't exactly up to snuff." He laughs. "That's what this group is here for," pointing at the crew of construction workers behind him. "So we're going to work on reinforcing the 8th floor as the week goes on, leading up to Mr. Halden's arrival. He contacted us to make sure all the work is done before the meeting on Friday, so you can rest assured that we're going to try and stay out of your hair as much as possible as we get things updated before then." "I'm sorry, who are you?" I ask in front of at least 30 other curious associates who've stopped what they're doing to hear the announcement. "My name is Mr. Alverson, and I work for Mr. Halden as an independent private contractor and liaison. He's requested that I bring in a team to finish updating the boardroom on the 8th floor for your upcoming meeting." "And what is it that needs to be updated exactly?" "Aren't you a bit of a nosy Nelly?" he laughs.
Not that I feel the need to explain the explicit instructions I've received from your boss, but the 8th floor maximum capacity limitations are seriously under code if we're to have any sort of company-wide meeting up there. It's not like we're turning it into a penthouse, or are you thinking we should host Mr. Halden in the warehouse instead? Giving me no time to respond and cutting any response I could have figured short, simply put, when this building was purchased, the load-bearing capacity was not a concern that it is now. We have to reinforce the flooring, check with maintenance on lighting and HVAC ventilation systems, and open up the floor to be better suited for the correct occupational congregation, which means taking out a few walls and doors and getting new ones built up there in as soon as possible. Walking past me now, Mr. Halden has granted me complete autonomous authority in these regards to get this done, so we'll be working throughout the night over the course of the next 48 hours to get the board's room integrity to the standard Mr. Halden has come to expect from us. Now addressing not just me, but the entire room. Please excuse us, everyone, as we certainly have a lot of work to prepare for Mr. Halden's arrival, but, like I said, we'll try to stay out of your way as much as possible. Walking back past everyone toward the elevator on the other side of the floor, I met with a smug expression from Seth, now leaning out of his office. Looks like you weren't consulted on this one, eh, Zach? Not a part of the project management this time around?
Shut up, Seth. No one likes you.
Brad butts in from behind me.
Besides, do we look like construction workers to you? Since when does internal administration have anything to do with tearing walls down?
Go back to your computer, Brad. Seth chuckles to himself, now turning around and going back to his own computer in his own office.
It was a rhetorical question.
Brad retorts.
Jackass.
Under his breath.
I hate to say it, but he does have a point.
He leans into me and puts me back into his office and away from Seth or any other prying eyes and ears on our floor.
Why weren't you told about this?
Must be above my pay grade, I shrug. Who were those guys? Megan appears outside Brad's office from the stairwell that runs perpendicular to the elevator she no doubt saw the men disappear into just now. They looked serious.
Yeah, you missed it.
Brad laughs.
Zach here just got checked in front of the entire team. But don't let Seth hear. He sucks.
Shut up, Brad, I interrupted. Apparently Larry wants the 8th floor to be updated before his arrival. It's not a big deal. He's probably just peacocking to raise the hype, just like the memo. Well, that sounds neat. Did they say what they were doing? Meg asked. It sounded like mostly support work, right? I answered, turning to Brad. Something about integrity, capacity limitations?
I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. To be honest, I stopped caring after the screaming.
Brad, already uninterested in going back to his work at his desk. Screaming? Meg interjects, looking between us for clarity. Yelling, volume check for soundproofing. It's weird, but it's not surprising knowing the usual pomp and circumstance Larry enjoys. Turning back to Brad. You've been to the parties.
You're not missing anything.
Brad rolls his eyes.
Loud music, drunk people everywhere, a boatload of ass kissing.
Meg's pager goes off, calling her back down to the 6th floor to hop on a call. So, a regular day at the races, she smiles. I'm gonna start spreading a rumor that we're throwing a rager on Friday. Compliments to Mr. Halden. Don't be surprised when you hear it. And with a wink, she's off, back towards the stairwell. Are the parties really that bad? I ask.
You've told me before that Larry got you with the water talk, right?
Brad asks. I nod.
Imagine that, but with the exquisite casks of bourbon-aged and charred oak barrels made from Rip Van Winkle himself, straight from Kentucky.
Doing a bad impression of Larry all the while. Okay, yeah, enough said. And back to my desk to finish my chips and ponder what Lawrence Halden might be cooking up for Friday night. The next 2 days were filled with peculiar spectacle, as our floor was on the receiving end of what you'd probably better expect at the shipping and receiving desks in the warehouse. Trucks carrying tens of men, carrying crates of tools and cases of materials up and down the stairs to the 8th floor from our elevator on the 7th. Hammering, welding, sawing, heard for almost a continuous 48 hours, as Mr. Alvison attested to. When I came in on Wednesday, it was already in full swing. When I left on Wednesday, it was still moving like a finely tuned machine. Workers milling about like ants in a row, coming to and from the elevator in a continuous flow. When I came in on Thursday, there were more materials being brought up in front of all of us. Huge glass panes, new doors with electrical utilities, you name it. He might have said that they're not building a penthouse up there, but this stuff struck me as state-of-the-art, and I can only assume Larry spared no expense. I didn't see Alverson until I was leaving Thursday night, but when I met his glance with cursory inquisition, he walked past me like I wasn't even there, not even a blink, nor a movement of his eye in my direction. The same kind of cold efficiency I've come to expect from Mr. Halden was felt right then and there, so cold it sent a chill down my spine. I woke up Friday morning feeling cautious but excited. Not that it's hard to admit this, as I don't want anyone to think of me any sort of way for having said it, but I already ran the numbers on everyone I know going to the meeting tonight, and it's frankly going to come down to me, Seth, Gail, or Megan. Gail has the most experience. She's been working under Tim since PAP was created, and that's 10 more years than anyone else in contention, and that puts her above almost anyone else purely from a loyalty standpoint. Meg has bailed PAP out of so many bad customer-client situations, she is just an obvious choice to be a level-headed leader of any organization from an interpersonal standpoint. Seth, as much as I hate to say it, is good at his job and would be the best analytical choice because Larry likes him and it's clear he'd be able to run a business of this size from a logistics standpoint. They each have a 22 to 23% chance of being picked to take on this new title. I, on the other hand, have a 31 to 34% chance. I've climbed the ranks of PAP faster than anyone else that works here. I've reported directly to Larry the entire time I've been here, and I'm the only one with complete knowledge of all departments under PAP's roof. People like me. People trust me. Seth isn't good with people like I am, and most people don't like him or trust him. Meg is liked and trusted by many, but she simply doesn't know as much as Gail and I do. Gail's the only other direct competition I have, but experience only gets her so far, and the pharmacists don't run this place, the associates do. My team does. The reason I'm excited is because I think this is basically a shoo-in for me from a career growth standpoint. The reason I'm cautious is because I think I have a target on my back. If I'm smart enough to see it, other people probably do too, and for that reason, I have to be extraordinarily careful about how I present myself today at tonight's meeting. When I walked out onto the floor and saw Seth glaring in Brad's direction, I immediately knew something was up before the day had even started. Brad was wearing his nicest looking suit, and a pit started to form in my stomach right then and there.
I know,
Brad began.
I know how it looks, but I'm not going out for the position. I just want to go to the meeting and see Mr. Halden. I've been working for him long enough to know what that impression means. I've been working for him long enough to know that impression means a lot. And I want him to remember that I'm here. And...
You don't have to explain yourself to me, man, I interrupted. I told you before that I think you should go out for it, and honestly, you're the only other person at my level that I respect getting it. Ouch, Megan interjects from behind me. Just when I thought we were getting somewhere, between the office flirting and the interest in my personal life, she smiles, but I can tell there's a sincerity in the words of her disappointment. Now I don't know if I want my son to meet you. Not even if I become Mr. Big Pap Hotshot Title and Chief of Operations? I joke, maybe a little too close to home, back at her.
Enough, you two.
Brad stifles.
Cut it out. Not here, not in my office.
I'm only here to let you guys know that all heads are actually being requested to come to the meeting tonight, regardless of involvement, so I'm glad you packed the fresh suit, bub.
What are you talking about?
Brad shot back. New update to the promotion. A memo just came out as soon as I imagined he knew Zach would be in the office. We were all CC'd in. He wants all department heads at the meeting tonight. Meg swung around Brad's desk and pointed out the email that no doubt came in at 9 sharp, just like the original memo. You might be getting the promotion whether you like it or not, I laughed and patted Brad on the back. Tim's already pissed, Meg laughed back. He keeps saying that he doesn't have time for this shit.
I really don't either.
Brad says, his brow starting to noticeably sweat.
I was going to come tonight just to say hi. I don't want to be dragged into this forcibly.
Ain't that just the way? Meg finger guns on her way out Brad's door. I've got my eye on you, Tex. The last imaginary bullet shot squarely at me.
This is just great.
Brad blots his forehead with a handkerchief from his inside coat pocket.
Now I have to call Linda and cancel our dinner plans. And we just got the kid's babysitter. Excuse me.
On his way out the door. It's at this point I notice how quiet everything is. The construction must have finished at some point last night, and as I look around the office, I see almost all of the sales associates are dolled up. More than 60% of them, at least. Seth's department is dressed to the nines, the whole lot of them. I didn't see Meg's floor or the warehouse, but I'm starting to think this is more like America's Got Talent than I initially envisioned. At this rate, I'd like to say half the entire company is going out for the promotion, and I smile. This is exactly the kind of crazy shit that got me to come and work for Larry in the first place. Like Brad pointed out earlier, it's the water talk all over again. You hold something shiny up in front of everyone and you put it on a pedestal and make it feel like it's within reach. It's not like I can be surprised to see everyone reaching for it. When else are you going to be given an opportunity like this? The day moved begrudgingly slow toward the 5 p.m. mark, and I noticed a distinct spatial acuity start to set in. Brad and Megan are being distant, and neither took their lunch breaks with me like they usually do. Maybe the stress is already getting to Brad. Maybe what I said about Megan not being a serious candidate earlier upset her. No one from warehouse has asked for anything, which isn't surprising but feels rare. Even Seth is keeping to himself. His office door has been closed all day. We're all on our best behavior, it seems. Around noon, the stairwell opens, and who steps out but Lawrence Halden, flanked by men in suits, including Mr. Alverson in tow. He waves to everyone like he's on a Thanksgiving Day float at the Macy's parade, but no one is taking pictures or approaching him, so it's all kinda awkward. The men behind him are carrying bulky cases of equipment and portable file carriers, so we know they're here to do work. I can tell right now that most of our staff haven't even met him before, so they didn't even know who he was, and before I could get my foot out of the door, Seth was already there, groveling at his feet. With a polite wave back from my office door, I let Larry have his space and beat Seth off of him on his way to the 8th floor. I see Brad at his door doing the same, albeit more clumsily, when we make eye contact and smile. A laugh is silently shared from 12 feet away. Yeah, Brad gets it. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and even when he thinks he doesn't, I'd be happy if he were my new boss. Before Mr. Halden even gets to the 8th floor doorway, Mr. Alverson finally stops Seth from coming with them, leaving Seth on the receiving end of a closed door to the face. This causes Brad and I to laugh again, but Brad at least has the wherewithal to hide his smirk behind a coffee mug, whereas I'm just laughing at Seth right there in front of everyone. He flips me the bird before assertively walking back to his office and slamming the door, but I pay no mind. Ass-kissing isn't going to win you this one, Seth. That should be fairly obvious now. I keep my eyes on the 8th floor doorway for an hour or two through the afternoon, but Mr. Halden and his crew don't come back down. Whatever is going on up there, we don't hear it, and it's far more time-consuming than I've ever known Larry to be. As 4 p.m. rolls around, I admit I'm starting to get nervous. I find myself on my 5th return to our floor's water cooler in the break room when I catch Brad finally come out of his office and walk up to his team. After speaking with them, he waves me over and leans in to say something without getting too much attention.
I'm letting the rest of the team go for the day, early, so that there's less people up here before the 5 p.m. hour rolls around. Whoever you see staying is staying, and we're all going to head up together a quarter before. You want to come with?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I hesitated. You mind if I tell Megan the same? And Brad rolls his eyes, but laughs.
Yeah, I guess you're going to announce it to any other department. It might as well be the one below us, too. Sure.
He breaks off from me just as he sees Seth come to his door, heading back to his office. Seth goes to open his door and say something, but I break eye contact and head toward the stairwell that runs perpendicular to the elevator lobby, accessing all other floors in our building from ground to 7. When I'm in the stairwell heading down to 6 from 7, I hear the door below open, and I'm not at all surprised to see Megan on her way up to 7 from 6. I laugh when I see her, and she laughs when she sees me, but it's short-lived when she cuts through the tension between us. It's just me. I only have a couple other people coming up in a little bit. You seem disappointed. You sounded so excited earlier, I said. I think I may have spooked him a little bit, she starts. And I'm not gonna lie, but what you said earlier may have helped with a little bit of resolve between them. What? Megan, you have a good point, though. There are tons of people more equipped than me to get this promotion. It's not like anyone else from customer service even wants the title or is worthy of it in the view of your eyes anyway. That's not what I meant. It is, though, and that's okay. You're just being you, doing the statistics and the analysis. No, I mean that you do have a chance of getting it. Oh, I know I do. That's why I'm still going to the meeting, she grinned. I even wore this nice dress and everything. She flourishes it with a spin. I know, it's nice. I like it. I know you do. You've told me before, Mr. Pap, consultant, hotshot guy. Stop with the hotshot talk. It's cringy as hell, I blush. Well, maybe I'm cringy as hell, she says, walking past me and up towards the 7th floor. Is that what your son tells you? I don't know. I'd say you could ask him, but you'll probably never meet him. She smiles, winks, and holds the door I came through back open for me. That's a shame. He has a really cool mom. I smile back. Oh, he knows. As the door shuts behind us. I'm reminded of Megan's tenacity as we go towards Brad's office together. I'm tempted to take her hand and say something sweet, but I don't want to push it. She's a few years older than me. She's freshly divorced, and even though Brad makes fun of us for flirting at the office, I hope she knows that I do like her. I want to tell her sometimes, but I'm always reminded of my professional duties and try not to get those feelings miscommunicated when I'm here. Those duties come full into view as the 8th floor door opens and Mr. Alverson props it open before disappearing back into the short stairwell to the top floor. Seth and his team are already filing through the door before we even get to Brad's office, but I don't mind. It's not like this is a race or some sort of competition. I don't want these feelings to be snuffed out immediately, so I make a promise to myself as we get Brad from his office and head up with our departments. No matter which way this goes, I'm going to talk with Megan after this and let her know how I feel about her. When we exit the dark stairwell and come to face a new harsh fluorescent light grid ceiling on an almost cramped interior gray hallway, I realize we're in the back of a line about 100 people deep, which is about half of our entire company smushed into the single hallway. At the front of the line is Mr. Alverson standing behind Mr. Halden at a pop-up table with 2 of his suited men, a door behind them and a door on the right. I'm seeing firsthand now that people are giving a clipboard and signing a long, expansive contract of some kind, and those that are approved are sent into the room on the right. Everyone else is being told no and to go home, which is new to me because I thought everyone was welcome. Seth, now at the front of the line, is literally arguing with Mr. Halden about being one of the people who was told no. I've worked for you for 8 years. I came here for you as a favor, Larry. You can't do this to me. I can, and I am, Mr. Riordan, and I don't want to have to explain myself any further. Larry coolly responds from his seat, glass of water in hand. Why? Why not? Am I not capable? You're incredibly capable. Mr. Halden looks to Mr. Alverson, who shrugs in response. I just hadn't considered you for this position. Alverson leans in and whispers something into Halden's ear that makes him chuckle. But now that I see how much this means to you, I've come to reconsider your ambition. Hand him a clipboard. Let him pass. To which Alverson and his men abate.
Did you hear that?
Brad stands shocked, wiping saliva from the corner of his mouth. Seth wasn't even considered? Meg echoes his sentiment with less salivation. That doesn't make any sense, I admitted. Seth is not only more capable, but better suited than half the people I've seen allowed in.
We literally just saw Chuck, George, and 3 other warehouse people allowed in.
Brad says, confused.
Is this a joke?
Gail was already sent home. Tim Brockhart, stone-faced and sullen, says, coming in from the stairwell behind us. Something about her importance to the infrastructure of the pharmacy floor. She already stormed out of here before you guys came up. Then what was with the memo about the heads being told to report in? Flabbergasted to hear about Seth and now Gail. Why be so vague if you're just going to end up pissing half of us off? I think it's a power play of some kind. Tim avoids eye contact and tries to hide his mouth moving with his hand. Submission is probably more important to people like Larry. It's one thing to train a good dog, it's another thing to see it accept being put down.
That's ridiculous, Tim.
Brad blurts out, probably too loud for his own good, causing several people in line to look back, including Seth.
Gail is wonderful at her job and a perfect candidate.
I'm the one who got her hired here, Brad. Tim shot him a glare to keep his voice down. There's no one I'd rather see in the position. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Gail deserves it, and it's a goddamn shame she's not being given the opportunity to do anything about it. She's incredibly dedicated for her age, with so much more to give, and this is going to hurt her for a while, I think. He shakes his head back and forth. Larry promised she'd see some sort of raise for the inconvenience, but he's just saving face. He's lucky she didn't quit. I'm half tempted to hand him my resignation just to see her take over my position. Don't say that. Meg grabs his hands, looking so small and dainty in his large calloused palms. We're not done with you yet. I'm getting too old for this shit, Tim says through a crooked smile, a glimmer in his eye. When I helped Larry build this place, I thought it would be my last job. I've been in the industry too long. I've seen so many people come and go. Some incredibly dedicated people have been relocated at a moment's notice with no time to even say goodbye. Larry has a way of moving pieces across the board and bringing in fresh new talent like yourselves. Addressing myself and Megan a bit more intimately there. Sorry to say it, Brad, but I think our time is up. I don't know if this is a promotion or a farewell tour, with a chuckle. Or a seminar to see us sweat, I add.
I don't even want to be here.
Brad, still too loud, but this time no one looks back.
He's the one that sent out the addendum asking us for all of us to report in. Could he have just forwarded out who was required or not? Why is it mandatory to go through everyone like this?
Wait, what is this? Seth asks, cutting off any thought Brad was previously questioning. Seth stops in the middle of his clipboard being signed and pages through back and forth before looking up and back at Larry. Do I need my lawyer present? He turns back to everyone holding the clipboard out. It's a variable NDA. He turns to Larry once more. The terms here are all over the place. It's standard legal practice for a job like this, Alverson butts in, raising his hands to quiet down any rabble. If you want in, you sign the papers. He pushes the clipboard back towards Seth, who less confidently finishes signing them and walks into the room on the right, looking defeatedly back at everyone in line before crossing the threshold. As we move forward, most of the line in front of us is told no and sent packing, almost willfully and ignorantly at random. Larry waves off 2 seasoned bookkeepers, a controller that might as well be Seth's right-hand man, but lets 2 interns pass. I'm unable to pick up on any pattern or discernment here, and I admit my earlier remark about making us sweat is starting to get to me. Brad's uncertainty is starting to get to me. Seth's confusion is starting to get to me. Gail's purposeful non-inclusion has already gotten to me. What the fuck is this? I ask myself, even as I'm handed a clipboard in front of Brad, Tim, Megan, and his team. I was hoping to see you here, Zach. Larry's voice cuts through me like a knife, my nerves unable to shake it. I know I asked you to be here, holding up a hand to stop dissent that doesn't come from me or anyone behind me. You too, Megan, Brad, Tim. There's probably a lot of questions you all have, but I promise one of you is leaving here with this new title, and with it, a new salary, a new car, a new assistant, a new position. He waves his hand with each new addition until his mouth no longer moves, but his hand continues rowing, implying more and more. There are no words, but we all hear it.
Sir, I appreciate the opportunity and consideration.
Brad starts, but is cut short by Alverson, who lowers his glasses and stares at him incredulously. Of course, Mr. Aaron, Halden interrupts over Alverson's glare with a broad, bright, toothy smile. You know we're happy to have you.
I do, sir, but...
With an audible swallow.
I'm happy where I am, what I have, or what I do. I don't need any.
This isn't about need, especially not yours, Alverson cuts in. With all due respect to Mr. Halden, this is about want. He wants this for you, so you should want this for yourself. And with all due respect to whoever the hell you are, Tim cuts in now, face turning a few shades redder, but if all other qualified individuals like Gail Ristoff are being sent home, and Seth Riordan has to fight to get an audience, why do you want people like me and Brad who clearly don't want to be here? A silence falls over the hallway, and the 10 or so people still remaining behind us, people from Brad's department, crane their necks around us to see Larry's reaction, and Larry, damn him, begins to laugh. How many people do we have? He turns toward Alverson without completely turning around. 31, sir. Alverson smiles, ignoring Tim's outburst, handing Larry the list. You see, Tim, with over 200 employees in this office and many of them being qualified for this job, such as yourself and Gail, it's been hard for me to narrow down the talent pool. You let Chuck and George in, 2 men who don't know left from right, Tim scoffs behind us. I know which boot I can stick up your ass, we hear Chuck laugh from inside the room off to the right.
Yeah, fuck you, Tim,
echoed George with a laugh behind him, probably Chuck. Not for nothing, Larry, I say calmly, but we've seen interns being sent in when others are being sent home, so I think we're a little confused about this talent pool you're talking about here. Yes, it's a wide variety for a wide net, Larry bats away any accusations. But I had hoped you'd understand, Zach. The greatness can be seen from all walks of life, no matter the lot or position or priors, to which I don't necessarily nod my head, but I also don't shake it either. Maybe I just want certain people in this more than others, and maybe my focus is a little more out of pocket. I'm not forcing anyone, mind you. You can go. Tim turns to leave before Mr. Alden can finish. But you might not have the same respect from me after today. So, Tim says, already heading down the hallway, turning to respond. You're going to blackmail me for not coming to your meeting? Real mature, Larry. I don't need this shit.
Hell yeah, Tim.
What do you need? Alverson interjects, luring Tim to stop. If you're walking away from this, you're walking away from the opportunity to get whatever you want, whatever you need. He pats Halden on the shoulder as he brushes past the table, past us, and comes to meet Tim and turn him around to come back to the table, offering him a clipboard. If you really want to make an impact, if you really want to help Gail, here's your chance. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. Tim signs all the paperwork without reading it and pushes it back into Alverson's arms, dropping the pen on the table. Let's just get this over with. Certainly, Alverson smiles at Halden, who adds Timothy Brockhart's name to the list as number 32. Anyone else care to discuss your positions here? With a sigh, Brad steps forward, head tilted down.
No.
He signs the papers, hesitates before handing them back to Alverson, and walks through the door on the right reluctantly. Megan, waiting for me, realizing there is no one else behind us now. What do you say, Tex? She leaps through her clipboard, signing all required spots, handing it back to Alverson, but waits for me before going into the conference room. Wordlessly, I do the same. We both step through, one after the other. Splendid! Alverson croaks out through slit lips and closes the door behind me without himself or Halden coming in with us. When we entered the new conference room, if you even want to call it that, something became painfully obvious very quickly, echoing Brad just moments ago. This has got to be some sort of joke. The floor was still barren concrete. The room wasn't done. It's hard to say the room was in any sort of state to even be occupied. 3 of the walls were unfinished. Only a layer of unpainted drywall stood between us and more concrete boxing us in. The ceiling was half exposed. Ventilation seemed some odd 10 feet above us, but other parts of the room had that cheap fiber ceiling tile halfway bracketed. There was a single table with a single vegetable tray being picked apart by passerby, mostly the warehouse guys, and there were no plates or even napkins, just some cheese and ranch to dip things in. Those who weren't standing or eating were sitting in cheap metal folding chairs, 34 of them to be exact, even though I counted that there were now 35 of us with Seth's intrusion. The last bit, the most noticeable bit, the bit that plunged my stomach into uncomfortable territory, was the northmost wall. It wasn't reinforced concrete or drywall or anything similar, but glass, floor to ceiling, reinforced by an even bigger metal frame holding everything at a slant. The glass was dark, unable to be seen through, and the slant perspective left a warped reflection to anyone who looked at it. Anyone who looked at it found themselves looking at a squat, skewed, funhouse mirror version of themselves, and while others found it amusing, it left me feeling unsettled. Why are we here? I asked myself for probably the 5th time, and I could see the expression on several other people's faces asking themselves the same thing. Why are any of us here? All at once, a mechanism shifts somewhere in the room, and we realize that it's the glass tilting itself backward in a slow whir by an unseen motor. Miraculously, at the same time, it clears, no longer reflecting back at us, but now transparent, as if a switch were hit somewhere that allows us to see through to the other side. My mouth dropped, and I didn't think to look around and see everyone else, but I imagine I wasn't the only one. A small furnished room sat on the other side of the barrier, and several men sat in refined leather chairs on a polished gray dark tile floor, with ornate side tables and lamps providing an elegant low-mood lighting. We saw them chatting to one another, Mr. Halden shaking hands with several other men I do not recognize, pointing at a huge bar full of drinks and snacks as he made his way through the room. It's not as large as the room we're in, but the glass made us assume its depth much shorter than it actually was. My mouth watered at the veritable buffet of food I can see steaming on the other side, just out of reach behind the glass. Men are smiling and pointing at several of us as they load plates with charcuterie and load crystal glassware with top-shelf liqueur. It took Halden several full minutes of us standing there mouth agape to get through the entire room, get a drink in his hand, and then step up to the front of the room and begin talking. I'm still staring at the swirling liquid in a beautifully handcrafted glass in Halden's hand before I realize that we can't hear him. Another switch is thrown and we hear crackling coming through a speaker somewhere in the ceiling, and the first thing we hear is Mr. Halden laughing. Sorry about that, folks. I got so excited I started rambling. What else is new? He turns to 2 of the men seated closest to him, who laugh and hold up a glass from their seated cushions. Welcome, everyone. Please take a seat. You've all worked so hard to be here, please. He gesticulates to the chairs scattered around the room, and some people file in and sit, adjusting their chairs in the correct direction toward the glass, while others stay standing, maybe hoping to get out of here as soon as possible, it feels. I'm sure you're all curious about the promotion I've promised. I can see it in your eyes. The hunger, the ambition, the drive. Shit, it's damn near palpable. It's in the air. He begins to pace slowly from one side of the room to the other, savoring the moment. He takes moments to pause and look at everyone as he does so, lingering just long enough to look into their faces, their eyes, for the briefest glimpse of a connection before moving on to the next. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors, the theories going around as to why I'm doing this and why you're here, and while some of them are amusing, I would say most are off base. The truth is, with me, here, behind me, are several of my personal business partners and friends, and we like to hold these types of intramurals, let's say, every once in a while. I'm getting tired of big pharma game, and I'm ready to move on to something else. I don't know what yet. He turns and winks at a man behind him who holds up a glass. But I have some ideas. He smirks. Who was it? He ponders and trails off. Shirley? Is Shirley here? Shirley? He points at a mousy woman in the back of the room amongst the few IT staff who are allowed in. It's Harley, she sputters. Harley, sir? Yes, Harley. Harley here, I think, was the closest to come to the reason we're here today. What was it you said, Harley? He smiles down at her knowingly. She tenses in her seat. No, it's all right. I liked it. You can say it. He eggs her on. You are bored, sir? Yes! He claps. Yes, dreadfully so. And what a fair assessment from such an untold place as the IT department. It's funny to come from there, of all places. So apt, so sure, so right on the money. He punches out with fists. Yeah, I'm bored, but I have ideas. Ideas that tend to push boundaries? Innovation is born from pushing boundaries, though, right? You can't expect to leap forward without overcoming hurdles. You can't make an omelet without... He waits, pointing back at Harley. Breaking a few eggs? Exactly. Shirley gets it. He laughs, turning to the other men who share in the laugh, and that's when I notice Mr. Alverson in the back, sitting in his own chair, swirling his own drink, silently smirking, staring right at me. Something about his deadpan stare sets me on edge, sends me to a place of dread, a pit forming in my stomach. As much as you get it, as much as you understand, I don't think it's set in yet. The tone of the email was to entice a sort of competition, but not the kind you think. He takes a swig from his glass, shivering as he swallows. I respect each of you for your work and your years of loyalty, and when it came time to decide who to give this all to, we came up with a pretty fun idea. So we started watching you, observing you, listening to your conversations, narrowing down a preference, an application window, if you will. And as much as I respect you and appreciate you, your, let's say, intellects are, well, they're too similar. They're too like-minded. None of you stand out enough to me to make a choice based solely on merit. So I've devised a solution. One that will reveal who truly has what it takes to lead this company into the future and put you on this side of the room. Mr. Halden's smile slackens. He straightens up coldly. This may be a surprise to you, but I'm hoping you've noticed the lack of windows, the reinforced steel door, the surveillance cameras in every corner. Now that I hadn't noticed, but as I look around I see them angled at us out of reach in each corner. I didn't invite you all here for simple discussion. I don't want to read your resumes. I don't want to talk. No. You're going to have to earn this promotion in a more direct manner. A long pause, tension building. You've all been trapped here, you see. And with you all stuck here, locked in, you will find that the singular door will not open until one of you is left standing. You will have to fight for this promotion. Literally. The last person alive will be the new head of Park Avenue Pharmaceuticals, this company and everything it has and holds. The single person who has proven that they are willing to go to any lengths to succeed will succeed in return. I'm not interested in weakness, and worse, I'm not interested in any sense of moral restraint. He's waiting for a rebuttal that doesn't come, as I think half of us are still computing what he's saying, and the other half think it's a joke. Be wise. Keep your wits about you. Good luck. Let the games begin. He raises his hands for a meager applause of golf claps that come from behind him. Silence fills the room to an unspeakable, deafening volume, the kind of silence that would make a person go insane. Mr. Halden turns and starts talking to his crew, but we're unable to hear him through the glass now with the speaker turned off. It's Tim, face looking tomato red, who gets up first and beelines for the door, as the men behind the glass point and give him their rapt attention. When he reaches the door, he stops. There is no knob, no handle, nothing to gain purchase on. How hadn't we noticed that? Tim slams the door with his fist several times, puts his shoulder into it. It does not move an inch. He turns back, a worried expression, turning his face a more purpled shade as he grasps his shirt right above his heart and begins to slide to the ground, shaking. Megan rushes over to him and asks if he's okay, but I'm looking around the room trying to figure out what everyone else is thinking, and that's when Seth's broken laughter fills the void. "You can't be serious," he chortles. "This is rich." Mark, one of Seth's team, leans back in his chair and imitates Seth, both in tone and snide commentary. "Looks like we got our first loss," pointing over at Tim. "Shut the fuck up," Megan yells from Tim's side. "You know he has a heart condition." She turns to the men behind the glass. "This isn't funny. Let him out. He needs serious medical attention." One of the men near Larry leans forward in his chair and wags a finger at her before rolling back and laughing. The speaker crackles through once more and we hear the laughing dying down. "No, really, I'm not going to open the door." Holden smiles down at her before looking around the rest of the room. "And this isn't a joke, Mr. Riordan. I'm being totally serious. You can sit there if you want. Let nature take its course. But rest assured, I'm not opening this door until there is only one person left alive." Seth's face flattens. "Of course. If you're unwilling to participate, I suppose you might be lucky enough to watch someone else get their hands dirty for you. But I wouldn't count on it, personally." Larry winks at him, causing him to look down in embarrassment. "I just want to be transparent." He chides us as a parent would an impudent child. "This is fun for us. We're betting on which one of you is going to be left, and while I feel it unfair to hedge my bets a little bit, I've shared all my findings and recordings with the rest of my group here, and I'm doing so at lower odds so it feels more fair. It's like Shirley said, I'm bored. And when things get going, and I trust they will one way or another, I doubt I'll be bored much longer. It makes no mistake, you are all expendable, and this is just an eccentric way of finding out which one of you is the least expendable out of the lot of you. A numbers game." Finishing with a smile directed at me specifically, before the speaker flips itself back off. Numbers, I think to myself. I look around the room and see 35 of us, nothing more than numbers to the people on the other side of the glass. 17 women, 18 men, as even a split as they could have tried to hope before Seth got himself involved. I'm disappointed to admit I don't even know everyone's names. Myself, Megan, Brad, Tim, Seth, Mark, Chuck, George, and Harley, all previously mentioned. I don't know the names of the 2 interns, both girls who've grown a shade paler now that I look at them. That makes 11. Chuck and George came in with 3 more from their department that I don't know, 14. We have 2 other software and IT reps, Stephen and Richard, who work under Brad, 16. We have 4 customer service representatives and 2 leads, all women, 22. Seth and Mark came with an entire squad of accounting associates, mixed genders, 5 more for 27. 3 more people from my team, Eddie, Peter, and Gwen, 30. 2 assistants, secretaries buried in their phones trying to dial out, unable to get a signal, probably blocked, 32. And 3 clerks that work under Tim, named Diana, Clark, and Bruce, 35. The numbers are racing through my head until they're interrupted by movement in my peripheral vision. Chuck is the second to stand, but he turns back around and hurls his metal chair at the glass barrier between us and the other side of the room. It bounces off without making a mark, not even a single scratch. I see 2 men on the other side of the glass exchange bills, and Larry points and laughs at the one handing things to the other. No doubt a bet to see who or how long it took to see us lash out in their direction or try to break through. George mirrors Chuck, but runs toward the glass with his chair and begins to smack it repeatedly. Chuck picks his back up, collapses it, and swings it in unison, counting with George out loud, but even after 1 full minute of watching 2 grown, hardened men run themselves into exhaustion without so much a wobble from the pain, it feels hopeless. A sound we heard earlier echoes through the room again, and a mechanism begins to shift and tilt the glass back down at a 60-some-odd degree angle toward the ground, now blocking our view of anyone on the other side of the shield, and reflected back our own expressions of shock and disbelief in a warped and uncanny manner. This doesn't dissuade Chuck and George from continuing to try and smack the glass with their chairs, but it certainly makes it harder and proves less effective, and they eventually give up and sit on the ground in discontented failure. "Not even a dent," Chuck huffs out. "Probably bulletproof polymer, ionized glass or something," someone else in the room murmurs, though I'm not quite sure who. "And now you're tired, and they didn't give us anything to drink." A large man named Robert from the warehouse comes to help them up. "What about my kids?" One of the secretaries begins to cry. "My mother is watching them, and she expects me back at 6. She looks around, unable to hold eye contact with anyone long enough before they too look away in guilt or shame or disgust at the situation we're in.
You motherfuckers!
Brad, who sat tight-lipped up until now, finally bursts at the seams.
You fucking bastards!
He screams out, standing, causing several to get up and move away from him. I hadn't realized it before, but Brad could be big enough to work in the warehouse with the other lugs if he wanted to. It's his brains that kept him in IT, with want for a nice office chair, maybe.
I've given years of my life to...
He stops.
And my boys, my sons, Linda...
He quivers.
You fucking...
He catches his breath in his throat before wheezing out.
I'll fucking kill you for this.
That's the spirit, Brad. The speaker comes to life once more, unable to see him, but to hear the cool tone of Larry behind it. Now you're getting the idea. Though, if you make it out of here, you're going to want to keep me very much alive. You think these cameras are for your surveillance? No, let's just call them a fail-safe, an insurance policy, because... He pauses for dramatic effect. What one of you is going to have to do to get out of here, whew! He breathes long and loud. You're not going to want anyone to see that. And you're lucky, because I don't either. And if you want this job, and you want this money, and you want this protection, you're going to want to keep it that way. But use that, Brad. Use that anger, that hatred. It's a good motivator, a tool. Speaking of which... A new sound echoes through the room near the back where most of the women are now huddled around the vegetable tray, holding one another. The compartment opened somewhere in the ceiling and a box fell out. That's neat, I love that. Before the speaker audibly clicks back off. The box hits the table, landing squarely in the ranch dressing, but one of Megan's people scrambles for it. Miranda, I think her name is. She tears into it with an urgent veracity, but looks puzzled at the contents before hoisting it out. A string of numbered paper tickets. Take one down and pass it around, Larry sings. We're gonna make this interesting.
Fuck you, I'm not playing your games.
Brad lashes out. I try to grab him by the shoulder, but he shakes me off, pushing me away.
I'm not doing this. I'm not killing anyone.
Don't be such a spoil sport, Brad. You're going to want what I have to give you. Now be a good boy and take a ticket.
I said, fuck you.
Brad spits at the glass. Yeah, attaboy. Tim coughs out, still from the floor, but looking a shade better, and now sitting in a leaned position against the wall with the help of Megan and several of the other clerks. As far as I'm concerned, you can sit there for hours, days, weeks if you have to. You can watch us starve. But Tim is cut off. I had a feeling some of you would think that, so I'm going to say this one more time. Larry collects himself. Take a ticket. You'll be happy you did, and I won't say it again. This offer is only going to come once. Tim refused a ticket when Miranda passed them around. Everyone else took one, but the order was all over the place because some people went to her and others just stood and waited, so who knows what effect this is going to have in the long run, but it doesn't feel good. The same mechanical whirring sound echoed from the back of the room, and the same compartment that opened earlier opened once more, and another small box fell out, smacking the table and rolling off in a dull thud, but loud enough to hear something move around inside. Miranda, the same woman who pulled the first ticket and opened the first box, scrambled forward again to pick it up. It was brandished with a large 001 on the outside, and she held up her ticket to show the same matching 001. Just as she was about to open it, a buzzer sounded from the speaker in the ceiling. Larry tutted. Wait for the rest of the class. As we all stepped up one by one, number after number, to receive a box, Larry chirped to Tim through the speaker. It's actually convenient you didn't take a ticket. I only had 34 boxes because I only planned for 34 people on being in here today. Seth was just so eager to get in here. I thought, why not? Are you regretting your decision now, Seth? Everyone looked at him and he hid his face and looked away. Though now I'm disappointed. I was excited to see how you guys would figure out who doesn't get one, so you did ruin that, Tim. Well, fuck you too, Tim whispered out under his breath. finally looking a shade paler than the previous intense red. Being number 027 in the group and letting most of the rest of everyone go before me, I noticed the various sizes and shapes the boxes came in, and that similar pit of dread began to bubble in my stomach like volcanic pressure mounting before an eruption. It's just another way to spice up the odds, I thought to myself as I looked around. Brad was 026 before me and Meg was 028 after me, but what worried me was how we already rather deliberately and silently divided ourselves throughout the room. I counted myself amongst the largest group, as we had more than half of the room on our side. The other half was split into smaller groups on the other side of the room. Near the back was the rest of the accounting department with Seth and Mark. The warehouse guys stuck near the front side corner, closest to the glass barrier, with Chuck and George. And then there was a haphazard group of younger members in the middle, the interns, some customer service reps, and the assistants. What worried me even more was that my group primarily consisted of women. If we're looking at the men, let's just say that Tim wasn't even the worst off one amongst us, and that's being polite. Clark and Bruce had been working with Tim for years, well before their time at PAP, and they were both easily 5 to 10 years older than him, and you could tell. What they thought would be a cushy senior pharmacist technician job just became an early retirement to the grave. I could see that I wasn't the only one thinking this. The accounting team under Seth was huddled in the corner and talking in hushed whispers. They were going to be a problem. They had gotten their boxes relatively early by inserting themselves into Miranda's queue before it had been their turn, and not only that, but they had commandeered the food table and split the rations amongst themselves, eating it greedily. You could tell the morale was already getting dirty and setting a pretense to get dirtier with no hopes of ever being clean again. Trying to diffuse some of the chaos of the boxes that were still being distributed, I walked over to the warehouse group of 5 before my number was called. As I approached them, I noticed how they all turned and sized me up on my way over. It's fair, I was doing the same. Their group consisted of 4 men, big men, and 1 woman who, let's just say, is a bit bigger than the likes of Megan, whom I've already described as dainty and small.
What's up, Zach?
George held out a hand, which I shook maybe a bit too tightly for my nerves to compensate. Hey, I leaned in, trying not to get too much attention from everyone else in the room. I have a feeling I know what's in the boxes, and it's gonna get bad. What do you reckon? Chuck leaned forward. Motivation. I stopped. They want us to kill one another, right? I think, looking over my shoulder and seeing that most were now looking at me, looking at them, I think they're gonna show us how. I said to the rest of the room. Silence crept in as foreboding as a dark cloud. Weapons. Who had boxes already looked down at them like they were holding their lives in their hands, and why not? They did. And in an effort to de-escalate the situation before it gets hairy, yeah, well, maybe you should just stick to your own group, Seth jeered.
How about you shut the fuck up, Seth?
Brad interrupted. You know what? I don't care if this paints a target on my back, but I'm most looking forward to this, Brad, for you in particular. Seth? Megan held up hands trying to calm everyone down. Don't Seth me. You heard me. We all heard him. When the time comes, I'm gonna relish putting some of you in the ground. You sound plumb insane, bud, Chuck interjected. If these are weapons, we should use them to get out of here. Crack a hole in the glass, the wall, the ceiling. I don't give a shit. The point is, we use them for any other reason but how they want us to. Then you're on the list too. Seth pointed a finger at him, then me, then Brad, then Megan. I can't promise anyone else otherwise. If you're on that side of the room, it's fair game.
You're playing into their hand,
George said.
You're giving them what they want. Where's the pride in that?
Pride? Seth stammered. I don't have time. We don't have time for pride. Several of the women in the middle shuddered and began to cry again. Shut up! Don't yell at them. They're scared, Megan yelled back. Yeah, well, they should be, Mark joined Seth. If you're not with us, you're against us. This is going south real fast. I turned back and Chuck and George trying to simmer down. Please just promise me you'll keep your cool. Cool as a cucumber, boy. Chuck smiled.
Goddamn gunslinger Chuck. We're not looking to bloody our hands.
George remarked openly to the room.
Not unless we have to.
Number 26. Miranda. I could do it like Chillis. Number 26. Miranda broke through the discussion, dead in its tracks, as the next box popped out and hit the table, the smallest of the bunch we've seen so far. Brad laughed and walked up to get it, flipping Seth the bird as he did so. Number 27. I walked up, and a long, skinnier box fell out at an awkward angle that it was hard to catch, but I did. After me was Megan, Eddie, Peter, and Gwen. Then the 2 interns. I learned their names were Laurie and Kirsty before Clark, Diana, and Bruce. This is when I tried to take another measurement of the room. After everyone was done moving around, boxes in hand, it was split down the middle, but warehouse and accounting kept to themselves. The rest of the customer service, IT associates, and pharmacists were with us near our eastern side of the room, closest to the door we came in through. Some few stragglers found their way over to the other side, the southwest corner, amongst Seth's group, whom they led into their huddle with loud and obnoxious celebration at the fact, but it didn't faze anyone else. At the end of it, 17 of us, 5 for warehouse and 13 for accounting. Okay, everyone. Larry came back in on the speaker, clearly drinking something as the gurgle sloshed through the vowels. Merry Christmas, he laughed. 3 things happened very fast. The first was most of us cautiously ripping into our boxes to see what was inside. The second was an unexpected explosion rocking the middle of the room. In the aftershock of blood and debris, it became clear that someone's box had been packed with C4, and I assumed the express purpose of taking someone off the map. Call it a hunch, call it a bet, or call it random happenstance. I have a feeling Larry was counting on all of the above. In the chaos of the aftermath, the third thing was most of the accounting group rushing the warehouse department before they could know what hit them, or even really finish opening their boxes. It was hard to see through the dust that clouded the room, but I could tell from the screaming that someone was already dead, and someone else was about to be. I looked down into my long box and couldn't believe it. A sword. A fucking samurai sword.
Who was that?
Coughed Brad, who was sent ass over tea kettle by the explosion behind me. I don't know. I tried to stay quiet and ended up coughing through the smoke all the same. What's in your box?
A switchblade knife.
Brad rasped back. That explains the size, then, yeah.
You got a katana? Fuck, that's not fair.
It's not the size that counts. I tried to joke with Brad, but before I was interrupted. I got a pack of fucking throwing stars. This is so fucked. Megan sidled up beside me, and I could see now that 2 or 3 people in the middle of the room, part of our group, were taken out by the explosion. It was honestly hard to tell, and it's not like I had the ability to count who was all left at that exact moment. I think it was Miranda, holding up a hand to her mouth. Megan averted her eyes and tried not to vomit, but everywhere she looked, there was just more carnage. To the left of the chair she was crouched behind was a single human finger, the manicured nail painted a polished red. In the middle of the room, blood splattered outward of a small crater with chair clothing and human bodily remains scattered around it. There were small patches of skin caked into the surrounding concrete, chunks of hair, chunks of organs, with meat and bone fragments now fused into the rubble. Maybe Samantha? God, I can't tell. Stifling a sob in her voice, wiping tears from her eyes, she held her box to her chest and cradled into Tim, still huddled on the ground but no longer moving. Tim? When Brad and I turned to see what she saw, Tim was holding a metal shard of some kind that had pierced his shirt and went through to his lungs and stomach. A piece of one of the chairs must have rocketed off in his direction from the explosion. Through a dazed, spacey look on his face, he said, Gail is pregnant, you know? We leaned in closer, trying to understand him. Hearing the clatter and scuffle of feet moving behind us, it was hard to focus. I think Larry told her to go home because he knew she was pregnant. I don't know how he knew. I thought I was the only one she told, but maybe he had our phones tapped? Or something? Maybe. He began to trail off. That's an exemption, if I've ever seen one, right? He asked, kinda laughing, kinda looking for a serious answer, but no one responded. Maybe it's not so bad. A tear rolled down his dirty cheek, clearing a pathway amongst the chalk that now caked it. He looked down at the scrap and tried to pull it out, the blood pouring onto his pants and pooling the floor around him. No, Tim, don't. Meg tried through her tears to keep pressure on the wound, the blood now rusting her hands, flowing freely through her digits. Barbara? Tim asked dreamily, placing a hand on her cheek. It's okay, Barb. It's okay. I'll be right down. He sighed long and hard, the light leaving his eyes, and his body slumped in a lean against the doorframe. I wish I had time to ask Meg and Brad who Barbara might have been, but I couldn't. A daughter, I thought. Maybe a wife. I didn't know if Tim was married or had kids, and it made me feel worse about witnessing him pass right in front of me in such a violent nature. Tim was a good man. Tim didn't deserve this. Most of us didn't. What interrupted my ability to speak was a high-pitched scream somewhere on the north side of the room. As I peered in the direction, I saw one of the interns, Lori, get bludgeoned by a tack hammer on the top of her head. As it swung up into the air, the lights in the room flickered, probably an after effect of a small explosion going off in the room, but when it swung back down and impacted her skull with a sickening thud, it released a kind of puff of exhausted heat and blood up into the air. It was with that exposed pressure that I saw one of Seth's accounting goons with a wild expression on his face, covered in Lori's blood, stalking toward me, hammer gripped firmly in his hand. Before he could get near me, before I could even raise my weapon, the other intern, Kirsty, leapt onto his back and began tasing him in the neck with a handheld cradle prod. It was a short handle with two long silvery electrodes exposed to points. She jammed them directly into his neck and held the trigger down the entire time as it sunk deeper into his throat. A shrill, high-pitched wail erupted from the man's mouth, sputtering blood up and into the air like a fountain. From what I know about those devices, they're not designed to be lethal, only about 6,000 volts, but this had me thinking otherwise. I guess with enough power, anything can kill. As Kirsty kept jamming the crackling electric handheld into the man's neck and face, he stumbled and fell, sending both of them rolling to the ground. Before either of them could get up, another woman with a hatchet ran up, letting out a wild battle cry-like shriek, and swung the handheld blade into Kirsty's spine. In a chopping motion like someone would, she repeatedly brought the hand axe up and down, flinging blood and viscera across the floor and room as she did so. In the madness of witnessing 3 back-to-back deaths immediately right in front of me, I turned to see that Brad and Megan were watching other parts of the room with similarly stunned terror. On the north side of the room, I could see Mark swinging a sickle down on one of the warehouse workers, but I couldn't tell who. Another woman sat in the middle of the room near where the explosion went off, feebly trying to stop their now missing foot and leg stump from bleeding out. On the south side of the room, I saw Harley straddling Stephen, choking him with a garrote wire, blood flowing from his throat, until Richard hit her in the face with a brick, and a resounding crack heard loud enough from this far away to know it crushed bone. Not knowing if that was his weapon or something he found, my attention went back to Harley, but when she fell, she didn't get back up. No! A man screamed back on the other side of the room, turning just in time to see Mark and 2 other accountants sink their bladed weapons into George, who lay still. You fuckers! Chuck yelled out again as he rose, brandishing a pair of spiked brass knuckles. For his size and weight, it was an inspiring sight to see. With a hideous clatter, he sent several of the attackers' teeth across the stone floor. With another smack of metal on bone, they went down and did not get back up. Mark tried to get his blade out of George fast enough, but it had lodged itself somewhere between his ribs. Forced to flee without his weapon, Chuck advanced on the last man with the help of his remaining 2 cohorts. One of them swung high with a baseball bat and the other swung low with a huge metal chain, both connected, twisting the accountant in midair, his head in one direction, his legs in another. When he hit the ground with a thud, you could hear something snap. and as I rushed over to check on Chuck, he was kneeling down beside George, fingers on his neck. I didn't exactly think checking for a pulse was practical. George had a scythe sticking out of his side, but I'm not about to say that to him when he just lost his best friend. "Those bastards!" He wept from his knelt position on the ground. "You fucking fucks!" He rose to charge, but a sound that made my knees weak kept me planted to my spot. The hoarse rattle of a chainsaw ripped through the room. I couldn't see where it was coming from at first. You have to understand that the wreckage of the explosion left a cloud that made it hard to see who was where, with what, and what was going on. All this was happening so fast, and it was so hard to keep track of what was happening next at any given moment. However, the chainsaw stopped everyone dead in their tracks. Seth, who had made another member of his department trade boxes with him upon seeing them get the biggest one of the bunch, stepped forward with a sadistic grin. Revving its motor intensely, frighteningly so, he stepped in front of Mark and got between him and Chuck. Chuck, with nothing more than his hands, spat at the ground in front of him. "I don't need nothing but my bare hands to whoop your ass, boy."
Fuck yeah, Chuck.
"Prove it." Seth jabbed the air between them with the saw, and I hate to say it, but Chuck took an apprehensive step back. His female friend with the chain stepped up and tried to give the link to him, but Chuck refused. "How much chuck could a chainsaw chuck if a chainsaw could chuck chuck?" Seth cackled, but Chuck kept his composure tight and focused. I looked around to see if anyone else was seeing this, and through the debris I could see Megan trying to help someone on the ground, Brad standing over her, Diana and Clark in the corner I originally came from. Another group sat close to them, looking worse for wear. I think it was Eddie, Gwen, and one of Megan's team trying to stop the bleeding for another person who lay too still to be alive. I could see so many bodies laying lifelessly across the floor. So many of my coworkers and friends were reduced to scrap, some of them disassembled and strewn about the room, just hunks of meat and bones. Richard, Peter, and Bruce, people I liked and cared about, turned into meat for the grinder. I turned to the glass and stared into my own warped reflection for the first time since I walked into the room. With a wild look in my eyes, blood matting my hair and staining my face and shirt, I couldn't recognize myself, not anymore. I crept around Seth, too distracted by the 3 remaining warehouse staff in front of him to see me get behind him. I advanced on Mark with an unrelenting swing like someone would an axe. I slashed through the air between us. The blade connected with Mark's arm and sent a spray of blood whipping out across the wall with my follow-through. Rage filling my veins, I swiped again at the defenseless man who didn't even have time to let out a shriek when it sliced through his neck just under his jaw and made a Pez dispenser out of him. The torrent released from his neck gushed out at me as red filled every inch of my periphery. Crying, hidden behind Mark, a woman from the accounting department held something up in my direction, but I couldn't make it out before it was too late for me to do anything about it. A shot rang through the air so loud it even surprised Seth, so much so that he let up off the motor and the chainsaw stopped. Before he could turn back to try and pump it on, Chuck was on him. With a right hook followed by a powerful uppercut, Seth flew back into the wall behind him, his jaw looking grossly dislocated. The chainsaw clattered to the ground next to me, but I paid it no attention. I was too busy wondering who was on top of me and why I was on the ground. Moaning, gurgling, rolling off of me, Brad clutched a wound in his shoulder, spitting up blood. "Brad?" I asked, the red finally leaving my mind as I instead started to well up with tears. "What happened?"
You were standing there like a dumbass. You didn't see the gun.
He coughed.
I tried.
He coughed and seeped red from the corners of his mouth. "Brad," Meg's... I said that so plainly. "Brad!"
That's me, Brad.
"Brad, Brad, Brad," Meg screamed, but Eddie and Gwen held her back as someone came up behind me. Seth, holding a huge lead pipe, raised it high in the air and stared down at me, his eyes widening with anticipation. Something flew across the room and stuck into the wall behind him, causing him to lose his focus and his grip as the pipe fell to the floor. He ducked and ran back through the cloud opposite of me. A single throwing star lodged itself in the drywall 2 feet from me, and Meg ran over. "Oh, Brad," she began to cry.
I'm fine. I'll be alright.
he said, wiping his mouth and trying to get up, but wincing in his effort, grabbing me and somewhat slipping against me as we carried him back to our side of the room. Acting as his crutch, "You're not all right, and you should be more careful. What are Sean and Greg going to think of you if you don't come back all in one piece?"
They're gonna see that their dad was shot and he's a verified badass.
He winced again as we lowered him near Diana and Clark to rest.
Take this.
He held out his switchblade, but it slid it into my pocket.
I'm not gonna be of any use for it, or any of you.
"Stow that shit." Chuck walked up holding the chainsaw in his metal-knuckled hands. "Any of you want this?" offering it to anyone who asked.
It suits you.
Brad laughed from the ground, holding the wound in his shoulder with Gwen trying to add applied pressure. Another shot cut through the silence, but not anywhere near us. Alone on the other side of the room, wrestling for the gun, Seth and the other accountant wrenched it back and forth. With a bang, another shot ricocheted off the glass in the north of the room this time, creating the smallest crack, a mosquito bite on the wide pane. "Give it to me!" Seth backhanded her, and she let it go, looking defeatedly up at him. With no such thing as a second thought, he leveled the gun down at her and pulled the trigger. She didn't even have time to raise her hands in defense of the bullet as it sank itself squarely in her cheek, a nauseating plume of blood mist escaping the wound on the backside of her head. He turned on us next, raising the gun in our direction, and most of us dropped to try and avoid his sights. He pulled 6 more times, sending a barrage of bullets at us all at once. Chuck and his people were either too big or too slow to see it coming as fast as the rest of us, or maybe we were just further behind them, but Chuck took 2 shots to the stomach and reeled back into the wall behind him, dropping the chainsaw away in the process. The woman from the warehouse department, I want to say I heard Chuck call her Stephanie, saw a bullet careen completely through her chest and hit the wall behind her, before her lifeless body fell dead instantly in a heap to the ground. The last worker, Michael, I think, tried to jump towards Seth, being closest to him, swinging his baseball bat, but it didn't reach in time, and he took a close-quarter shot directly to the temple. Seth strode forward with a smug look on his face and burned the muzzle against Chuck's forehead. "Any last words?" "I ain't got nothing to say to you, you stupid," but a bullet finished the sentence for him, painting the drywall behind him. "Thought so." Seth turned to face us, a sick smile growing to fruition before haplessly disappearing. To see what he was looking at, I saw Diana and Clark sitting defeatedly next to Brad, the light gone from his eyes. Brad's face tilted towards the ground, unmoving, unblinking, blood flowing freely from his chest. You weren't supposed to die yet," he stammered. "Seth." Eddie, one of the guys from my associate's team, stood very slowly, putting down the kitchen knife that was in his hand, in an attempt to reason with Seth, raising his hands in the air as he sidestepped me, Megan, and Gwen. Seth's eyes stayed on Brad, but the gun followed Eddie. Ever so gracefully, Eddie approached Seth and reached out a single hand toward the gun, and Seth actually let it happen. As Eddie slowly lowered it with one outstretched, flattened hand, Seth started to mumble something before finally breaking his gaze from Brad to focus on Eddie. "I always liked you, Eddie," Seth said sincerely, the gun lowered out of view, before a muzzle flash went off, plugging the gun directly into Eddie's abdomen, "which is why it sucks so much to have to do that." Gwen let out a sob from her place on the ground closest to Eddie's crumpling body as he tried to hold his stomach. She crawled closer to him to try and help, but he pushed her away and sprawled out, droplets of blood now peppering the pavement below him. Gwen reached out for Eddie, but instead grabbed the knife he had just put on the ground and defiantly stabbed into Seth's right thigh. He screamed, "You bitch!" But before he could point the gun at her, Eddie swung for his legs and brought him down to the ground. In the ensuing wrestle, 2 more bullets flew off wildly about the room, ricocheting off the glass and floor. Meg and I ducked instinctively, but Diana didn't have time to, as one of the shots struck her in the arm. Clark tried to help, taking off his belt to tourniquet the wound, but I looked away as Megan pulled me to my feet. Pulling the knife out of his own thigh, Seth sunk the blade between Eddie's shoulder blades, and he let out a long and wet howl. Taking the blade out and sinking it back into him, I was reminded of a pincushion as blood bloomed through the back of Eddie's suit jacket. pushing Eddie off of him in disgust as Eddie wailed. Seth trained the gun on me, but I leapt toward him, hearing the bullet whiz past me. In all the chaos, I left the sword behind me in my jump towards Seth, so when I found myself in front of him defenseless, I just kind of stood there like a deer in headlights. Before he could properly level it at me, the roar of a motor kicked up behind me. Megan charged with the chainsaw in her hands, heaving it in an unwieldy swipe towards us. I tucked and rolled out of the way, but further away from my katana laying uselessly on the ground. Raising the only thing in his hand to block the blow, the chainsaw connected with the gun in Seth's hand and chopped through two of his fingers at the bottom of the grip. Heavy and unable to dig in it with its weight, Megan swung wildly again, but missed Seth as he backed away, fumbling with the gun and trying to stop the bleeding from his missing fingers. Grabbing the only thing near him, which was unfortunately Gwen, he shoved her at Megan before she could move the rotating blade out of the way. It tore through Gwen's insides, filleting her with ease as the blades chugged through her midsection. Giving little kickback as it splayed her insides and released them on the floor, Gwen screamed and flailed as Megan finally let go of the entire contraption trapped inside Gwen's guts. In a messy heap, Gwen's body hit the floor and Megan crawled back in stunned silence of what she had inadvertently caused. Gwen gripped a slicked rope of her intestines as her body twitched on the floor, but one look told you that she was already gone. There was simply too much of her that was supposed to be inside of her, now outside of her and spread out around her body. Seth cackled maniacally as he clutched his hand and backed away toward the wall that Clark was also sitting up against, who had only now just decided to open his box next to a pale and faint-looking Diana on the verge of clocking out due to blood loss. I know I already said it, but Clark is old, older than Tim or Bruce, and probably the oldest person that even entered the room. His wrinkled hands opened the box slowly, and you could tell he did so carefully, hoping not to meet the same fate Miranda and many others did. However, when it opened, he smiled and looked at Diana, who also let out a hoarse laugh. Unbeknownst to Seth, he backed away in their direction, with the gun now in his non-dominant hand, as Clark hoisted something out of the box behind him. Megan, too stunned to look, didn't see Seth pointing the gun at her, but I stepped between us. "Fine, if you prefer to die next," Seth chuckled as he scooted. Clearing his throat in a raspy tut-tut, Clark reached out for Seth with a shaky hand, planting it firmly on Seth's shoulder. Reactively, Seth turned and pulled the trigger with the gun point blank at Clark's chest, but no bullet came, only a resounding click of a spent magazine. 3 more clicks followed before Seth stopped and looked at what Clark was doing. Stunned not only for being out of bullets, but because of the item in Clark's free hand, Seth's dislocated jaw dropped into a scream that was about to be interrupted. Diana had already reached up to join Clark's free hand and pulled the pin out of a small fragmentation grenade. As Clark gripped Seth and pulled him closer to himself and Diana into a comforting and sincere hug, he released the spooned safety lever, which flicked out and away from them. I turned and jumped onto Megan and tried to roll us further away from the blast in an attempt to shield her, but the concussive blast pushed us both out and away across the room. I felt a fire rip up my leg and onto my back, scorching through my clothes. I heard Megan moving, groaning, crying somewhere out across the room, but when I looked up, all I saw was a cloud of dust. As the debris began to clear, there was nothing left in the spot that Clark, Diana, and Seth once inhabited. Just like Miranda at the start of this hellish experience, all I saw now was a crater in the concrete, pieces of rubble strewn from the remote destruction. Pieces of them laid about in a swath, dispersed in chunks and piles around the room. As fresh air seeped in through cracks in the foundation, I heard movement behind me and turned to see a sight that broke my heart. Megan stood, only a little worse for wear, with my sword in her hand. I want you to know, it's nothing personal," she said, unable to make eye contact with me. "I'm just thinking about my son. Thinking that I have to get out of here for him. I don't want to do this, but..." She trailed off. "It's okay." Breathing in a long and slow and shaky breath in through my nose and out through my mouth. "I get it." "No, you don't," she lashed out, gut instinct taking over, emotion bubbling through. "You don't know." No, I mean, I looked around and took everything in around us. I can empathize. I took a step toward her, and she raised the sword at me like one would a baseball bat, preparing to swing for the fences, but instead of backing away, I took another step forward. "Stop, Zach," she warned. "I'll do it." "It's okay." I closed my eyes and took another step, holding my arms out at my sides in a wide receiving stance. "I really will do it!" I could hear her screaming through tears, but I couldn't see them as I took another step forward. I couldn't bring myself to speak. I only nodded, emotion bubbling to the surface as I came to accept it, welling up from inside me. "Zach!" Megan quivered, but I stood still, waiting for it to end. Something clattered to the floor with a resulting metallic twang, and I felt her embrace me, hugging me, and crying into me. I opened my eyes to look down at her, brushing hair out of her face and wiping away her tears as I leaned down to kiss her. It was long and slow and shaky as we held on to one another there as long as we could, and as I drew back and pulled her head into me, I cradled her neck against my chest and rested my head on hers, my cheek brushing against her hair, rubbing her back with my right hand. As I did so, I looked up to see my warped reflection in the slanted glass pane behind her, and when I looked into my eyes, I couldn't see myself there anymore. I gripped Megan tighter to me, and with my free left hand I flicked out the blade of the switchblade knife Brad had given to me and sunk it into Megan's neck, just behind her ear, below her jawline. Before she could even know what that sound was, it was over. I felt the knife rub against bone inside of her, cutting all the way through to her spine. She spat out onto me, gurgling through lost, unspoken words as she convulsed in my arms. I threw it across the room. In a stream, blood escaped from the wound in her neck and her body went limp. Unable to look at her, to see her eyes glaze over, I closed my eyes again and lowered her body to the floor, collapsing to my knees in an unquenchable sob. A mechanical noise sounded opposite of me, causing me to open my eyes as I saw the reflective panel tilt back and realign, showing me a room full of men standing and applauding me from behind the glass in a muted ovation. Lawrence Halden was not amongst them. Instead, the latch on the door to my left clicked before popping open with a pressurized hiss, and Mr. Halden entered the room, flanked by Mr. Alverson, both with wide smiles stretched across their faces. Seeing them look upon me with glee filled me with an unspeakable rage. I reached for the katana that Megan had dropped in her final moments and swung the blade around to point at them, expecting them to back away, but they didn't. Halden approached, the smile still plastered on his face as he lowered himself down to a kneel beside me. Using his forefinger, he prodded the point away from him, and I allowed it, keeping the sword firmly in my hand, but no longer pointed at either of them. "There really won't be any need for that," Larry hummed with elation. "It's over, Zach. You're done." His face relaxed into a shockingly sincere and sympathetic wince. "What's done is done, and because of it, because of everything that happened in here today, you will never have to worry about another single thing for as long as you live. We'll make sure of it." "Trust me," Alverson said, still standing firmly over Larry's shoulder. "Not only do we understand," gesturing to the men behind the glass as he began to unbutton his shirt and reveal his chest, "but we've actually been exactly where you are right now." With only half of his buttons undone, he revealed a grotesque and gnarly patch of hypertrophic scarring all along his chest. "Flamethrower," he laughed. "It's funny now, but it wasn't fucking funny then." One of the men behind the glass raised his hand and removed a prosthetic, revealing that most of his palm had been missing, leaving only his pinchable digits. Another man smoothed out his hair, pulling back along his scalp, showing a long and deeply pitted scar that ran across almost the entire circumference of his head. Another man stood and pulled up his pants leg that ran down to a finely tailored, shiny leather shoe, revealing a totally metal limb from knee down. All of them stood and showed battle scars, wounds, and marks from their time spent in a room much like this. And worse, all of them smiled through it, with visible pain hidden behind their eyes. I recognized that look, the same look I saw in my reflection just now when the promotion ended. Aside from a few dings, I'd say you're not much worse for wear, Larry began, turning to Alverson. I don't think that's ever happened. What about you? I croaked, my voice cracking through dehydrated lips. Where are your scars? I'd be happy to show you, Larry nodded, but some things are more than just skin deep. And he looked down at Megan 1,000-yard stare in that single glance. He went to move her off of me, and I admit my knee-jerk reaction was to raise the sword at him again and maybe even give him a new scar to take home, but it was his face that stopped me. He looked genuinely upset, and he didn't try to hide it. He moved her as carefully and softly as he could until she rested firmly on the floor. Then why do it? I asked, piercing through his somber malaise. Ain't that the million-dollar question? Alverson laughed, closing his shirt once more. At least a couple $100 million. Larry nodded, but waited, pondering his answer before speaking again. Because the system is broken, Zach. It has been for a long time. It's always been a dog-eat-dog world, but somewhere along the last 200-some years, it's gotten worse. It's been corrupted and traded and safeguarded by people who don't know what real loss is. No desperation, no struggle. It's been privatized by insiders who've never had to fight for anything in their lives. They've cheated. They've benefited off the backs of people who are no longer capable of rising up and putting them under a guillotine. You think money is power, Zach? You think the empire you're about to inherit is about the riches or the luxury or the prestige of it all? Let me tell you, this isn't just some broken machine with the pilot asleep at the wheel. It's a monster. It's a beast. It's a savage hunger. You are not in control, and you never will be. He finally looks up from Megan's body. It controls you. He stands and puts his back to me as he walks to the glass wall where the rest of the men stand to receive him. You'll be responsible for it, whether you want to be or not. You will see good people destroyed. You will watch them rise only to fall, and the fall may take years. It may take an entire lifetime for people to realize, and at the end, they will have nothing to show for it. And this will consume you. This meaninglessness of it all. He turns and looks around the room. Nothing is right in this world anymore. The laws are written by people who stand to gain from bending them, and any regulatory body is a revolving door of dirty handshakes, playing games with people's lives. This is a game. Make no mistake, but in this game, the players do not get to keep their hands clean if they want to win. I'm choosing to be honest about it. I'm choosing to be succinct about it. I'm choosing to show it for what it is. He stops to breathe it all in, a long inhale through his nose, an equally long exhale through his mouth. People do not want and cannot afford the luxury of being in control. You don't understand that now, but you will. Eventually. The system is broken, Zach. He nods again. And we're not fixing it. People go their entire lives without being given the opportunity to get what they deserve, Mr. Tillman. Alverson walks up and shakes Larry's hand. You've fought for it. More literally than most others ever do. And you've won. The price of that victory surrounds you. Larry holds a hand out to me and I take it. He stands me up, pats the dust and detritus from my shoulders. But we will take care of this, and we will take care of you, and it's time to go home, Zach. You've had a long day. What about their families? Their kids? Meg? Brad? I trail off, unable to look for them as Halden and Alverson lead me out of the room. They will be compensated for their loss. Larry shakes his head, addressing it all so matter-of-factly. Mr. Alverson is going to see their life insurance policies. This is a workplace accident. Pay out comfortably, annually, making sure any surviving families is provided for. They'll actually see more money now than when they were alive. Larry closes the door behind us, the smell of gas stinging my nostrils as the door is sealed shut. I'm taken into the room behind the table in the hallway, where rich perfumes and fragrances replace the smell of decay and death. I'm introduced to all of them, everyone who watched me in the room behind the glass, as an ignition switch is turned and the remains of the room are torched in a blazing wall of fire. I'm given food and a drink and a chair right next to Alverson, but everyone stands to congratulate me. Larry doesn't even have to encourage them to cheers. Welcome to the family. Hey Zach, what's this email about? My secretary Melissa asks over the phone. You want this to go out to all employees and all departments at Park Avenue Pharmaceuticals in Cliffside, New Jersey, right? Yeah, this thing tends to happen every couple years. I try to brush it off as my chauffeur pulls up to the curb at JFK where a private jet is waiting for me. Lawrence Halden is on board and he wants me to go over a new business venture in Chicago with him. He's asking me to take point on it, which means sending out a new promotion email to everyone under me at PAP. Send it out tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp, okay? Will do. And Zach, I'm sorry if this is like overstepping or pushy or anything. I can tell Melissa is working up the courage to ask for something, but I'm unsure how to answer it as sweat begins to bead around my brow. Am I able to apply for it? I just think that these last 5 years have been some of the best I've ever had, and even though the work is tough, I can do it, and I can do more. I know I can. You've been a great boss, and I just no. Maybe a bit too forcefully or a bit too coldly for my own good, so I try to soften my tone and offer a little warmth. No, Melissa. We can talk about a raise, and I promise that you're doing a great job, and I'm happy to have you. But when it comes to the promotion, don't.
Woo! Oh, fuck. I knew when the bitch had the fucking katana to that guy, I'm like, don't drop it. Quit talking. Just do it. And yep, sure enough, she didn't have the gumption.
No, I think killing Gwen accidentally rocked the sanity of the situation out of her a little bit. That even after Seth was done for, she was just like, it was mechanical, it was autopilot, like she picked it up because it was there.
Yeah.
And because it was just them two. And there's a part of you that's just like, do it, kill him. Like he's asking for it. Like he would have accepted it. There was a point where I wrote it where I was like, she could slash at him, he could take it. And
he's analytical, he's all about the numbers.
He would be willing to sit there and take the slash if it meant getting closer to her to be able to get the kill shot. But it's like, the more I felt, the more I was like, nah, she killed someone by accident, and when she tried killing earlier, she missed. Mm-hmm. So fucking throwing stars, are you serious? This is so fucked.
Oh, man.
I loved writing her, I loved writing Chuck, I loved writing Brad. Brad's inspiration was the kid who dies next to the tree in Freddy vs. Jason.
Oh, okay.
I always think there's something poignant about a really likable character who just dies off screen. Like no one's around.
Come on, man.
There's nothing to to weep over, or there's no Boromir death scene, my king, like, none of that's happening.
There's so many, too, so there's so many interesting ways they could have died.
Yeah,
Climbing that corporate ladder, man. Doggy.
It'll kill you.
That's good stuff.
I mean, like, the speech at the end is genuinely my feel. I say it twice in the story that I'm not going to say the system is broken and get into capitalist rhetoric, but it's because Zach doesn't. Larry does.
Yeah.
It comes from the most unprecedented spots in the entire story. It comes from fucking Larry. So when I was writing Larry's entire monologue, I was like, what would a rich person who's been through some shit say to a young person who's about to be through some shit? Which is, I'm just pushing the buck, man. We're all a part of this. You have to figure out where at the food chain you are in all of this. And that's when Alverson walks up and he's just like, people spend their entire lives working towards an end goal and then get there and realize that it's not what they thought it would be and their life is over. They go into retirement or they die.
Yeah.
And it's like, we perpetuate this system. We let this happen. We encourage this of our people. And then when we're done, we just let them fucking rot. Yeah. Like, it's so fucked.
Cogs on the wheel keeps spinning.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked your wood line. I was like, oh, how much wood, chuck. And then later it came into play. I was like, you I saw that coming.
Yeah. No, I definitely wanted an enemy. Because I felt like Larry wasn't enough. Larry's meant to be an enigma until that monologue at the end.
He's really cool.
He's meant to be Walt Disney. He's meant to be Tony Stark. Like, he's just meant to be this option of enviousness.
There's wisdom there.
Alverson was always supposed to be a mechanical twist shadow, Slughorn character. The reveal that they all had been through a fight like that to get to where they were came from Fight Club.
Okay.
And I kept thinking for a while that I really wanted the twist monologue to hit from a place of informed trauma. I would have hated for Larry to get up there at the end and be like, good job, I ate popcorn while you did that. That was fun. Like, no, he's playing a character. He knows he's playing a character. He's putting on a face, but that's because he has to, because that's his role. So when it gets to the end and he looks really sadly down at Megan, you could just know that somewhere 20 plus years in the past, he did the same fucking thing.
To the victors go the spoils.
For real. I thought about Game of Thrones a lot. Betrayals. I thought about how quickly a situation can turn into dog shit. Obviously, Battle Royale, obviously, Belko Experiment were my inspiration for it. But when I watch Battle Royale, I'm kind of confused because it's like, why kids? Kids are dumb. Let them grow into adults. Let them have an informed opinion. Yeah. And then with Belko Experiment, I just thought it was missed potential because they go into like this seedy conspiracy place and they don't give anyone weapons. They just let each other kill each other with like office stuff. And I'm like, that's dumb. If that's the purpose of this, make it interesting. Yeah,
give them the gifts.
Yeah, nothing's funny about watching someone smack someone with like a printer or like just strangle someone. Let's make it for what it is.
My only question, and maybe I missed this in the shuffle, the guy that did the grenade at the end to kill the 3 people, he was on their side, right?
Yeah.
Was there ever like a moment before where the main character was like nice to him or something like that for him to do that? Okay.
Clark, Diana, and Bruce, all named after my favorite DC characters, were just meant to be
Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman. I didn't even pick up on that.
They're just meant to be 3 oldies who've lived a long life. The minute the door shut and the guy said kill each other, they each accepted death. An old person is not working. It's not coming out of this up against a bunch of 30-year-olds. And that's where the house cleaning aspect comes in. Because you have to think about, if Larry had a list and certain people were allowed in, why weren't other people? Which is what Tim's death monologue is about. Because he's like, Gail wasn't allowed in. And it's because Gail was pregnant. So Larry does have lines. He has lines in the sand for some people. He didn't want Seth to be in there. Mm-hmm. Seth was his accountant. Seth led his accountant division. all this money has to be sorted by someone.
Yeah, you gotta find
literally
somebody,
everything. So like, if half of the accounting department came into the room and your lead is right there, you're crippling your own division. But being a man of resources, Alverson, when I allude that Alverson whispered something in his ear, I literally, in my head, like in canon, just said, Alverson said, I'll give you my guy from my company. I'll give you my accountant.
Okay.
Over and, you know.
So everything will work out.
Yeah,
it's fine. If
that's what he was okaying.
Let's see what it's about.
He was okaying Seth because he thought the ambition, the juice was worth the squeeze on Seth. Because, like, getting someone angry and getting someone in there that people don't like is like two sides of a shitty coin that they're just like, let's let this ball roll. Let's let this snowball out of, you know, in a direction. Because Seth is a prick. From the beginning, I'm just like, I'm telling you who's good, I'm telling you who's bad, and I'm telling you that Seth is kind of an asshole and Brad's kind of rational. And it's like, Tim didn't even want to be there, just bad place, wrong time. The idea to have the number one box be an explosive was very much to kick off the races, the gunshot and the horse race.
It's not always good being the first one to pick.
Absolutely fucking not. It shows an eagerness, a willingness to not predict what's coming. And Larry wouldn't want someone like that either. Someone who scrambles. There's so much about the beginning exposition where I try to, like, leave little pieces of what's going to come up later just to see if people are able to pick up on things. But it's such a long story, it's just like, I don't know how much of it is going to transfer over and how much people are going to be able to, like, see why things lined up a certain way or see why... Because, like, writing something like this was really detail heavy. I actually had a piece of paper with everyone's names and positions written out. Like, even the characters who weren't named were named. Just so that I knew if I needed to reference someone, I had a name already lined up. Like... Gwen, Eddie, Peter, all Spider-Man character names. Lori, Kirsty, my favorite final girls, who ironically get taken out first. I named a bunch of characters off of people in my life. Zach, Sean, Travis, Mark. Seth's name for the longest time was Keith. Because there's, like, a joke there about, like, no one ever being afraid of someone named Keith. But then I just thought Seth was a bigger asshole's name.
Keith was almost my name.
Was it really?
Yeah, Keith was the second name that my parents came up with.
You know, look out for Keith. Said no one ever. You know? Megan I named after my sister.
Okay.
Brad, I think I just needed a good name. I was just like, what's a good guy's name? Like, Brad was on an earlier episode, like a joke episode, where it's like a guy who just really wanted to be friends with everyone. It's like, Brad. I was like, okay, that's fine. Larry was always a joke. Larry! Just like the idea of Lawrence Halden. You could call me Larry. You know, just like immediately, like...
I'm cool.
Yeah, immediately takes away the prestige of his name and just like... immobilizes you with like how commonplace he can
Lawrence
be.
Holden is a very intense man, but
Yeah.
Larry's just.
But Larry's down to fuck.
Larry will work on your car on the weekend for $5.
Yeah, Larry's reliable. So yeah, like me actually working at a pharmaceutical company, you know, informed my opinion about how these things work, where these things come from, how the job works. That story about Thomas Twyford, a guy who took the wrong medication and died, was something that actually happened while I worked at this company. There was like a whole meeting about it. The actual like heads of CBS came in to be like, listen, your team is responsible for someone's death, and like we need to impart this upon you to let you know that like a couple of you guys fucked up. We're not going to point out anyone. We're just letting you know that you guys need to do better at your jobs because someone died from one of your fuck-ups. And, like, that was an actual meeting I had to sit through. I know I wasn't involved with any of it. I'm a packer. I'm not a fill operator. I'm not an ops tech. Like, I'm not a farm tech. So I'm not... Pills will never be my problem. But, that was absolutely 100% a real conversation I had to sit through once. And I remember being like, oh fuck, like this person had a family, this person was not just a number, this guy was like an actual person, and he died because someone fucked up at their job. Like meds are a big deal.
Yeah.
I wanted to take a peg out of Big Pharma. I enjoyed working at that job. I didn't hate it, not really. I got to listen to audiobooks all day and sit at a machine and make sure it was working properly. It's fine, it's an easy job. But I wanted to take a note out of Big Pharma. I wanted to, take them down a peg because it's just such a fucked industry. It's such a stupid fucking industry. Like, so many other countries have figured out free healthcare. Why the fuck are we sitting here?
Greed.
Insurance, that's another thing. Like, the insurance quote at the end, just saying that, like, oh, believe it or not, now that they're dead, their families are actually going to see more money than they will even if they had worked at this job for 10 years. How fucked? A real thing, people.
Slaves.
How fucked? Yeah, I wanted to, like, just punch the things I hate about our country all in one story. And it's like the fact that people have to live to work to die. Healthcare, insurance, rich versus poor, dog eat dog, just all of it. It all culminated in
When I saw the title, I immediately thought of when I was a tech writer at a software company. My last day, I walked into a meeting with the boss and the HR rep, and it was for a promotion for me. I was supposed to move up, make more money, have more like intricacies at the job, but instead I handed my 2 weeks notice because I typed it up previously. I knew I wanted to quit. He fired another person at that job that lost a child like a month before, and I was like, I don't want to fucking work for this guy. And like, we knew that like he wasn't like the best worker, but like he didn't deserve to be like fired after losing a child. So that was just like, all right, the writing's on the wall here. I don't care for this job. Because it was just like you said too, like I'd listen to podcasts all day. I'd write my tech writing.
It was a job that a monkey could do.
I mostly would just like sit on Reddit because like I did my work very quickly and then had nothing to do all day.
Mine was surveillance. What do you do when you watch something all day other than just make sure it goes back to working when it tells you that it's not? Like, that was my job, and they loved me because I didn't bitch about it. I sat there, I did it, I was timely, I was on point, I got it running back and fast. Like, printers jam. You fix the printer. That's why I'm good at fixing stuff. It's like, it's just... When things got stuck, I just fixed them really fast and I kept my rate up, and they liked that because the output was high, If it's all numbers, which is a part of that job, they didn't know my name. No one there knew my name. It's just like, it was the most real my life had gotten at like one instance. I was like, oh, a monkey could do my fucking job. Mm-hmm. That feels good.
Well, the funny part about it, too, is the boss's name was Chuck, so it's funny that my favorite character was named Chuck, and that was the terrible boss.
I named Chuck, George, and Tim off of all people I've worked alongside. Gnarly Charlie. Gnarly Charlie, I based Chuck off of his character. I have a feeling he would have gotten a kick out of that.
That's fun.
I had a lot of fun writing it. It was long, obviously. It was long. It took 2 hours to read, goddamn. But I didn't hold back. I thought if I wanted to do something brutal, I should dedicate and make a good reason out of it. And I think nothing is worse than good people who don't have a reason to kill each other being forced to kill each other. It's very Lord of the Flies. Like, you don't know any better. It's your only option. You have to survive. Like,
things escalate.
It's been done before. I'm not claiming to be original. I literally just said like the 6 things I've based my story off of, but I wanted to do my own attempt, my own version of it, and I feel like I did a good job.
Yeah. That was really good. I liked it a lot.
Thanks. Thank you.
You have worth, people.
Yeah, man.
Don't be slaves.
Don't be a fucking slug.
Everybody has a fucking slug.
Everyone out there is like a fucking slug, and you don't have to be a fucking slug.
I see what's going on.
I see through the bullshit. It's funny that I saw that video before I finished writing, and I was like, fuck, this makes me sound too edgy. This makes me sound like I watched too much Matrix.
Nobody knows what's going on but me. I'm so fucking smart.
I'm too fucking smart. Everyone else is just a dumb fucking slug.
Yeah, your life is worth it. Go do what you want to do. Don't be a slug.
Yeah, and don't like let your entire life pass you by too. Like that's a big one. Is like I think people are so ready to accept a job that pays well if it means like selling their soul. And it's like maybe you should think about it a little bit more. I wish we didn't live in a society that promoted that type of activity, but unfortunately we do.
But hey, if it's down to the final two, cut the guy's head off with the katana.
You have
for
a
your
giant
kid.
sword.
There's no weight in here.
Yeah, I knew that there were certain weapons I had to include, and I kept thinking of like, would it be ridiculous to have like a giant spiked mace, like someone slinging around a mace? And I was like, maybe.
I like
Because
the
like
sickle.
I knew the grenade, I knew the gun, I knew the chainsaw. Those were all up there. I knew the sickle was fun. I knew I needed a knife in there. The brick was a serious weapon. I thought that was funny. Someone killed someone with a brick.
Yeah, that one was that like I felt that crack when it was there.
Yeah. Harley gets fucking taken out by a brick, I'm pretty sure. It's really fucking funny. Yeah, explosions were definitely going to be involved. And then if you catch it at the end, like he just torches the entire room and just claims that there was like a
Workplace incident.
Yeah, workplace accident. Like people don't ask questions if you pay them enough money. That's ultimately like the end message there is that
It's a shame.
yes, stuff like this could happen anywhere in any office building across the country and people would not ask questions because we're not raised to ask questions in these environments.
It's a shame. People were mixing chemicals and an explosion went off. These people died.
Well, the construction was there too. So you could blame it on like, well, we were trying to update the building and HVAC exposure. Multiple people came to witness some type of bad chemical that got out. You know, some fucking, I don't know, like gas or what's like a retardant, like a fucking like HVAC chemical leak.
Yeah.
You know, would have just taken people out, like, silently. Like, they wouldn't even have realized it. One person would have smelled it when half the room is still asleep.
Yeah.
You know?
Perfect build, man. Nice
Thanks.
and slow. Got you where you wanted to be. And
It's
like
like
fucking picked
26
up
or,
real quick.
26 or 27 pages of exposition. Like, we were talking about it with your story. It's like 26, 27 pages of just exposition. Because it's not... The point was to get you to care about some of these characters. I didn't want you to just immediately see that they were numbers and that I was just scratching them off a list. Like, because that's what I was doing. So I have to be better than what I was doing.
I like that, though, because that is what happens then, though, too. Mm-hmm. So it's like a little metaphor there that they are numbers.
Yep.
Good
Irony.
stuff.
Irony. Yeah. Had a lot of fun writing it. I think if I were to put any of my stories up on Reddit, it would be this one. I'm thinking of putting like the best stories of all of these compilations up on like No Sleep just to see what people think, and then at the very bottom just like listen here, the Lotsa Pasta podcast written.
If you want to hear us say cool things like fuck or
retard and because you can say that here.
I can say retardant.
Yeah.
Wow.
You could also say worse.
But I can't say retard.
You can. You can, and you did.
Fuck. Cancelled. Bye.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this, honestly, because it was very cathartic for me, and getting to read about it and talk about it with you was awesome. So
I think
like,
that's definitely like a part of the conversation that we can have, like going into my stuff. It's just like I came into this saying, let's give everyone a platform for just a moment. Whatever soapbox they want to stand on and whatever narrative they want to fucking force upon people for however much time they want, however much time. I think what they wrote, the length of what they wrote was commiserate to the soapbox size I allotted them. So for some people who wrote like 40 or 50 pages, I gave them 2 or 3 hours, you know? So it's like,
right.
If it was 10 or so pages, I gave you like an hour, and it just kind of varied between that. So if I'm giving you this soapbox and I'm telling you to write to your heart's content and then come and talk to me about it. The takeaway is, you know, did you get something out of this? Did you enjoy yourself while you did this? Because if you
Absolutely.
didn't, like, at least you then still learned something about yourself, you know?
No, I totally agree. I can't remember who told it, it actually, you know what? It might have been my sister actually. Because she's a stylist. And a little bit like she was an influencer for a while and she kind of is, but she's transitioned more into like fashion and like styling because she fucking hates being
Yeah, fair.
and hates other influencers. But and I will not be tagging her in this.
That's fine. That's fine. We don't need
For that
to.
exact reason. But she was the one who told me, because when she was first starting out with like styling and everything, she was like, oh, like, can I practice on you? Like, let me like do a thing for you. And I was like, yeah, why not? And then she was like, all right, we're going to sit down and we're going to look at like aesthetics and things. And I'm going to pick out some stuff for you. And you're going to tell me if you like it or if you don't. And if you don't like it, that is like an equal amount of information. We just need to identify
it is
what
important to know this. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think one of my favorite conversations I had with someone so far. So that means I've had this conversation with 18 other people.
Right.
And I have seen every side of the D20.
Right.
I have seen the people, quite literally, Skelly Bones in his episode, which is the one after, or the one, might be the one before this, might be the one two before this. I don't fucking know at this point. Skelly Bones, when done writing his 30-some pages, the most I've ever seen this man write, this person has not written in 16 years, and he put his heart and soul into the best little Goosebumps story I've ever seen. And at the very end of it, I was like, you had that inside you. You should feel accomplished for having done that. And he's like, I do. And I was like, so is there anything else in there that like that you feel the need to express, do you think you're going to sit down and continue writing? And he just looked at me like point blank and he was just like, no.
Wow.
No, I'm good. And it speaks to the type of person he is too, because he's, I don't want to say like reticent or recalcitrant in like a negative way, because I definitely think someone who knows their lane and stays in their lane is like a formidable thing, a stubbornness that I can attest to from time to time. There's something about him being like so sure. Like, yes, there was the narrative of him saying, well, thank you for giving me this opportunity to do this, and I'm happy to say that I did it, but I'm also happy to say that I'm done with it.
Right.
And it's so interesting because it's just like, I
did it.
Yeah, exactly. There's getting done running a triathlon, getting done running your 500 meters, you know, like you cross the finish line, you're good, you're done. Like, I don't know if I need to do this anymore. There is that aspect of it. But for me personally, and for people like Dewey, who's the other side of the coin,
right,
this was an opportunity for them to know that this platform will always be there for them should they ever want to do this again. Should they ever feel the need to, I'm calling the series pen to paper, should they ever feel the need to put pen to paper and just want to get something out there, like, this is my call to anyone who is writing, anyone out there, anyone who's listening that is writing, that is putting pen to paper, that is doing this shit themselves. We've been almost recording for like 10 full years now, almost 10 years. And the spectrum of stuff we've read, the amount of people's stuff we've read, it always takes just a little bit of something to get you out there. And if No Sleep or Creepypasta or Unsettling Stories is your vehicle to doing that, then do it. That's all I want to say, is just do that. Because, I mean, more to say even more than that, send it to me. I will always want to read what people have to say.
No, and also like it's so funny because I've had a lot of discussions with like loved ones recently about like making art and making writing and making things
Yeah.
as a process
Yeah, as a
rather than
process.
as
The
like a
product.
finished
Yeah.
product. Because like the urge to create and to be creative is a very human one. Every single child that's born wants to make things. They like kids, they draw, they play with
I
Play-Doh,
fucking
they
love
make
Legos, man.
they love right. They build things. They play pretend together. Like play fucking pretend with your friends, man. I don't care if you're 20, 30, 50, or 80. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you've never picked up a pen and written anything. I don't care if you've never painted anything. Just fucking do it. It's worth it. I
I
don't
know
give it
you've
make
never had the opportunity to join me, but do you know that I rent an Airbnb every year and I invite like 20 people over and we literally do like a horror live action role playing thing?
that sounds so fun.
And we're all like in our 30s. One of us
I
is
love it.
a couple of us are even in our 40s.
I
So
love it. I love it.
it's just it saying that imagination is your thing and saying that the creative process needs to be not only accepted but encouraged is like the bumper sticker of this podcast. Like I for you to sit here and be like, listen, I need to continue having this campaign trail where I have this conversation with everyone. Like, no, we will continue to have that conversation as long as this show exists. Like,
Literally.
do the thing that you've been thinking about. You've never painted before, but you really want to. Fucking do it. You've
do
been
it,
thinking
yeah.
about writing. You put together a 5-page horror story. Post it on No Sleep. Send it to me. Tell me
Yeah.
you want to come on the show and talk about it. We will talk about it.
No, literally. I mean, it's and do it bad. Do it bad. I don't care how bad it is. I make bad
Yeah,
shit.
I mean, people being
every
critical
day.
of themselves is going to be one thing, but I would much rather someone do the thing bad and have done it than to let anything hold them back than the thought of ever having done it.
Exactly, exactly. And if you only do it one time and you're like, I fucking hated this, I didn't enjoy any part of it, that is an equal amount of information as it would be if
like
you
what you were
enjoyed it.
saying. Yeah, exactly like your
Exactly.
sister said, exactly like Skelly Bones said. Like
Exactly.
you are learning something from yourself
Every
by
time.
doing that thing.
Every single
It's
time you learn
incredibly
something.
useful. I think there are so many people on this planet who go their entire lives without having done that thing. That thing that's right there in front of them, that could have been done at any time, that they could have just experienced and had that experience. I think for something like writing or something like the arts, it is so much more manageable. It is so much
Yeah.
more manageable now more than ever. Like we're looking at how we're in a weird way we're in our own renaissance, but it's in the self-publish way. I
Yes,
think
it is.
now more than ever people can craft and go on Etsy and make a living out of it. People can write and self-publish and make a living out of it. People can do their art and go online and produce and create and post about it and get eyes on it for people that exist on the other side of the planet. Hello, Kitty. Thank you for listening. I hope you're enjoying this episode so far.
Yes.
There are these experiences and there are these things and there are these people that we never would have witnessed, we never would have known if we hadn't tried. Go back and listen to the first 25 episodes of this show, everyone. It is rough. The quality is not good. Cannibal Siren was there on episode 25. She was there when I was holding a shotgun mic and pointing it at her so she could talk, and then pointing it back at me so I could talk. Okay?
And it was fun.
I mean, yeah, it was always about being high and having fun, but you know, look at us now, close to 10 years later. Holy shit. I'm in a studio with a professional microphone. I'm talking to my friend who is in a completely different state. You know, like we find ways
Exactly.
is my point. The resiliency of humankind, the stubbornness of humankind to stick to something because a couple people told them to.
Right.
Let yourself chase that dragon for as long as you need to.
It's totally worth it, I swear.
Validate me.
Validate me, baby.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge me or else I mean it this time. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm
the
just kidding.
witness me is definitely
Witness me.
the subtitle, the context of this show.
Shiny and chrome.
Seriously, that is the because this is the last episode. This conversation is going to be on the last episode where I probably just got done reading my big meaty 40-page story with Deputy Dewey, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. I fucking loved writing it. A part of me needed to come out of that story, the part that wanted to crush capitalism at its roots.
Yeah.
I hope if you don't listen to this, that you do, now that you have my file in front of you, that you go back and read these stories, because I could summarize them pretty quickly.
I absolutely
We were talking
I
about the vibes that we were trying to hit.
Yes.
That first one, page 1, I can smell it. That's my no
Yes.
sleep. That's me
I love
saying,
it.
I'm a guy, I've been living with this, I need to just talk about it. And he's telling this story about how he can smell death on
Yes.
people and how it's affected his life ever since he was a child. So
I love it.
It's child, it's like complete adolescence to infant, like to child, to teen, to adult. And it's all of these different stages of his life where something has happened and he's been able to smell it before it happened.
That's sick, actually. I love it.
Yeah, so that's the first 20 pages of this document is my no sleep attempt. Then we get to
Yes.
page 21, where the title is Smarter Than You Think. And that is my creepypasta story. That was my creature feature. I knew I wanted to write this, but I also wanted to hit the same vibes of someone like Mark Rooster or Skelly Bones or Deputy Dewey, where I wanted to write this thing about this coming of age experience where someone is learning something the same time it's learning him. And I wanted to write that ET/Ratatouille thing. And what I found myself focusing on was my own experiences. And that's something I'd say about my first story too, is that these are all different sides of me. You know, the things that happen in that first story actually happened to me. I don't have the ability to smell death, but that doesn't mean that I'm not remembering these things and putting that on the page as I'm writing this.
Right.
For Smarter Than You Think, I go back to the time that I owned rats. I don't own rats anymore, but when I did, I learned a lot about them the same time they were learning things about me. And I just thought, what if I wrote a story about an incredibly intelligent rat where the person realizes how intelligent it was, like, way too late?
Right.
And what that would mean, like the higher understanding and how that comes to terms, you know, in the story with the situation that character is in. Then that story went over long, in my opinion. I wanted it to be 20, 25-ish pages, went like 30 some. But people still told me that they liked it, that they felt they were surprised at where it went. So it is what it is.
Right.
Go all the way down to 53.
Okay.
This was my meaty one. This was the one where I think when I sat down and I told myself that we were doing a writing special, I feel like this was the story I wanted to tell the most. This one was called The Promotion. This is the one I probably just got done reading with Dewey on this episode. This one is about a guy who works at a pharmaceutical company. And yes, he realizes how evil the health industry is. And he isn't necessarily trying to change it from the inside, but he's talking about the terrible aspects of it that humanity may or may not be witnessing as it's happening.
Right.
It's called The Promotion because his eccentric billionaire boss comes in one day and just starts picking people and tells them to come to a talent pool job fair at the end of the week where he's going to do interviews with everyone to see who is going to get a promotion, an internal promotion at this company, at this pharmaceutical company. Little do they know that really they're being lured in under the false pretense of a promotion when really they're entering the room.
Right.
And the billionaire is going to stand behind plated glass and tell them to kill one another.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
Which
God.
is just metaphor for life, metaphor for
Yeah,
reality,
really.
metaphor for capitalism, metaphor for how everyone in life will just beat each other down to get ahead of one another. And there's so much to unpack there, but I probably already did it with Dewey, so I don't want to bog down in it. That was the story I wanted to tell, and that one was like exactly 40 pages, maybe 41.
Right.
But it's like, man, it's just like during writing that, I was just like, this is something inside of me that needed to come out. This is a part of me that I needed to get out there. And there was a monologue in this story near the end that I needed to write about how people can witness the machine and be on the inside of it, be on the outside of it, be on any perspective of the machine, and know that it's going to exist whether they're there or not, and know that they have almost no ability to do anything about it. The machine exists.
Right, exactly.
And it's that kind of like, I don't know, closet narcissism that I wanted to write from, even though I don't agree with that narrative. I don't actually feel that way. It's that's the opinion I wanted to write. The denial and the reluctance and the acceptance of this terrible, great machine that we exist within. And then, we get to my last story because, no, I originally told you like 2 months ago that we were going to read the rat story together.
Right.
We're not doing that.
Okay.
I read that with someone else because
Okay.
I finished writing these in like July and I wanted to record them with people like ASAP because I was just done and I wanted to do it. And I wasn't going to rush you to finish your story and record with me at the same time. And I didn't want to have to record with you twice. So I went and I read that with someone else. But then I realized how many people we were having on the show, and I realized how many episodes I was going to do to kind of stretch that out. And it went from 3 episodes to 6 episodes. I literally doubled the amount of time in this entire experience just to be like, I'm going to give everyone as much time as they fucking want because they deserve it. Fuck it. People will listen to 6 hours. I don't care. And that's where we're at. The first episode was under 4 hours. Second episode was under 5 hours. Third episode is probably under 6 hours. And then, we try to keep it in that window as we moved along. But I know that my episodes are probably closer to like 5. Because I loved talking about my experience as I was writing all of these. And then I thought about you.
Me?
And I was like, no, I still want to read something with you. And because I broke 100, I was like, no, that's actually easy. It's easier to do that because my first 2 stories equal about 50 pages. So I'll read them on my first episode. And then I'll write another like short 10-page story to cap it off to bring me over 100 that I could read with you. And I was in no rush to read it because I wanted to sit back and kind of stare at it for a little bit.
Right.
Now, I did finish writing this in August. It's been about a month since I finished writing this. But after reading and writing those prior 3 stories, I sat back and I said, fuck, I didn't write anything spooky.
Right.
I wrote horror.
For sure.
All 3 of those are different aspects of horror. Someone
Right.
who's around the veil of death their entire life. Someone who sees death from a perspective they never thought that they would, from a creature that probably shouldn't have been related to that in the first place, and then someone who's literally brought into a bloodbath, battle royale style.
All the good shit.
I sat back and I was like, I didn't write anything spooky. And then I thought about you. And I said, I'm going to write a spooky story that we can read together.
Yay!
And I'm hoping that you're going to see the wink, wink, nod, nods, and then say, I hate you at the very end. So I quite literally wrote this story with you in mind. So
I'm excited.
as it goes along, you're going to see text in red.
Okay.
And I want you to read that.
Okay.
The character's name is Susie.
Okay.
And I might stop. I mean, I'm going to let you interpret it how you interpret it, but if I want you to reread it a certain way, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to take a little bit of time just because I'm the one who wrote this to maybe direct you a little bit. But you're going to understand the vibe pretty quickly.
Okay.
And you could run with it how I imagine you're going to run with it.
All right, I'm excited.
This story that we're going to read is called Unit 76.
Don't worry, I've never been more ready in my life. For anything, potentially.
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 Unit number 76 sold to Bryce Quill for 200 smackers. Auctioneer Jeremiah Kep clapped his hammer on the side of the brick building behind him. Because he lacked an actual wooden gavel and block by any official standard, Jeremiah instead used a regular steel-tipped ball-peen hammer and anything around him to call out a sale. Some have even seen him squat on the pavement looking like he's going to drop a deuce just to smack his hammer on the ground and yell out the winning bidder. As he handed Bryce the key to the unpaid storage unit number 76, Bryce handed Jeremiah the $200 in question. This better be worth it, Jer. I can't handle another loss. The last unit only had dusty furniture and baseball cards. I didn't make back 1/4 what I paid for it. I need a win. High risk, high reward, Bryce. You know the deal. Jeremiah swung his hammer around, twirling it between his fingers like a cheerleader would a baton. I don't even know who owns these things. Property manager sells them to me as is. I don't open them. I don't see what's inside them. I sell them to you. That's what we call plausible deniability. He drums the air with the hammer now. Could be gold. Could be grandma's used underwear. I don't ask questions, and I don't expect them to be asked to me. Wanna know why? Bryce leans in close enough to smell the whiskey on Jeremiah's breath. Because I don't wanna fucking know, he says loud enough for everyone in the crowd around them to hear. He points to the next storage unit on the list, and the small crowd of interested would-be buyers continue to shamble along with him in his raucous march. Next up, unit number 84, just down the road a ways here, Jeremiah says as they dawdle away. Some gawkers stay to see if Bryce struck gold, but when the door opens to a literal puff of dust and cockroaches escaping the intrusion of sunlight, most move to catch back up to Jeremiah and his followers. Only Susie Mitford stays, known to be interested in buying specific things in the units and less so the units themselves. Bryce has gotten lucky turning things over to her for a meager profit before, as she owns an antiques store on the edge of town and often gives things the tender love and care they require before being restored and resold. I swear to God, Suze. Bryce looks back at her before pulling the door open any further. I can't handle another unit full of trash.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain.
Susie smiles.
Besides, one man's trash.
But Bryce interrupts. Could very well be another man's trash, before letting out a long, exasperated sigh and heaving the door the rest of the way open. With the sunlight beating down on the pavement around them, it's hard to look into the darkness and see anything but. Bryce squints, trying to find a light switch or a pull cord, and finds the latter. With a tug, a dirtied incandescent bulb flashes to life with a pop and subsequent sizzle. At first, Bryce is immediately underwhelmed by what he sees in front of him. An old couch, an older-looking wooden dresser, and an empty wooden bed frame with no mattress. Seeing cardboard boxes behind the couch and dresser, however, Bryce kicks it into fifth gear and works up a sweat to get the junk out of the way. While Susie goes through the dresser and takes out all the old clothes, Bryce reminds her to let him know if she finds anything valuable. He's hoping to hear about jewelry, or cash, or a lockbox hidden within all the garments. When Susie gasps, Bryce turns, hoping to see something memorable, but instead sees Susie helping a family of mice out of the bottom dresser. She walks them around the corner and lowers them to the ground on the perimeter of the storage unit property where the pavement meets the grass behind a chain link fence. Bryce stands, watching her do it, wondering why she's so kind when the world has been so unkind to her. Susie lost her parents when she was really young through shady and unfortunate means, and was subsequently pawned off on her grandparents before she turned 4. Let's just say that they were aligned to the more fire and brimstone variety of Catholicism, and that Susie had a lot of hard-learned lessons while growing up under their roof. For 12 years, Susie dealt with the physical and mental abuse that came with having old or otherwise traditional figures as her guardians until her grandfather passed away in his sleep. The only good thing he ever did for her was leave her in his will to inherit everything after his wife had also passed away. Together, Susie and her grandmother kept the antiques store they owned running, but in under 3 more years, Susie was on her own. Been that way till Bryce showed up, less than a decade later. Bryce was younger than Susie, but not by much. What made her stand out to him was how quaint and petite she was. You can tell she was raised by her grandparents because she might as well have been an old woman trapped in a young woman's body. Inheriting an antiques store does that to you, Bryce imagined. Your blood and sweat becomes country home and goods, but your tears are good housekeeping. He could tell that Susie aspired for more, but was content with what she had. This was radically different from Bryce, and the fire in him was an ambition that stoked an ego to be bigger than he was. Was it puffery? Maybe. Did Susie see through it? Also maybe. Did Bryce care? Not a single Sunday in hell. Bryce considered himself the best thing to happen to Susie, and maybe she was also the best thing to happen to him, but he'd never admit it out loud. He didn't have time for pleasantries. He didn't have time for love. He arguably didn't have time for Susie Mitford, let alone the shitty game of luck at the local budget self-storage rental unit property. He needed money, and he needed it fast, and that's all he had time for. Susie understood that, more or less, which is why she opted to help Bryce out so many times. She had more than enough on her plate to keep herself bathed, clothed, and fed. She might not have learned too much from Grandpa's religious sanctimonies, but she did carry herself with charitable grace and gratitude, and that was as good a legacy as any to be known for around town. In fact, that's why so many people bought things they might not have even needed from Susie's antique store. They came for Susie. They left with a ceramic pitcher shaped like a rooster that didn't match anything in their household's aesthetics. Did they throw it out when they got home? No, they'd never dare. Susie Mitford had a way about her, and it would reach out and touch everyone through the things they'd buy from her. To use an uncommon colloquial term around these parts, Susie had a shine on her that lingered on everyone and everything around her. She was lucky in that way. And people felt it, and people came to her because of it. Even if they didn't think they needed a ceramic pitcher in the shape of a rooster, Susie would find a way to make them think that they did. Maybe it was a transfer of that good luck that she had come into. Maybe it was just a good salesperson doing what they do best. No one questioned it, and everyone loved Susie for it. As Susie lingered on each article of clothing, a tickle took her nose away from the dresser and its drawers. Bryce was done moving the bed frame and the couch out of the way so he could finally get to the boxes stacked behind, up against the back left corner of the unit. But when Susie stepped forward and pointed at the second box in the stack of 4, the one on top of the one on the bottom, he felt like a shark with blood in the water. He very quickly moved the top 2 boxes out of the way and brought the one she pointed to outside the unit and into the sunlight to get a better view of its contents. Something inside the box had attuned itself to her for whatever reason. She often feels this way about certain things with certain people, you see, and something in that box was calling out to her or Bryce. It was like a radio wave, and only Susie held the receiver able to close in on that particular broadcast. When Bryce opened the box and found vintage baseball cards from some 80 years prior in a makeshift binder, he paged through with a sigh, but nothing in there caught his eye. He didn't know nothing about baseball or its players to judge otherwise. Might fetch a few bucks at Martin's, he said, referencing Craig Martin's pawn shop down the street. Might even know a guy, but stopped when he saw that Susie was shaking her head. There might be something there within those old pages of legends, but he tossed the binder to the side as something to focus on at another time, and came back to the box and its contents to see what was setting Susie off. There were only 2 other things at the bottom of the aged cardboard box: a raggedy doll and a silvery handle wrapped in cloth. Bryce lifted up the doll in his left hand and the silvery handle in his right. Susie stepped forward and placed her hands on the doll before making a face like she smelled a fart. She turned the doll over and around in Bryce's hand. It was a small thing, but age hadn't been kind to its yarn and fabric. It was a little guy with floppy ears, a pale, inhuman face consisting of black, beady eyes, and a goofy, toothy smile. Susie pushed fingers into and around the cotton body, feeling something inside the stringy creature.
The stringy creature, huh?
But was unable to discern what exactly was concealed in its plush interior. I'm glad you liked that.
My greatest enemy.
She carefully placed it back in the box, face down, trying not to look at it more than she had to.
He should stay here.
She said, closing the box and placing it back in the unit.
I love you, Susie.
Like I said, I wrote this for you. Bryce had no qualms. The thing looked ratty and weird. He had no doubt Suze had reason for feeling the way she did and didn't think he'd get anything for it anyways. No. His focus was on the object left in his right hand. He unwrapped the cloth around the top of the handle and revealed a beautiful and ornate mirror. He guessed it was silver-plated, maybe even bona fide sterling. As he turned it over in his hands, the light of the sun reflected off every inch, not just the glass but the metal. It practically glowed. He didn't know how to qualify something like this, so he turned back to Suze to ask her, "What do you reckon? Is it worth $100? $500? Hell, I'd kill for $5. But stalled when he saw her expression. It was sorrowful, mournful even. She strode to Bryce's side and took it from him gently. She held it flat in her palms like someone would hold a plate of fine china, and she closed her eyes. She shook her head only slightly and visibly winced before handing it back to Bryce. He gladly took it back from her, his hand firmly on the handle, but as he lifted it to look at himself in its reflection for the first time, Susie grabbed his hand and lowered it.
That's not,
she suggested. All right, Susie. I usually don't say anything, but that's enough spooky shit out of you today. What's the deal? He asked, physically and mentally reaching his boiling point. Come on, let's have it. Susie hesitated.
the person who owned this unit wasn't in the best health when they died. That's why they stopped making payments. That's why it went so long unpaid. That's why it was sold.
People usually aren't in good health when they die, Suze. He interrupted under his breath, ignoring her for the most part.
That's not true.
She responded a bit more emotionally than Bryce has usually seen her.
Perfectly healthy people die every day for a whole load of reasons.
I'm sorry, Suze. Bryce deflating a little bit, remembering. I didn't mean anything by it.
I know you didn't.
Susie quipped.
But my point stands. The woman who owned this unit passed under very emotionally disturbed circumstances, and I don't think it's a good idea for any of her things to go on to other people.
Emotionally disturbed? Bryce asked. What are you trying to say? I can't do anything with any of this? Getting a shade redder now. I should just toss everything out?
It would be in your best interest, yes.
Susie answered very matter-of-factly. My best interest, Jesus Christ. Bryce took his hat off and wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. His hair had matted to his skin in the summer heat. My best interest is selling this stuff. That's the whole point of buying it in the first place.
I know where you're at, Bryce. I didn't know what was inside the unit, but now that I do, I don't think it's a good idea to sell any of it. Not a single thing.
She reached into her purse and pulled out a wad of 20s.
I'm happy to give you $200 for everything. You make your money back, no questions asked.
It was Bryce's turn to hesitate now. What are you playing at?
I'm not playing.
Susie answered.
I said no questions asked.
He took the $200 from her quickly, glancing back at everything before exchanging the mirror from his hand to hers.
Want to make another 100?
This piqued his interest.
Dump it. Crash the whole thing.
His jaw slackened. Suze!
No questions.
She said, fingering through more bills for another set of 520s. She held them out in front of him, but when he went to grab them, she pulled back.
I'm serious, Bryce. No sidestepping, no swindling, no Craig Martin, not even the cards. It's $300 for everything to go in the dumpster. I'd do it myself, but...
I'm the one with the truck, and I'm the one better suited for manual labor, he smiled, holding out his hand. I'll take it to the old landfill on Oxford Road and dump it all there. Even with his agreement, Susie hesitated to hand the final bills over until, Scout's honor, Bryce crossed his heart and hoped to die. Susie kept his stare for an extended moment before handing over the 100. She knew Bryce was happy to net a profit, but this was a trust exercise she had not yet exercised with him. Could he be kept to his word? Maybe. Is this a test of some kind? Also maybe. Susie felt many things from Unit 76, but they were mostly unpleasant. Feelings of loss, feelings of isolation, and feelings of hopelessness. She's felt all of these things before, but the unit's items amplified them. They were personal, but she couldn't quite connect the how, and that scared her. The money to Bryce was one thing, but the literal peace of mind it bought was another, and that was all she cared about. She hoped beyond hope that Bryce understood that, and would take her seriously without her having to explain the why. He didn't. Bryce knew Susie to be complicated and opinionated at times, but the spooky dooky shit he didn't have patience for. He thought it was unnecessary. He thought it was superstitious. Worst of all, he thought it was a waste. There was value here, he was sure of it. and what he could scavenge, he did. He kept an ornamental paperweight and letter opener he had found in the topmost box. He kept a nice-looking clock he found in the second box. He kept the entire box of books. These things have value, whether Susie believed it or not, and he was inclined to do something about it rather than let it all rot. Did you say God damn it?
Said God fucking damn it.
He didn't care if he had to toss salt over his shoulder for the rest of his life. When he pulled up at the landfill on Oxford, he only unloaded what he didn't think he could get away with pawning off back at Martin's. He tossed the dresser, dumping each drawer and making sure that there was nothing hidden anywhere. Finding nothing there, he broke the bed frame down into splintering toothpicks next. The couch he had to mull over a little bit. People like couches, especially if they're quality, and this one was in good shape from having sat unused for years. The problem was, the only person he could think of selling it to was Susie, so off to the heap it went. When it came down to the 4 boxes, he kept what was mentioned and more, but became puzzled when he got to the box that Susie had sniffed out. He knows a little about Susie's sixth sense and how she can pick up on feelings with certain things, but he didn't think anything of it more than a third eye he didn't have or like to think too much about. What he did register, however, was how things already appeared different than they were before. When he opened the box with the mirror, the baseball card binder was there, as was the mirror wrapped in cloth, but the doll was gone. Had Susie kept it? He tried to think about how she carried it back into the unit and might have had time to sneak it into her purse, but with how she reacted to everything, he couldn't come to a conclusion as to why she would do anything of the sort all cloak and dagger-like. She didn't like the feel of it, and he didn't like the look of it. So how it found its way outside of the box he had thought it was in was a peculiar thought. It was also a thought that ran through Bryce's mind maybe once before disappearing completely and never coming back again. She could keep it. She could keep it, he laughed to himself as he took the 2 remaining items out of the box and placed them back inside his truck. He comically threw the now empty aged cardboard box over his shoulder to land upon the rest of the trash heap, thinking that he couldn't wait to hear what Craig would have to say about all of this. As he got done unloading and reloading his truck with various goods that were to be taken for appraisal, a niggling feeling had found its way into the back of his skull. The hand mirror, still wrapped in fabric, had bore out a place in his mind for some reason that had only just come to the forefront. Susie looked at it, but never looked in it, and when he had tried, she had stopped him. So, his thoughts lingered out loud through his lips. Maybe she's rubbing off on me, as a chill made its way down his spine. Superstition was never his thing, as it was just something else Bryce didn't have time for, but the mirror was the crux on which Susie measured the entire unit, and it was enough for her to ask him to dump it via her payroll. He couldn't fight the intense urge to not look up at the mirror at least once before getting to Martin's. He was coming up with excuses in his head to do so before he began reaching for it. He just wanted to make sure it was still in good condition, he told himself. As he unfurled its cotton sheath, resulting in the discovery of a handmade scarf that it was wrapped in, he stared at the mirror, its reflecting glint showing him the roof of the truck's interior from the angle it laid. He grabbed the handle and hoisted it up, making eye contact with himself through it for the first time. And it was a regular mirror. He didn't feel anything. He didn't sense anything. And he definitely didn't see anything other than himself reflected right back at him. What a load, he thought aloud once more, laying it back down on the passenger seat next to him. As he slammed the door and turned the ignition in his truck, he found himself glancing over at the mirror in the passenger seat as he drove. Seeing the light reflecting off of it, as the sun began to set, casting purple and orange and pink hues about his car in a mesmerizing way. When he got to his next intersection and the red light overtook the rainbow shades reflected in his cabin, he felt a warmth emanating from the mirror, encouraging him to look at it once more. He laughed, thinking that it's a beautiful thing and that he might not want to sell it after all, as he picked it up. This time, something in the reflection was different. When he raised it to eye level, he saw the fast-approaching fluorescent bulbs of a car careening in his direction at a devil's pace. Worried, he could see himself reaching for the seat belt and trying to buckle it in before the rear impact turned his truck into an ejector seat collision with his windshield. In his panic, after securing his seatbelt buckle, he put the mirror back down and preemptively put his car into park and stomped both feet on the brakes before looking into his own truck's rearview mirror to find nothing. There was no car behind him. There was no imminent danger. There was nothing to be worried about. With a long and exasperated sigh of relief as the red light turned green and reflected against everything around him, he went to put his foot on the gas to drive forward and laughed when his car stalled, still in park, burning rubber beneath him. Letting off the gas and onto the brakes to change the car back into drive, he shook his head, and his car began to roll forward into the intersection when, all of the sudden, a sedan with bright fluorescent headlights cut him off and ran completely through their red light perpendicular to his position. He stalled. He stared, his mouth agape. If he hadn't been in park, if he had driven forward when the light turned green, he would have been in the middle of the intersection when that car ran that red light and the driver's side of his truck would have smashed into him, unbuckled inside of it. He thought of someone stepping on an empty can from one side, except he was inside the can when it was crushed, and the thought sent a chill down his spine. It was enough to make himself pee a little bit. Nervous now, feeling a little woozy, he looked over at the mirror resting face down on the passenger seat. Something in him told him to look again. The warmth was beckoning him once more. It was calling out to him. He was reminded of Susie. He was reminded of her telling him in only so many words to get rid of it. He knew better. Truly, he did. But he looked anyway. He picked it up. He looked himself dead in the eyes through its reflection, and in it, he could see someone sitting in the back seat of his truck. Veiled in darkness, a human-shaped void sat calmly behind him. It looked like someone had turned on a flashlight and cast a shadow puppet of a person, but instead of it being flat against a wall, it was three-dimensional. Looking at it confused him, made his eyes hurt, made him immediately feel like something was wrong, so he looked away. He looked back into his car's rearview mirror and didn't see a passenger in his back seat. He was scared. He knew what he saw, and he was definitely too scared to look again. Someone or something was with him now, and he could feel it. He was aware of it. The most frightening thought he had? It wanted him to know. Fuck. Martins was going to have to wait. He had someone he had to talk to. And she was going to be furious.
What do you mean you were just looking at it? When? How? Why, Bryce?
Susie Mitford raised her voice louder than Bryce had ever heard her before. He'd never seen her this angry, standing outside next to his truck, red-faced and irate. Part of him felt bad, but part of him was turned on, and that made the other part of him feel worse. Well, you see, I was on my way...
Man.
Well, you see, I was on my way to the dump, and I had thought about those baseball cards. Bryce looked down, avoiding eye contact with Susie was easy, but trying to curve the truth was harder. I promise it was the only thing I was thinking about, but when I reached into the box to look at them, the mirror fell out, and When I picked it up by the handle, it unwrapped itself. It was weird, Susie. I saw something. Susie stopped being angry. She visibly toned down, her voice turning from frustrated to cautious.
What did you see, Bryce?
She leaned forward, eyeing the truck's interior, honing in on the mirror resting spot on the passenger seat without even being told it was there. When I looked into it, I saw two bright lights like a car was gonna ram me, but when I looked up, there was no car. Curious, Susie waited. And just as I was about to drive through the intersection on Claymore, a car nearly crashed into me. Ran right through a red light. I didn't even have time to lay on the horn.
What were you doing on Claymore Street, Bryce?
Susie's eyes narrowed.
That's the opposite direction of the dump, and conveniently close to the direction of one Craig Martin's pawn shop that I explicitly told you not to go to.
That's not all, Suze, I swear. After the near miss, I felt something asking me to pick the mirror back up. Susie's face fell again, and for the second time her frustration abated. But this time, it wasn't for caution. It was dread.
Please tell me you didn't.
Susie looked deeply into Bryce's eyes. He looked away, unable to hold her stare. I did. And to this, Susie took a literal step back, away from Bryce, away from his truck, away from the mirror inside of it. And I saw something looking back at me. I mean, I didn't, but I did, you know? Sitting in the back seat of the truck, not doing anything, just watching me. It looked like a person, but it wasn't. It was like emptiness in the shape of a person, like a living shadow.
If you gaze long enough into the abyss.
She looked away now and up at the sky to see the sun setting and the moon rising.
The abyss will gaze back into you.
Confused. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Bryce started, but was interrupted.
It means you saw something you weren't supposed to.
And this time it was Bryce's turn to wait. Susie sighed, long and hard, collecting her thoughts before she spoke.
I've felt this before.
She hesitated, looking back at the truck.
I've seen this before.
Looking back at Bryce.
When I was little, Grandpa.
She sat down on the front steps of her store, already locked up and closed for the evening. This was the place Bryce always knew where to find her, as her living quarters were in the back, on the renovated house side of the building.
Let me start by explaining the feeling I get when something is wrong. When I pick up a specific object, I either feel a sense of warmth or coldness emanate from it. Truthfully, I've come to realize that most things are just cold, totally normal, removed of any residue, but every once in a while you pick something up on various degrees of heat. If something is barely simmering under the surface, I know it's best to let it go.
The mirror. Bryce nodded.
Yeah.
She nodded back.
It felt hot to the touch, specific, if you know the feeling. It's not a burning, it's just a warmth. The warmer the object, the higher level of activity.
Bryce shot back a look that questioned, but Susie answered.
Spiritually, I mean. I think it's possible for people to attune themselves to certain objects in their lifetimes. And I think that in their passing, these objects create a fractured bond of sorts, imbued with the energy that they're given. When people find these objects after the owner is gone, they sometimes see or feel the effects of those energies passed over from the other side. I never know if the energy is good or not until I sit and feel out the warmth for a little bit, but I've grown to think that the hotter something is, the less likely it is to be good at all. If something is loving and cared for, it has like a fluttering and tingling kind of warmth to it, like holding a mug of hot cocoa or warming your hands in front of a crackling fire. It's hard to describe. I've never said this out loud before.
But Bryce didn't mind. He felt like he was finally learning something about Susie he's long ignored. It wasn't entirely uninteresting to him, especially if it could eventually explain anything that happened to him. His rapt attention egged her on.
If someone passes under less than fortunate circumstances, troubled, alone,
Emotionally disturbed? Bryce found himself saying without even really knowing it was coming out of his mouth, his eyes doing a 1,000-yard stare. Susie nodded.
When Grandpa died, everything he left behind felt like him. His leftover judgment, bitterness, rage.
Matching Bryce's stare now.
It soaked into his clothes, his house, his Bible.
I always wondered why Grammy couldn't find it, Bryce realized. Susie wrung her hands from an imaginary filth.
It was the warmest of his things, and I swear, as I used to page through it, I could feel him around me long after he'd been gone. I could feel him looking down on me like he would every Sunday night, demanding more scripture to be read aloud and memorized. It even got to the point where when I held it, I could feel it calling out for us, me and Grandma, so I took care of it.
How do we take care of it? Bryce asked, a quiver in his voice.
I have some ideas.
As they approached the budget self-storage unit rental property, Bryce was wondering what the deal was, but Susie could feel it from her place in the back seat. She insisted upon sitting there in order to leave the mirror face down and undisturbed as long as they could, but had some choice words about the things Bryce had kept from both her and the unit that he had promised to dispose of.
Back to where it began.
Susie answered the question Bryce didn't ask.
Unit 76.
Bryce scanned his pass to enter, something he had been given numerous times for his numerous purchases of multiple self-storage units from Jeremiah Kep. The front gate creaked open, drawing itself automatically as no staff would be found here in the middle of the night. The pass for Unit 76 was attached to the key that opened the door to the unit, so when Bryce and Susie approached it and found the door ajar, they already knew something was wrong. Wedged in the door, the tiny, ugly cloth doll from earlier looked out at them. Bryce and Susie looked at each other, unsure how to proceed given the surprise appearance.
You get the door, I'll get the mirror.
Susie finally offered. Bryce wasn't sure which he hated more, the spooky doll looking at him from the ground outside the truck holding the door to Unit 76 open for him, or the mirror riding shotgun feeling like it was watching him the entire time he drove here. Sure, he coughed out. Sure, he coughed out as he stepped out of the truck and toward the unit. He quickly ignored the doll, letting it fall freely to the ground when the door was pulled open a bit more. He stepped inside, forgetting his flashlight in the truck, but trying to remember where the drawstring to the bulb on the interior may have been. He reached out and into the darkness. A shattering crash was heard behind him, enough to scare the bejesus out of him, twisting him on the spot to see a bizarre and horrifying sight behind him. In cast-down light of the partial moon in the sky, mixed with the off-center glow of the headlights of his truck, Bryce saw Susie standing behind him, her hand on the unit door. In front of her, on the ground, glimmering in the various refractions of light, tens of pieces of broken mirror scattered about the ground in a glittering ensemble. Confused, Bryce didn't know what to make of what he was witnessing. Susie kicked the doll on the ground into and past Bryce further into the darkness of the unit, where he dare not look back. In a sorrowful, tear-filled glance, Susie Mitford slammed the door on Bryce's face, and a subsequent lock was heard. In the darkness, he stumbled forward, his fear heightened, his breath catching in his throat as he yelled out for her. "Susie! What are you doing?" He could hear her crying just on the other side of the door. He slammed on it, wrenched on the handle from his side, but it refused to turn.
I'm sorry, Bryce,
she choked out.
but this is the only way.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? He screamed back, muffled by the door.
You saw something you weren't supposed to.
She slumped to the floor, her head in her hands.
You saw death, your death, and you know better than anyone when the bill comes past due.
Interrupted by her own cries. Let me out, Susie. We can talk about this. He tried to reason with her, begging heard plainly in his voice.
No, not anymore. Not if we don't give it what it's owed. It'll lash out to anyone and everyone around you. I know. I should know. I learned this a long time ago.
She was reminded of everything in her life that led her here. Everything she's felt and everyone she's lost.
It looks back, Bryce. It's looked back at me my entire life. You don't understand. When I was a baby, I saw it and it took my parents. When I was a child, I saw it again. It took my grandfather. And when the time came, I gave it my grandmother just like it asked.
There was a coldness to her voice in the last admission that Bryce had never heard coming from Susie before. It was a coldness of hopelessness, of apathy, of reality being already too far gone to change anything about it. She stood up and stepped away from the door, refusing to look back now. What's done is done.
When I burned that bastard's Bible, I set him free. When he appeared before me, I gave him what he wanted, his wife. She didn't even feel the needle pierce her skin while she slept. She was gone within minutes, and I never felt Grandpa's presence again. I got rid of them, Bryce, for good.
He couldn't understand what she was saying. He never thought Susie capable of hurting anyone or anything.
I didn't know the woman who owned the mirror, but I felt her sorrow, her loneliness, her pain. It's the same.
Bryce heard something move behind him. He instinctively turned at the noise, kicking up glass on the ground, shards of the mirror cracking under the soles of his boots. He imagined a sickly old woman huddled in the corner, leaning out of the darkness, reaching out for him with her withered hands. He stepped back, slamming into the door behind him, letting out a yelp on impact, stifled only by his fear. He now slid to the ground, whimpering and balling himself up into a fetal position on the floor. Susie's voice crept back in through the darkness from the other side of the door.
You saw your death, Bryce. I don't know how or why, but you did, and you were able to avoid it. You could have left it at that and called it a night, but you had to look again.
He thought back to when he first looked into the mirror. He thought back to the lights moving in on him, giving him a glimpse of his fated future, a future he wasn't supposed to escape but had. He thought back to the shadowy passenger in the back seat of the car and the way it looked at him, even without eyes to show its stare. It wasn't looking at him like it wanted him. It was looking at him like it knew him. He thought it was hunger that he felt from the void and the space behind him, that he had assumed now surrounded him. He knew it now to be so much more, so much larger than him, and he knew it was the last mistake he'd ever make.
You just had to look again.
She cried out into the night.
As I sat in the back seat on the way here, it hit me like a freight train. It came to me the same way it came to me with Grandma.
Her voice shook.
It's calling out for you, Bryce. You saw it. You saw your death. You saw me.
When she smashed the mirror just like she burned the Bible, Susie knew she was letting someone out. She may not know who owned Unit 76, but she knew that destroying a vessel so innately linked with death, only death would follow. Bryce had seen his death in the mirror not once, but twice. The first was enough to want him, but the second demanded him, claimed him. Susie understood it. Susie gave it what it wanted. She knew Bryce saw the car that almost ended his life, but when she realized that he saw her in the back seat, she knew what it was she had to do. Bryce felt the void blanket him in its warmth, encompassing every inch of his body into a heat that bade his heart to race so fast he felt it burst within his chest. As he reached out to the darkness, he felt something hot touch his hand and hold it there, small, soft, plush. He pulled the doll toward him and clutched it with his dying breath. In that moment, he let out all his anguish, all his fear, all his hopes and fears for the future that would never come to pass. He thought about every choice he made in his life, the ones he committed to and the ones he regretted. Amongst them were the choices that brought him to Susie, and those that brought him to Unit number 76. As he wept, his teeth clenched so tight they could shatter, he felt his life leave him in an ethereal and bewildering instance. Bryce didn't know that the abyss gazed back, not like Susie knew, but he saw it now, and it was the last thing he would ever see. Jeremiah Kep found Bryce's truck the next day as he did his morning walk of the budget self-storage compound. The truck was full of things Bryce had chosen to keep from Unit number 76, but its owner was nowhere to be found. After calling out his name and looking in every which direction possible, Jeremiah found Bryce's keys on the ground in front of the locked unit he had sold Bryce yesterday morning. With the lock disengaged and a turn of the handle, Jeremiah opened Unit 76 to be met with a peculiar sight. Nothing was inside Unit number 76 except for a strange and frankly ugly cloth doll sitting rather politely in the middle of the floor, smiling up at Jeremiah with a fanged, mischievous grin. Jeremiah picked up the doll, and it felt oddly warm in his hands as he turned it over, something hard at the center hidden in the cloth. He paid it no mind as he placed it into Bryce's truck and locked the door to Unit number 76 behind him.
Oh, yeah. That's what you get.
That's what you get now. No, so when I knew I was going to read something with you, I knew immediately that I kind of slyly, creepily had to bring Mr. Stringy into it.
I know. I was like, you motherfucker.
Because I originally wanted Mark, Stories to Read Alone at Night, One Page Wonders, to be on this special, but either there was a disconnect somewhere or he just wasn't available. But after telling me he was interested, he just didn't respond to any of the deadlines I was giving him.
Right.
So, it is what it is. He was one of the 3 or 4 people that said that they were interested and then just never followed up. That doesn't mean that I didn't want to write what I wanted to write. I was hoping to get his opinion about my, quote unquote, side origin story for Stringy. The idea that, Stringy is just this, passenger holding on to, lost souls type of thing. And the idea that Bryce is another side of Stringy, that in his dying moments he imbued the last of his life, the fears and the hopelessness that he had within Stringy, and that's a reason why, in my head canon, that's why Aunt Cicely probably comes into contact with Stringy after this situation. And that's why she starts to go mad, because of the hopelessness and his antics that he's able to elicit, how he kind of ruins her place in the first story, in the original story that Mark wrote. So I knew I wanted to write a cool female character for you to read.
Yeah, I was about to say, I also Susie's a real one, yo.
Susie's been through it, but Susie also has secrets.
She does, but also I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I support women's wrongs. So I just
you like how shitty Bryce is, and you like how right and correct Susie is.
No, exactly. And I also because I get it, man, money sucks and everything, but what killed I would have understood Bryce more, I think, if she wasn't here's $300, so you make back what you got plus 100. It's not as much as you wanted, but at least you're not operating at a loss. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I
she sold him on it. He's just worse for having taken advantage of it.
Exactly. I'm just
yeah, I think Dewey, who read all of my stuff really quickly, was just man, he is irredeemable.
No, literally, what? And although honestly though, I kind of I did feel bad for him, because I think that if you've ever been in the position where you desperately need money and things keep falling through, it's just I get it. I've been there. I know how
we all get that rat race. Yeah.
Yeah. I know how desperate that feeling can make you. So I am sympathetic to him. And it's a pretty rough way to go also.
Yeah.
It's not great. Dying alone in the dark in a storage unit. Ugh, I'd rather be hit by the car.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very interesting way to think about it that I didn't think about until someone else can tell me it. Yeah.
It's a really rough way to go, but I loved it though because I love that Susie didn't back down. She was like, "Nope, you fucked this up. I gave you every opportunity."
But even Susie comes into it at the same pace that Bryce does. Like I wanted that to be evident that like she had every intention of saving him. If he had listened, this would not have happened.
Exactly. It's like it's
when he looked again and saw her, that's the twist, is that we don't know that's her until she makes it her.
Exactly.
It could just be death. It could just be this vague, amorphous, ever-watching presence that's just like, oh, you missed that, but now I see you. Like that's the first thought, is that now this is a physical thing that's going to follow you for the rest of your life, Final Destination style. This thing is just going to be there following you. But it's not. I wanted that to be a twist on itself. I wanted to say, no, there's a reason this thing is in the backseat. There's a reason this thing feels this way. There's a reason this thing is looking at him like that. And it's just like, I wanted that to be Susie.
Yeah, and I love that actually. I think it's funny and fun also that we both went for like a sort of inevitability kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
In both of our stories.
I did that with all of my stories, to be totally honest.
No, I mean same. A lot of like part
all
of the
four
reason
of my stories have this like, the first one is about a kid who grows up smelling death. He literally knows the inevitability from the minute his dog dies. Like, he's just like, oh, so that's what I've been smelling, so I'm just going to deal with this for the rest of my life. Great.
Right.
Then the second one is probably the most naive perspective, but it's a kid who pushes buttons and then sees the inevitability of the consequences. Like, oh, well, this was bound to happen. Like he saw the equation for what it was when he started interacting with the rat, but now that he sees the outcome of it, he's not surprised at all, like then the third one is just like, oh, the surprise is that we're invited to this room and we're told to kill each other, but we were always killing each other this entire time anyway. It's just this is now just a whole lot more straightforward. So there's definitely something in each of my stories about people having that mirror, like, come to God moment where they're just like, no, this was always going to happen. This was happening whether we liked it or not.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's literally nothing you can do. And like she basically, it seems to me like the read I got on it is that Susie basically just like cut out the middleman. She was just like, we're not going to wait for this to happen and for you to drive around and like constantly cause problems. We're just going to end this right now.
Yeah, I mean, she's someone who like had been through that before. Like the admission that there's
like she knows how this is going to go already. Yes. So there's no point in waiting around. There's no point in trying to figure out another way. Correct. There's no point in we can talk about this. It's like, nope, this is happening and we're just going to cut it. We're just going to cut off the problem.
The other times that she's seen this, it's been the eventuality of both of those scenarios. So there's this thing where she was a baby and she saw, you never remember what you see, but she's claiming to have seen this thing that followed her around. It took her parents. Then as she grows up, as her grandfather gets more and more sick, she sees it around her grandfather. Then it takes her grandfather, but then she hates her grandfather so much that she burns his most prized possessions. And then he starts to show up more around her. Like, she's picking up on his frequencies despite the fact that he's gone. And she hates that almost as much as she hated him when he was alive. So she asks it, she's looking at it, what do you want? Well, you want the only other thing that you had in your life, your wife. Okay, so I'm going to give that to you. So she kills her grandmother as a means to say, like you said, cut out the middleman. I'm going to give you what you want. When it comes to Bryce, it's like, yeah, no, I'm I'm seeing myself for what I am in this scenario, and when she hears him tell the story of seeing someone in her back seat, she's like, yeah, I've been fucking staring at that guy my entire life. I know exactly who that guy is, and sometimes, yeah, I need to force his hand a little bit. But she also knew that if she didn't, it was just gonna lash out at everyone around her like it did with her grandfather. So, like, she didn't want to see it come back to hurt her. She didn't want to see it come back to hurt anyone else. She didn't want to see it hurt anyone otherwise innocent in this situation. So there is a kind of, like, I describe her as being someone with grace and someone with, like, an empathetic gratitude airs about her. Like, even earlier in the story. So that's what I wanted. Like, even this is like a blessing at the end of the day. Like, even this is like a, well, this was gonna happen, so I'm making it happen, and God be with you kind of fucked up attitude about it.
Right. And I just love it, though. Like, I love it. And I really, like, I joke all the time about how, like, it's, well, you know what, actually, it's not really a joke. It's actually totally serious. I have, like, a really hard time when I perceive that somebody is actively making their own circumstances worse or doing very little to improve whatever negative situation.
Okay, yeah.
And I have had a repeated, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to call it an issue, but let's say that a common
repeat offender. Yeah.
Yeah, let's say a common theme in my life is that I have people who are miserable or who are, like, upset about something, and then they call me and they tell me about what's going on, and then they ask for my advice. I give them that advice, and then they don't fucking listen to me. and then I get another call, like, later, and they're like, I did the exact opposite of what you said, and everything is way worse now. And I'm like, well, that sounds like a you problem, actually. And
so you really liked that side of Susie.
I loved it. I loved it because I was just, because, like, you know, I think that when you're younger, especially, I mean, I don't know if it's, I think that it definitely is something that happens a lot to girls, but I honestly think it can happen to anybody that's deemed, like, the quote unquote responsible person.
Sure. Yeah.
In, like, a friendship, in a relationship, in, like, your family, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But, like, if you're the responsible one, you know, or if you have, like, any modicum of emotional intelligence.
I'm the one that my family talks to about their problems. Yeah.
Right. See, exactly.
I'm
so
the
it's like,
child.
I think that, right. I think that when you're that person, it can be really easy to fall into a habit of, like, trying to solve other people's problems for them all the time. And then, like, when people don't listen to you, or when they refuse to solve their own problems, or if they just constantly keep, you know, fucking biffing it, I think that it can be very easy when you're used to being in that role for you to continue to, like, overextend yourself, you know, and try to, like, fix this thing for this, especially when it's somebody you really care about. You're like, well, it's my sibling, it's my dad, it's my mom, it's, like, you know, my best friend, or, like, my partner, or whoever. And then you just keep, like, extending yourself, and this person keeps fucking it up. And then eventually you're like, bro, I don't know why I'm even fucking trying, because this is literally just making my life worse. And then, you know, you basically have to learn that you have to just, like, let people go the first time. You know what I mean? And, like,
well, that's when I stopped giving advice. I want to say sometime around my, like, late 20s, I stopped giving advice and I just started listening. I just, instead of having a response, I just started listening.
Right, exactly.
Because I realized, like, nothing I'm going to say is going to change the situation that person is in. And sometimes they're better off for just having said what they wanted to say.
Exactly.
I think maturity is realizing that you don't have any outcome or bearing on that situation.
Exactly. And I know for me, I definitely, like, I sit down and I'm like, okay, do you want me to listen, or do you want my advice? You tell me.
It's almost easier to open with that.
Exactly. And I usually do. Like, I let them talk, and then I'm like, all right, what do you want? You want solutions? You want empathy? Do you just want me to shut up and listen? I'm down for whatever.
You just want an earpiece.
Exactly. And if they do want advice, I give it to them, and then that's it. I treat it like you're throwing something into
a doctor
the ether,
with a
right?
problem. Yeah.
Exactly. I hand them the thing, and then that is where, Right. And that's where my involvement ends. And especially like, and if they keep coming back with the same thing, if they're not listening, then I stop giving the advice and I'm like, it's not my issue. And it's been really helpful. And I feel like Susie,
self-respect wise, yeah.
Exactly. Self-respect and also just like sanity wise, because like if you're constantly chasing people around trying to make them listen to obvious things, like you're gonna kill yourself.
Quite literally.
And I feel like Susie literally took one look and was like, "Nah, I can't do it." And I really respect that. I really respect that.
I think, and like, no rush on this. Obviously, these episodes are gonna be out. My 2 episodes specifically. I read my first 2 stories the week before Halloween, and then I read these latter 2 on Halloween. And you know, whether you listen or whether you read those before that point, I want you to tell me how you feel about all of the main characters that I write, because I value your opinion and I would be interested in hearing what you have to say. But 2, I just think there are different sides of that literal question with each of these characters too, because the first one is a person with a problem that he can't talk about with other people. So it's a problem he internalizes, goes back and forth over, and literally goes crazy about. To the point where you're like, is this really happening? And you kind of have to come to that conclusion by the time the story ends. Like I said, that first one ends on a cliffhanger, so it has a direction if you're keen enough to pick up on the clues that where it's leading, but that's not the story I wanted to tell, so it just ends where it ends. The second story is someone, again, with like a secret, but this time it's physical. It's not just something the person is witnessing themselves. This is a creature. This is a thing that you possess. So do you choose to share this with the people around you, or do you keep it the secret that it is, let alone in the context of the story, people think it's a pest and they want to kill it. So you almost feel the need to keep it a secret to protect it, which is another side of that same coin. In the third story, there's less of this person has a problem and people are coming to him, or he's hiding the problem himself. This is more so the problem is systemic. The problem is for everyone. And the problem becomes, how do I deal with these people dealing with this problem? How do I offer advice while also trying to protect, while also trying to keep myself outside of these other people while also keeping myself alive? Like, where's the priority? Who's the primary? Where does this responsibility fall? And I think that's what makes me writing each of these stories like super happy to just like get this out, because I think all of these things are different sides of me where I'm like, I've run into these problems before, I've felt these things before, and much like your story, it's a way for me to like vent that. It's a way for me to put that on page and be like, whether I'm holding on to that part of me as baggage for the rest of my life, I don't know, probably. But now it's on paper, now it's out there in the ether somewhere, and I'm hoping other people are seeing it and relating to it, and I hope people reach out to me about the things I've written.
Exactly. And I think that the mark of like a really good story and like, or a really good piece of art in general, not just a story, like any kind of like media or whatever, is when like, even if you can't identify with like a character or with like an arc, you can understand it, you know what I mean? And you can
empathize
kind of like
with them.
You can empathize, you can feel like, you can be like, yeah, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Because even in the most ridiculous, unrealistic, horrific, fantastical, supernatural situation, there's a line of humanity that we all share. And there's like, and I think that it's cool. I think one of the beautiful things about like scary and spooky and like unsettling, you know, stories to read alone at night is like the element that ties the things together isn't necessarily what is supernatural, it's what is natural and human.
Yeah, what's humanity?
And like,
yeah,
exactly. And I know when you're hearing a story like this, some people are going to be like, yeah, Bryce did exactly what I would have done. And then some people hear Susie and they're like, she did exactly what I would have done.
Yeah.
In that situation. And then some people will be like, I feel like I'm somewhere in between, but I see why they did the things that they both did.
Yeah, recognizing the humanity in any situation is always going to make it a little bit easier for you to swallow. I think like more to the point of like really good media, like what you're saying that like makes a really good movie, a really good script, a really good story. Like when I think horror is easy because fear is an innate human experience. Everyone has different fears, but you understand it. It's a universal language. You know, it's like touching a stove. Everyone's going to have the same reaction unless you have like fucking burnt nerve endings. Like there's a 1% human error, but everyone, you know, they touch the stove, they burn their hand, they react.
Right.
I think when you write horror, you're more or less itching the same scratch. You know, like it's it's a way of getting people to at the jump just say, I see where this is coming from.
Right.
And that just makes the story, in my opinion, it's what makes the story more worth reading. Because I think like the nicest thing someone said to me out of all of the stuff I've read is just that the voice for my first story is like, it's so me that they liked hearing it. And I was like, yeah, you know, like each of these stories is a different side of me. This last one, this one that you and I read, I've like almost never written from third person before. So this was the first time I wrote from, all of my other stories are me, I driven.
Right.
This is the first one where I was like, and even though Susie thought this, and even though Bryce did this, this is what's happening next. And like, I hadn't done that before. So for you to even say that like, there's a part of you that still came through and said, I get these characters, I see where they're coming from, that makes me feel better because this was a complete experiment for me. This is, and I don't mean this in any sort of way, but this was the least confident of the 4 stories that I put together.
Right. Maybe. And you know, it's so funny too that you say that that was your first time writing in third person, because this was actually my first time writing in first person in like a really long time. Yeah. It's just so funny you say that because like all my books are third person. Like all of the short stories that I write are usually third person. Like it's just so funny because this was my first time where I was like, I'm gonna try and do first person actually.
I'm really glad that we had like a parallel on that then.
Yeah, I think it's really cool because I was like, all right, I want to try and like be in it, especially because it was like so personal to me. I was like, it feels right. And it did really fun. And I could see myself potentially doing like a first person thing in the future, maybe, because I did enjoy it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was a really solid and enjoyable story, and I really like to me the ending was very satisfying. So
I feel like it's another one of those things where like I could have had it go on longer, I could have had it go to other places, but the more I like, this was the only one that I didn't like brainstorm before writing. Like even my first one, I was like, I know exactly where this is going. I know where A to B to C lays down. And then on the second one, I laid out a roadmap. I had like a page write-up that became 30 pages, just like it just happened. And then for the last one, I literally had like bullet points and like a literal list of names because I was like, no, I need to establish these things. And then I realized I was on page 27 with exposition, and I was like, okay, I need to actually write the story now. I need to actually write the part that I wanted to write now. And like, this was the first one where I was like, no. I was writing it like alongside someone and we were bouncing ideas off of each other. And I was just like, what if this happened next? Oh yeah. What if this happened next? And then eventually it got to the end and I was like, all right, I'll just kind of sum it up and that'll be where it ends. So for you to be like, no, it ends where it needs to is like, I take that as a compliment because
No, it is.
I didn't know where a lot of the story was going to go as I was writing it.
No, same. I felt the exact same way. I was kind of like, okay, we're gonna build, we're gonna do some fucked up shit, and then I'm gonna call it. I'm calling it here.
Yeah,
I'm
going to
calling it
bed.
here.
Yeah,
I'm going to bed. Good night.
yeah.
Good night at 5 p.m. we're done. But yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed both of these. I feel like the stories work well together in a way, even though they're very different.
Yeah.
And I think it was very satisfying, honestly. I think this was one of the most satisfying episodes we've had, to be straight up
We
with
like
you.
to talk about ourselves here on Lots of Pasta. We like to stroke our shit.
Absolutely. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying my story was perfect. I honestly will probably go back multiple times and like change things and update things and shift things around a little bit. But yeah, I loved it. And I really appreciated also that both of our stories took place during like one day.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to be timely about this one because my first story is a guy who recollects 3 different moments while he's running over a problem that's happening like in me.This, like as it's developing, he's telling more stories. So that one kind of takes place all in one afternoon, but the second one is over the course of a couple days. The third one's over a course of a week. This one I was just like, yeah, same day, same issue. Alive in breakfast, dead by dinner. Like just felt simple, you know. Anyway, thank you so much for being here and for being a part of this. I just want to take another moment here to just fucking tell you how much I appreciate you and your opinion. So I knew that when I was writing stuff, there were very specific people I wanted to read stuff with. And this story I did write like for you to read with me. And
like I felt that like the whole time you were reading it, I was like, oh, it was so cool, honestly.
I stopped you before we read it. I was like, I might have you read things a different way. We'll see how I feel. Nope, you did it perfect. You read it exactly how I imagined you would, and it's exactly how I wanted it to be. So, yep, no notes.
No, and it does. It feels so. I also I'm so grateful that we were able to like maintain a meaningful relationship even after like years. And I really feel like this podcast has been a huge part of that in the best way. And I always it just feels so good to be able to share things with somebody that you feel like really gets it, you know, and be able to like discuss things and talk about things and like go over like stuff. And I also specifically love the idea of going over, like you said, it's like a self-publishing sort of renaissance, because like all of the stuff we're reading was just written by a fucking guy, you know what I mean? Like we're not reading like, you know, we're not doing like a book club.
That's the beauty of the show. That's always been the beauty of the show, is that the internet is just one big campfire and no sleep is just the biggest fire that exists right now. Like I'm just trying to pick up on all of the like Voyager tales that people have been sharing for the last 15 years, maybe longer. You know, this predates a lot of aspects of the things we've covered, and I always try to touch those different vibes, but that's the product at the end of the day. It was different for me to turn the mirror back on us and say, okay, you do it. Like I always knew that I had a part, there was going to be an episode where I turn the mirror back and I say, okay, you do it now. Because like I had read one of my stories on episode fucking 16. Like it's one of the oldest, one of the longest stories, one of the longest episodes in the earlier aughts that, you know, it's 9 years ago at this point, but it's like, I knew ever since the beginning of this show that I was going to write stuff for this show. I just knew I was. So I want everyone to remember that that's what this platform could be used for, including you. Like I'm serious. Like you doing this just proves to me more that like I need to give you an entire new episode to yourself. Write more stuff, come to me with it, and let's read it together.
Yes, please. I want to read it
And
too.
I also
like,
want to read your monster fucking stuff. I feel like this is the perfect platform for it. And if you want to read it and I could be the voices of whatever monster, then we'll have that live rent free on the internet for the rest of time and space.
Yay! That's what I want to be remembered. I hope that when the void takes me and when I die, I personally hope to be remembered by all of the monsters that I slept with.
Yeah.
And all of the monsters I wrote about sleeping with, and all of the ones I talked about wanting to sleep with, and nothing else.
And that's what we're here for.
And lots of pasta. I always bring this back at the end of the episode.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, brother. All right. Well, live fast, eat ass, and smoke grass, I guess.
Hell yeah, that's the best ending. Fuck yeah.
Raise hail, praise Dale.